Wayanad Green Tea Producer Company Limited is a non-government company incorporated on July 5, 2013. Before the establishment of green tea factory, small-scale farmers were exploited by the middlemen and monopolizing lobby of big brands.
Good morning and welcome to the day 2 of the mega FPO Conclave organized by NABARD and the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. I would like to invite Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty and Dr. A.R. Khan to kindly take your seats on stage. Mr. Pradeep Mojumdar will join us in some time. Welcome, sirs. I would now like to welcome Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty, Chairperson, Agriculture and Rural Development Committee, the Bengal Chamber, and Senior General Manager, Indophil Industries Limited, for his opening address.
Good morning to all. I welcome you all into the second day of the FPO Conclave and the inaugural sessions. I heartily welcome today in the inaugural session Sri S.S. Nayar, General Manager, APEDA, New Delhi, who will be joining online. Sri Anil Kumar S.G., Founder and CEO, Samunnati. He will also be joining online. I also heartily welcome Srimati Nilkamal Darbari, IAS, Managing Director, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium, SFSC. Also welcome Mr. Malay Kumar Poddar, CMD, Agri Insurance Corporations of India. And also I welcome Sri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of West Bengal, who is expected to join us during the inaugural session physically. I heartily welcome Dr. A.R. Khan, Chief General Manager, NABARD, Calcutta, for his kind presence in this August gathering. So it is a great privilege for we at Bengal Chamber of Commerce, these luminaries, the people, those who are presenting physically and digitally for this second day of the inaugural session. It is a really, we are all duly appreciate their contribution, and we are obliged here. Yesterday, we had a first day of the session where we have deliberated on catalyzing farmers' income growth, emerging ecosystem. And if you see the FPO Conclave title, the power of collectivizations, the power of aggregations, we are all believe here that mere an individual farmer cannot reach to a success unless until he is united with his fellow farmers from the same area on a selected value chain for his prosperity also. And we had a thorough deliberations yesterday, and where personalities like Dr. G.R. Chintala, Chairman NABARD, addressed the inaugural session, where Sri Rajesh Sinha, IS Secretary, Department of Agriculture, Marketing, Government of West Bengal, also addressed, along with the presence of Dr. A.R. Khan, Chief General Manager, NABARD. I think it was a very, very fruitful session we have seen yesterday, where Dr. Chintala has expressed that marginalization of farmer, fragmented land, and climate change are the real challenges for the agriculture in coming days also. And he has thoroughly impressed the audience through his eloquence that input-output credit services are the real strengths of the FPO for their betterment of income also. Where Dr. Khan has emphasized on that the success of FPO should not be only measured on the success on the turnover of the FPO rather than the prosperity or income of the member farmers. They should also prosper also. So I think yesterday the question and answer session was very lively. You have asked lots of questions, your concern, your interest and your suggestions also, which we have noted down thoroughly for deliberating in future also. And then we had also a session on the FPO governance, management and statutory requirements, sustainable business model and success stories. Because we all feel here the government's capacity development is one of the basic pillar and strong foundation is required for success of an FPO also, where personalities from BIRD, then MART, then Pradhan, they have also Poppy, they have also deliberated their points also. So it was a very effective day. We have noted down all the suggestions, your concern, and you have shown the enthusiasm in yesterday's session also. Taking forward today, I think today's session is very, very important for all of us. Our today's session is focusing on transforming agriculture to agribusiness. I think that is the basic objective of this conclave, how agriculture should be converted into agribusiness also. So we will listen from the eminent personalities today, and we will further deliberate on this thing. We will make all the points covering a meeting note, and then we will put forward to the concerned stakeholders and the policy makers for further way forward also. So I am looking for a very active participation from all members, and thank you all. Wish you all a very good day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to welcome Shri S.S. Nair, General Manager, ABEDA, New Delhi, for his special address. Shri Nair will be joining us digitally.
I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Neelkamal Darbari, MD SFAC, Mr. Malay Kumar Podar, CMD AIC India, Mr. Jayanta Chakravarti, Chairperson Agriculture and Rural Development Committee, Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Shri Anil Kumar SG, Founder and CEO, Dr. A.R. Khan, Chief General Manager, NABARD, friends from the trade, ladies and gentlemen. It is my proud privilege to address such an august and distinguished audience. On the very outset, let me wish safe health for you and your loved ones in the wake of this pandemic COVID. Hopefully the phase will be over soon and the day is not very far off when the things will be back to the normalcy. I compliment NABARD and Bengal Chamber of Commerce for taking this initiative to organize this FPO Conclave. We all know that agriculture is the backbone of Indian economy, and farmers, to whom I'll prefer to address as Annadata, they play a major role in strengthening the same. Because most of the farmers, they have fragmented and small holdings, the roles of FPOs perhaps becomes very crucial. Just to mention a few of the hardships that some of that our farmers in the country face. They can be broadly categorized into small size of land holdings, non-availability of good quality seed because of the exorbitant prices of better seeds, then depleting and exhaustion of soils, which result in low productivity, demand and requirement of good fertilizers, manures, etc. Then lack of proper irrigation facilities, non-accessibility to large-scale mechanization of agriculture, then challenges in marketing their products, These are some of the issues that that our Indian farmers are facing, and perhaps another big one is the scarcity of capital, the shortage of funds. Now, the FPOs, we all know, help in collectivization of such small, marginal, and landless farmers in order to give them the collective strength to deal with such issues. FPOs, they provide support to small farmers with end-to-end services covering almost all aspects of cultivation, from inputs, technical services to processing and marketing. The role of FPO is to ensure the better income for the farmers through an organization of their own. Besides, they also help in the elimination of the intermediaries, and the most of the process they adopt is completely transparent. Then through aggregation, the primary producers, they can avail the benefits of economies of scale. I must say the concept behind the FPO is that farmers who are the producers of agricultural products, they can form groups and register themselves under the Indian Companies Act. The aim is to enhance farmers' competitiveness and increase their advantage in emerging market opportunities. Friends, I'll take just a few minutes just to share some of the statistics that I have with me. During 2020-21, the total merchandise exports from India, they were 256.35 billion US dollars, out of which the exports of agri products was 41.24 billion US dollars, reflecting 16.09% of the total exports, from the country. And exports of the products which are looked after by EPIDA, that constitute 48.4% of all agri products, around 20 billion US dollars. Talking about the exports, India's share in the world is 9th, with share of 2.1%. And in terms of imports, we are ranked at 12th with a share of 1.1%. Our major destinations where our products are being exported, that is EPIDA's products, they include USA, China, Bangladesh, UAE, Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Nepal, etc. And the major products which are being exported from India, though EPIDA has 700 plus product lines under its purview, but the major products which are exported from the country, they are non-basmati rice, basmati rice, buffalo meat, miscellaneous preparations, groundnuts, cereal preparations, maize, wheat, etc., just to mention a few. As we all know that in order to keep pace with its competitors in the international market, rapid strides need to be made to remain an important source of supplier in international buyers for agricultural and processed food products. So, keeping this objective in mind, Government of India announced a completely inclusive agri-export policy, which we also call as AEP, in December 2018, which has been carefully crafted to address all essential elements in the entire supply chain which are required for the boosting of agri-exports. Since the announcement of AEP in 2018, EPIDA has facilitated the progress for implementation of AEP. In order to ensure greater involvement of state governments in agricultural exports, EPIDA has been regularly interacting with the state governments and pursuing them for effective implementation of AEP. The institutional mechanism has been set up at the union, state and cluster level to support exports by formation of export monitoring committees at each level. Agri-export policy has very specific and defined roles and responsibility of all concerned line ministries, central agencies, and greater involvement of state governments in particular to cohesively work together for achieving the target. The policy emphasizes on adopting a wholesome approach to address all the issues identified from production to scales in the international market. A major feature of the holistic agriculture export policy was a focus on export-oriented production. State nodal agency and nodal officers, they have been identified and nominated in 28 states and UTs till now. Wherever these have been nominated, the export monitoring, the state or I will say UT level export monitoring committee is chaired by the chief secretary and supported by the regional authorities of DG, FTA, autonomous bodies, EPCs, and the Department of Commerce, Customs, Plant, and other related departments at the state level. While we have been pursuing regularly with the states to finalize the state-specific agri action plan, and so far 20 states and 2 UTs, they have already done this. There are few states like the states of West Bengal, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar, etc., and where this state action plan is yet to be finalized, and I'll request the concerned the officials of the concerned governments to please finalize their state agri export action plan soon. The critical areas that need to be addressed for enhancing the agriculture exports and with the keeping in mind the target of doubling agri exports. Some of these are on the supply side, like lack of export-oriented production, logistic issues, requirement of post-harvest infrastructure. On the demand side, we have market access needed for more products, need for aggressive branding and publicity abroad in association with Indian missions over there, need for pest or disease-free zones, and coming specifically to the agri-export potential from West Bengal. West Bengal is endowed with favorable agroclimate and abundance of natural resources for diversified agriculture production. The state accounts for nearly 10% of the total horticulture crops production and the second largest producer of potato in India, accounting for about 24.31% of the country's total potato output. The state's potato production stood at 13.78 million metric tons in 2018-19. Brinjal, cabbage, cauliflower, tomato, banana, mango, okra, and onion are some of the other potential crops from the West Bengal. And out of country's total food grains production, West Bengal as a share stands at 6.3% in the year 2019-20. And West Bengal is the largest producer of rice in India with the production of 15.88 million metric tons in 2019-20. Maize, sugarcane, mustard, and wheat are some of the other crops that have good production base and potential from West Bengal. I'll briefly touch upon the role that FPO can play in the agricultural exports. FPOs, FPCs, cooperatives, they can certainly contribute in supplying quality and quantum produce through export-oriented production with an objective to bring quality improvement at pre or post-production level through extension, training, etc. Formation of export-oriented FPOs, strengthening of existing farmer groups, and to bring existing FPOs cooperatives at the cluster level. EPIDA has signed MOU with multiple organizations like SFAC, NABARD, TriFed, QCI, IIT Delhi, NCDC, NCUI, and NAFED, etc. I'll briefly touch upon some of the export facilitating initiatives that EPIDA has taken. I know we have the time constraint, but I'll try to finish it in the next 2-3 minutes time. Some of the initiatives, some of the initiatives that EPIDA has taken for the export facilitation, they include virtual buyer-seller meets, since the real buyer-seller meets are difficult to be organized in the wake of COVID. But we are doing virtual buyer-seller meets with with other countries. We have also organized 2 virtual trade fairs. Then we are already working on agri-export policy, about which I have just mentioned. Then we are also in the process of creating export promotion forums for the identified products. We are also trying for the market access and promotion of GI and organic products in particular. Then we are also formulating the country-specific agri-export strategy Wherever the logistic intervention, sport, or any other kind of intervention is required on the part of FPDA, we do come into picture. And another crucial sport that we have been providing is that by way of financial assistance schemes of FPDA, these schemes have been approved by the government of India, and its guidelines are being finalized. We hope that these will be finalized in the near future, and I'll urge upon all the beneficiaries to take benefit of that. The special emphasis that we have laid in these schemes for the first is that we have tried to include farmers, FPOs, FPCs, and especially the exporters from the backward tribes and the landlocked states or the difficult states to come forward, and we'll certainly give preference to them. I'll say that after the onslaught of COVID-19, there's a transformation in consumption pattern of the importing nations. The shift is from food sustenance to health-related foods, and a few products which have been substantially exported in the last 2 years, they include ginger, turmeric, jackfruit, moringa, etc., which are all we call as health foods. And then with the efforts of FPDA, the exports of non-traditional rice and millets, they have shown acceptance all over the world. Our exports of organic products, they have shown a constant 50% growth over previous year, reaching at around $1 billion in 2020-21. I would like to conclude that with the confidence that and my best wishes that today's deliberations will certainly enrich us to a significant extent. But then this is just a beginning, and as the famous poet Robert Frost had said, that I have miles to go before I sleep. Probably the same thing applies on all of us also. So let us take it further. On behalf of FPDA, let me just assure you, whatever help, whatever intervention, whatever support is required, we are always there to support all of you. With these words, I'm thankful once again for giving me this opportunity to share my views. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I think we had a very detailed deliberations from Mr. S.S. Nayar, General Manager, FPDA. Sir, if I summarize your few of the points you have highlighted today, that is, the concern has been expressed that fragmentation of the land, soil degradation, availability of quality seeds, lack of irrigation to desired extent, mechanizations, market connect, and scarcity of fund. These are the areas of challenges which need to be addressed by the different stakeholders. And you have specifically highlighted that these FPO are basically to remove the intermediaries so that the farmers get the better return of their investment also. And this FPO can give the economy of scale also, so that rather than individual farmer is producing some quantity, the scale is achieved by this. And you have also mentioned that in 2021, out of $256.2 billion export, agriculture contributed around $41.24 billion. I think it is a great going, and I think aspirations level is quite high in the upcoming days also. And few of the products like basmati, maize, wheat, groundnut, meat contributed the major thing. And you have also come out that FPDA has come out agri export policy, I think, which is the, I should say, open the new door for the exporters in this segment also. And only you have suggested that state-specific export action, West Bengal should come out very shortly, so that this could be integrated with the FPOs for better participation and better earning also. And you have also this value chain should be designed accordingly, which should meet the demand of the export, and logistics and pest and disease issues are to be tackled very intelligently. In particular, West Bengal, you have highlighted that is a favorable agroclimate condition is there, where we are the producer of the highest producer of the rice. We are also producing highest number of largest quantity of brinjal and one of the second largest in potato, pineapple, and lady's finger, all other things. So, and also during the pandemic period, shift has taken place from production of general category of food to nutritional values also. Our turmeric, ginger, and jackfruits and similar other things are coming. So, sir, your valued suggestions, I think we have noted down sincerely. And as because lots of FPOs are present here, they might be having lots of questions. What we will do to gather their queries from them, and we will make a point of it, we will forward to you for your kind address, so that individual's query could be settled down and they can take it forward also, sir. So I think with this, we really sincerely thank you very much for your kind presence, and looking forward to working with under your guidance in the coming days, so that the FPO movement should take the more momentum in West Bengal under the leadership of here NABARD and other stakeholders, so that individual farmers, being a member of the FPO, they should prosper more also, sir. Thank you very much for your kind deliberations for today's thing, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Sharnali to.
Thank you, sirs. May I now welcome the iconic speaker, Shri Anil Kumar SG, founder and CEO, Samunnati. Shri Kumar will join us online.
Ma'am, am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay, great.
And visible as well, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very good morning to everyone. My sincere apologies to all the organizers for not being able to make it in person. I had made my tickets and was looking forward to be part of the event in person, and also have the privilege and opportunity to meet Mr. Khan, Mr. Chakravarti. But then some challenges on the health front on the domestic side are preventing me from traveling. So sincere apologies for joining virtually, while the endeavor and the intention was to be in person among all of you. The theme for the conference is something that we completely resonate, moving from agriculture to agri-business. And this theme is very much reflected in Samunnati's vision statement and the purpose of existence, which is to make markets work for smallholder farmers. So I would like to dwell a little bit on how we at Samunnati see this journey of moving from agriculture to agribusiness to be consistent with the theme for this conclave, and also from the dimension of how are we pursuing our endeavor of moving in the direction of why we exist as an organization. And at the fag end of this sharing of our views, I will also mention about few of the initiatives that Samunnati has embarked on, and many of you in the audience who are either the poppies, RIs, budding CBBOs, as well as farmer producer organizations may want to avail of these enablers that we are putting together. So when we say moving from agriculture to agribusiness, I have been a debit credit man, a banker for about 30 years. Started my career in a rural branch of Canara Bank way back in '91. Has seen agriculture and the rural landscape from close quarters as a teenager, because I joined Canara Bank pretty early, and fortunately my baptism into banking also happened in a rural dimension. So the understanding of how integral a market-led approach to a sustained impact is something that that has got ingrained in the genetic code of my professional life. So the way we at Samunnati look at moving from an agriculture to agribusiness is first understand the entire landscape of how do we understand the ecosystem and where do we intervene in the ecosystem as Samunnati. And for me to share that, let me take the help of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs that many of us are familiar with, where first we start with the physiological needs, then we get into the basic needs, then we get into the needs of belonging, then we get into egocentric needs, and then get into self-actualization needs. And this is what is called the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, where an individual moves from the bottom to the top aspirationally and functionally. When you apply that framework to agriculture and based on the experience in the trenches for the last 3 decades, our understanding is that when you take the approach of engaging with the farmer and then moving up, the first requirement that the farmer would have is access to finance, which is also articulated very well by Mr. Nair in his earlier talk, where access to finance continues to be an important dimension and is a challenge. So the basic requirement is access to finance. Can I get credit in time, right? The higher order needs, the next set or the next step is, can I get access to customized finance? Finance that is suited to the economic activity, the crop that I am growing, the context in which I am growing this crop, customized finance. That itself is a higher order need. Then the third step in that is market linkages. In addition to providing funding, can I also get access to markets where I can buy, where I can sell, right? And many of the entities and dignitaries who are there from the inputs space, inputs ecosystem, I'm sure would talk a lot about why this is so critical, but market linkages is an important dimension to move from agriculture to agri business. Then the fourth dimension after we have market linkages is advisory services. How can I produce what I am producing, and what is the impact of the practices, the agri practices that I have in the longer term engagement of both the ecosystem as a whole in which I am part of, as well as the vitality of the soil on which I am dependent on. And Mr. Chaudhary mentioned about the reference that Chairman of NABARD, Mr. Chintala, Dr. Chintala made, where climate smart agriculture and climate smart dimension seems, will seem to be distant, but it's not very distant. It's very much, around the corner, and paying attention to the climate dimension of agriculture is an important dimension. So this advisory services becomes an important piece in the overall scheme of things. And the self-actualization, the last one is, how do we create safety nets? How do we create guarantees? How do we bring insurance products so that should the entire activity, in spite of having finance, in spite of having market linkages, in spite of having advisory services, should they fail for whatever reason, is there a safety net that we have so that the farmer and the farmer collective, which represents the collective interest of the farmers, is not impacted? So we at Samunnati are engaging with our vision of making markets work for smallholder farmers, coming from the last dimension, from the top down, so that we would be able to bring a comprehensive solution to the farmers collectivized as FPOs. And we are seeing a significant traction in terms of all the initiatives under each of the bucket. Let me first come to the very first bucket. We provide customized financial solutions. We provide working capital, we provide term loans, we provide loans for asset creation. The entire dimension of our financial structuring is customized, where we have loans ranging from 1 day to 5 years, and quantum ranging from less than 5,000 rupees to an individual farmer for buying the inputs, all the way to about 25 crores to a agri enterprise looking at procuring in bulk during the season, so on and so forth. So completely customized finance, and that's entire vertical that we refer to as an agri finance vertical. The second dimension is after 1.5 years of playing this debit credit role as bankers, which is what we know the best. We understood that finance is important but not sufficient. We need to go beyond finance, and that too specifically in agriculture. It is extremely important that we play the role of a partner in the journey. We play the role of an internal player in the value chain and not structure something where we are sitting on the fringes and be an external player in the value chain. So we started Samunati Agro Solutions, which is a market linkages company, and brought in the entire dimension of the agri-commerce, where now in addition to giving customized financial services, we also bring market linkages both for the pre-harvest and post-harvest, as well as processing capabilities, so on and so forth. And of course, we also have the privilege of working with very many entities on the advisory services. Some of the agribusiness schools, agribusiness colleges, some of the nodal agencies for agri services, and some of the climate smart dimension entities. Entire thing on advisory services, so that can the production respond to the demand that the market players are looking at, and what is the role that we at Samunati can play. And a significant portion of that engagement or endeavor is happening around working with the agtech and fintech players. And we have a specific initiative called Samaram, where we work with all the startups and agri tech companies. And we also launched last year a virtual platform, virtual digital directory of agri product services and solution providers called Agri Elevate. And there the idea is, should someone from say 24 Paraganas want to know what is the best suited drip irrigation structure for us, you may want to go to that Agri Elevate and click on the providers of drip irrigation and click on which are all the players who are active in 24 Paraganas for you, and then look at what are the solutions that they have. This platform at this point in time is a public good platform and does not have transaction capability, and hence all the players who are providing these services can be onboarded on the platform, and FPOs and farmers who want to know more about it would be like visitors to an exhibition, like going to a Pragati Maidan, so to say. The last one is where there is a significant work that has happened around the guarantees and the insurance. We again are privileged to be working with some of the very well-known and reputed entities around the guarantee structures, like Rabobank, like USAID, USDFC, where they are providing guarantees for specific programs. Agroforestry is one. The clean tech and green assets is the other one. The entire climate smart dimension that we are talking about now. So how do we create a safety net? And on 2nd of October, day before yesterday, in fact, we also have launched a individual insurance program for the members of FPOs who are part of a specific initiative that we call FPO Next, which we have launched on 15th of August. We are providing insurance to them free of cost, and that is an abhiyan called Annadata Suraksha Abhiyan. Again, Mr. Nair mentioned about the role of Annadata in our lives. How can we protect the risks associated with the Annadata's activities? And this insurance product covers events like snake bite, vector-borne diseases like dengue, malaria, fracture on account of falling off from a tractor or a harvester, which are all common. And I was so shocked to know that annual number of deaths on account of snake bites in the rural areas is about 58,000. Significant number. So how do we bring in the safety net around all of this? And entering into collaborative partnerships, entering into working together relationships, entering all of these services from an ecosystem approach is what Samunati is driving to make markets work for smallholder farmers. And through that is what we are looking at moving from agriculture to agri-business. Right? I'd like to now share the 3 initiatives that we have and how we engage with the FPOs. The nature of our engagement with FPOs is under an approach called AMLA approach, which stands for aggregation, market linkages, and advisory services. A set of people coming together, doing the same economic activity is what aggregation is. And the purpose of aggregation, as we all know, is for collective benefit. How can we benefit by being together, both in terms of what we purchase as well as in terms of what we sell? And is there a way where we reduce the cost of purchases and get a little more on our sales so that the margin increases? That is the second aspect of it, that aggregation must lead to market linkages for leveraging the power of aggregation. But the moment you say market linkages, access to customized working capital becomes necessary. It is the other side of the coin, that you need to have access to working capital to be able to get into market linkages. And that's where the entire agri finance of Sammunati comes into picture. And we are happy to share with this august audience that of late, thanks to a lot of attention, focus, and good work of many of the FPOs, many of the banks are coming forward to get into co-lending structures on the agri-finance piece for the FPOs, so that the overall cost of lending to the FPOs comes down significantly. So expect a lot of banks understanding what the FPO space is and investing their debt capital into very many FPOs going forward. So that entire agri-finance piece, which is the other side of the market linkages, is becoming pretty active, pretty encouraging. The last one is advisory services, and advisory services becomes critical not only from the long-term dimension that we discussed, but also from the dimension of if a corporate like an ITC or like a Ruchi Soya or like Adani Wilmar or like Britannia, if they want to go and procure what they want to procure at the farm gate, what are those 5-6 steps that one has to be aware of? Both pre-production, pre-cultivation, as well as post-harvest. You may want to just remove foreign particles. Maybe do the first level of grading and sorting. Whatever little that we can do, can we enable? Can we equip the farmer producer organizations to be able to aggregate the produce of their members and be able to get into the first level of processing? Also is part of advisory services for us, because we have to make the value addition at the farm gate level is one of the aspirations and endeavors that we at Sammunati have, because it straight away adds delta to the realization of the value for the produce. Now that AMLA framework is what determines how we engage with the FPOs. Among the very many FPOs, we also have a small cohort of about 100 FPOs called FPO Next that we have launched. This is more like a invite-only membership program. This covers about, as I mentioned, 100 FPOs in about 14 states, covering 70 districts. And the endeavor is work with them in a comprehensive manner and make them lighthouse FPOs, so that very many FPOs which are seeing them grow and bloom can get inspired. And this FPO Next as a program is what we would want to showcase to the FPOs as success stories and inspire them to pursue on this journey. The last point that I would like to make is for those FPOs which are looking at immediate short-term requirements, both in terms of market linkages as well as working capital, we have launched an online version of a instant loan facility called Sammunati SAM IPL, which is instant processed loan, where you don't need to reach out to any of the relationship managers of Sammunati. You can just go to sammunati.com, make your application, and somebody from Chennai will call and then process the application. And this got launched on 15th of August again. And from 15th August to now, we have got about 300 applications and about 100 loans have already been given, all virtually and all using the best of the fintech tools that we have. So what I would like to do is, since I have not been able to come in person and meet some of you on the dais as well as in the audience and during the tea breaks and lunch break, I would request a couple of my team members to visit the event, and we will coordinate with the organizers there so that they can spend some time. And should you have any requirements or any queries, the team would be more than happy to share what we are doing. But जो भी आपका अगर सुझाव है, अगर आपका कोई requirements है, कृपया बता दीजिएगा, and हमारा सौभाग्य होगा आपसे मिलके काम करने के लिए, right? तो on this note, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. मैं फिर से आप सबसे माफी मांगता हूं कि मैं वहां खुद आ नहीं सका। इच्छा थी आने का, लेकिन माहौल घर में ऐसा है कि मैं ट्रैवल कर नहीं पा रहा हूं। तो अगली बार जब कलकत्ता आने का मौका मिलता है तो शायद आपसे मुलाकात होगी। धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for your extraordinary speech, which I think has raised many hopes among the participants for the better prosperity. And just few points we have taken from your presentations. I think that you have presented mostly from the perspective of moving agriculture into agribusiness actually, which is a very, very important journey in agriculture also. You have also given this individual movement from bottom of pyramid to top, both functionally and physiologically, which is the basic way forward for any individual or any organizations also. You have highlighted few points like access to finance, which is the basic need of any organizations, customized finance, market linkages, advisory services, and guarantee and insurance also, which should take an FPO to a success story also. And then you have also come out with your deliberations on there should be something beyond finance also. That is the market connect. Unless and until we produce and we sell, the circle is not being complete also. And you have also highlighted that Samannati is working with the startups and agri-techs, and you have a platform which I think is a very, very innovative, that any FPO or any institutions can access to your platform to know their requirements like sprinkler irrigations or other subjects also, which I think will add values to their business also. And you have also opened the insurance arm of your organizations, where major stakeholders are participating for the benefit of the producers, farmer member. And safety nets of the annadatas are the priorities, which I think as a responsible organizations, you are prioritizing in the future directions also. And I think in a short span, if we, in a short thing, if we can, you have taken care of from pre-production to post-productions. I think that is the basic beauty of the initiatives you have taken. And lastly, but not the least, is that I think any organization gets improved when they make more leaders. So this FPO next concept, I think, will create more success stories in the country, so that more new FPOs will be motivated for going ahead also. So with this thing, I think we have your inspiring message is really outstanding, and we will be looking forward to meet you in Calcutta. Your team members are already here. We will discuss with them. They will have the access to the other members also. They listen to them also. And we truly appreciate your time and your inspiring message to the audience for going forward also. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I request Sharnali.
Thank you, sirs. Now we have the address by our guest of honor, Dr. Neelkamal Darbari, IAS, MD, Small Farmers Agribusiness Consortium, SFAC, who will speak on FPO overview, policy perspective, who is also joining us online. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me a doctorate degree. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I'm honored to be present here amongst a distinguished gathering of the Bengal Chambers, NABARD, Samunnati, many other stakeholders. And I start with apologies that I couldn't join in yesterday, but happy to be here amongst similarly motivated people in the ecosystem. And I hope to be able to continue this dialogue on what we are doing with FPOs and what is it that still needs to be done in terms of making them viable and vibrant. So I think I need not say how FPOs are important because everyone understands that today, that there's so much of strength available in aggregation of farmers, and with the size of land holdings reducing by the day and fragmentation a reality and such a horrific reality, I think there is really no alternative but to create collectives or other aggregations of farmers so that they can leverage their strengths and move forward, whether it is in terms of bringing in science and technology, improving varieties of seeds, improving quality of soil, or finding new ways of finance or even marketing. So I think the most critical elements are this: how do we penetrate into the science and technology spectrum, and how do we ensure that easy and low cost finance is available to the people, and how they are able to market their produce. So in the last, I think 7-8 years, the FPO movement had been receiving some focus with the Government of India funding some schemes for promotion of FPOs, and typically SFAC was the nodal agency and NABARD was also doing its bit. We have together created close to, SFAC alone has created about 900 FPOs as on date, and I'm aware that NABARD has also been instrumental in promoting about 2,000, 2,500 such FPOs, and in the country there are, as on date, around 7,000 FPOs, and maybe this number is increasing by the day. But the real leg up came when this scheme for 10,000 FPOs was announced by the Prime Minister. And before that, please understand how big this step is, because before this, there was no dedicated funding available for promotion of FPOs. Whatever we were doing, whatever NABARD was doing, was really a trickling, residual funds available under various schemes of the government, and then they would be diverted ki chaliye isme se kuch FPO bana lijiye. So for the first time, this government in 2019 understood the importance of the relevance of the impact that a dedicated approach towards promotion of FPOs will create in the farmers' incomes, and they gave a budgetary commitment of 6,000 plus crores over the next 5 years for promoting 10,000 FPOs, and with multiple stakeholders, multiple implementing agencies involved in this. So while SFAC continues to be the nodal agency and we steer and guide the program along with our Ministry of Farmers, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, but really now the number of players who are promoting FPOs has increased. And each one is got their own area, their own expertise, and they bring in a lot of knowledge into the spectrum of promoting FPOs. I'm aware that this program has a very wide variety of guests available. So I will say that what we envisaged when we were drafting the strategy, and we had so many stakeholder consultations. Samuniti, Anil Kumar ji is here, he is aware of it. We had so many consultations with the stakeholders as to what is it that will make the FPO move forward. Because although we had created so many FPOs, and the country could even then 2 years back have boasted of about 5,000 FPOs, and that number is also not very clear whether it was 5,000 or 7,000 or 10,000. But what is it that we understand about the FPO ecosystem, and what is it that is not available to them, and what is it that if we make good, that will make the FPOs move forward? And the consensus that emerged amongst various other things, professional hand-holding in terms of compliances with the statutory books, statutory requirements, whether it is to the registrar of companies or whatever, that's one part of it. That is human resource part of it, which could high rates of attrition in the management of FPOs, etc. But really, if you come to the crux of the matter, what matters is that there is very little credit available to the FPOs. If I'm not wrong, and Anil ji, please feel free to correct me, I think in the last whatever number of years since the FPOs have been in existence, maybe less than 500 crores of credit has flown to all the FPOs taken together from all the banks and institutions put together. So that is what, I mean, it's not even a drop in the ocean. And not only that, how many FPOs have covered? Maybe 1,000, 1,500 FPOs covered. So there's a huge gap area in the flow of credit to FPOs. And how does any business work without availability of funds? And you keep putting your capital into it, and it keeps, the recycling of that is always a task. And I feel that the biggest, challenge before the FPOs was to have easy and low cost access to finance. So that's one thing which we plugged into when we were drafting our strategy for the 10,000 FPOs. And of course, the most critical is the lack of marketing, organized marketing avenues. And typically, a farmer is an entrepreneur. Let there be no doubt in our minds about that, because he does everything. He does his input management, he does his science and technology, what seed to buy, how much seed replacement should be there, what is to be done with the soil. He knows that. May not be the best knowledge available to him, but conventional knowledge, the traditional knowledge which he has acquired over generations, and with the younger generation getting more and more educated and aware and having access to smartphones, I wouldn't say that the farmer is unaware. They are aware, they are educated, and large numbers are changing, and I think the biggest game changer really is your smartphone. It connects people and connects knowledge, and it provides, of course, a lot of garbage also comes in through the smartphone, but I'm sure that with the passage of time, that will also get eliminated, and people will acquire knowledge of relevance to their business. But marketing, how does one ensure that the FPOs have access to markets? So, typically local mandi was his only source of market available to him. And sometimes I have seen in Rajasthan, because I was fortunate enough to have worked as Additional Chief Secretary Agriculture for 3 years before coming here in SFAC. And I have seen during my travels in Rajasthan, how literally, when the harvest season comes, there's such a glut, and you got to go on the highways to see what that really means. So onion, let me give you a story of onion from Sikar district. You will find small little carts, literally tractor trolleys full of onions on the roadside, farmers trying to sell it to truckers who happen to be crossing that way to take them to Delhi, Azadpur Mandi, or wherever, or Jaipur even for that matter. And what was the price? I mean, when you're buying onions at 60 rupees a kg, or sometimes even 80 rupees a kg, the farmer is getting 4 rupees a kg, 5 rupees a kg. And why is that so? Because he doesn't want to incur the expenditure of picking up his harvest, bringing it to the mandi, or even online, trading it. And he just, whatever cost is available at his farm gate, at absolutely rock bottom prices, he's happy to sell. So I think that is where the problem lies, that how do we ensure that there are enough facilitating resources and assets which will make a farmer's produce fetch its rightful price. And to that extent, FPO is a great vehicle, because then the aggregation of produce can happen. Aggregation of logistics can happen. The collective bargaining power of that aggregation, that, okay, we are not selling for less than 10 rupees a kg, and you may go, I'm going to be able to sell it on Amazon or some such, whatever platforms are available. And that will ensure that farmer gets a fair remuneration for his produce. I know, everybody knows that so many times even the farmer is not able to recoup his cost of production, and he's selling his commodity, his harvest at below the cost of production. So that, according to me, are the problems. How should I say, the systemic bottlenecks in making the production remunerative enough for the farmer to continue to invest in it. And how do we see this manifesting in society? You see a large number of farmers' children running away from the fields, not interested in running agriculture as a business, and parents also looking for small little jobs, naukri lag jaye bacche ki. उस शहर में चला जाए. And we therefore are faced with urban migration, and we are faced with urban development issues because our farmers don't have enough resources coming out of their labor, if it's labor or it's their assets which they own. So unless we make that happen everywhere else in the world, at least in the developed world, farming is very remunerative. It is supported by the government, it is supported by financial institutions, lending institutions, it is supported by markets. And of course, the consumer stands to gain from all of that. But we have bottlenecks. We've had more bottlenecks than we could have imagined. But now things are beginning to change, you see, and this FPO thing is a step in that direction. And we realized, how do we support the farmers? So we thought there should be, because SFAC doesn't have any field level officers. So actually the realization came from there, and even organizations that do have regional officers or district level officers would have understood why this whole concept of CBBOs came, because it is a dedicated bunch of experts who are going to sit there only to look at FPOs. And SFAC or the implementing agency is going to engage these cluster-based business organizations, because the word here is business organization. So they're going to be able to help the FPOs not only in mobilization of farmers, increasing their membership, collecting equity, but more importantly in ensuring that through their network more finances are available to the FPOs, and with that they're also able to help these FPOs in the marketing. So marketing plan draw, which would be realistic. We are asking our CBBOs to have at least an 18-month, marketing plan for the future, for the coming 2 or 3 crop seasons, so that, you can leverage your strength and have access to improved qualities of seeds, or, you undertake measures for soil quality improvement, or look at how you can do custom hiring center, use those resources available in custom hiring, become a custom hiring center yourself, and make those resources available at low capital cost. See what happens even amongst the large farmers, or maybe not so small farmers, people who have acquired some level of standing in the village community. होड़ लग जाती है ट्रैक्टर खरीदने के लिए. And beyond tractor, maybe laser leveler and 1 or 2 other things. But really large part of the work in the field is still manual, or it is heavily dependent on 2 or 3 implements, whereas there's a range of implements which could be made available. But they're all very capital intensive, and doesn't make sense for each FPO or each farmer to have his own. So therefore the concept of custom hiring center has come about, and it's successful wherever it is. I mean, informally, even custom hiring centers used to work. We've seen from the time we got into service, typically in Rajasthan, I used to see during harvest season, these huge, big combined harvesters coming down from Punjab and, moving right up to Gujarat, engaging in fields and doing the harvesting there, using their, strength, and hiring a lot of money. So informally it had existence. It has been in existence, but now this is being formalized, and FPOs have a role to play even in that. I mean, a bunch of FPOs or a confederation of FPOs, or even a single FPO which has a good capital base, can apply for custom hiring center and become a owner of these assets, and then lease them out and create a revenue stream for themselves. And that would contribute towards income for its members. Then of course, organizations like Samunnati and SFAC has recently signed an MOU with Mr. Anil Kumar's outfit Samunnati on how the benefits of the schemes of SFAC and other government departments will benefit farmers, and how we can work together to sponsor more and more FPOs and farmers into these programs as their eligibility may be. And I think that's a great coming together of organizations committed to the same cause. And there is scope for us to do the same kind of work with many other organizations, because, as I said, 7,000 FPOs existing and 10,000 new to come. So, and this is yet a very small number. Somebody only yesterday was saying, see, if 14 crore is the number of farmers, let's say, okay, even if it is 10 crore number of farmers that are small and marginal farmers, how do you bring them together with 10,000 FPOs and 300 limit? This is how many? 3 lakh. How many is that? 30 lakhs. 30 lakhs farmers only coming together. So there's scope for so many more to come together on the platform of this FPOs. Even if you increase the membership of existing FPO to 1,000, even then you are only reaching 1 crore of farmers. So there is a gap of say 8, 9 crore farmers. So and let's say 1 crore of them are large farmers and they don't want to be aggregated. But see the number of farmers that are, about 80-85% farmers are small and marginal farmers, and the benefits of them. So therefore, there is scope for so many organizations to work together, continue with the own, because see, the other day, Samunnati, again, I keep taking the name, they launched a very good program called the Suraksha Abhiyan, the Jeevan Suraksha Abhiyan. What is it, Anil Kumarji? Your insurance.
Annadata Suraksha.
Annadata Suraksha Yojana, which actually is diving into their CSR funds to pay the premium for an insurance cover to the small and marginal farmers in the FPOs. And look at that. I mean, at 75 rupees premium, you're making so much available to the farmer in terms of risk mitigation. And and that adds to his, strength, that adds to his, lesser the possibility of, despondency, and, there is less likelihood of people slipping into poverty if the farmer member, head of the family dies or has, debilitating disease or injury or stuff like that. So there is reduced destitution in society. So there is a huge scope for people to come together. And I would say that this initiative by the Bengal Chamber, along with NABARD and others, is a very welcome step in creating this, continuing to buzz around this concept and motivating others to join. I think I've exceeded my time, and I could go on and on still, but let me stop here and wish you all the very best. And SFAC stands solidly behind this movement, and we would continue to champion the cause of small and marginal farmers through aggregation in form of FPOs, and we keep looking for partnerships and like-minded people to join us. So thank you very much, and I can assure you of our continued support. Thank you. Over to you.
Madam, sincere thanks for your inspiring message to the members present here, and also those who are presenting online through YouTube and Facebook also. And first of all, we are grateful that you have rescheduled your availability in the second day of the conclave inaugural. We are obliged here, ma'am, particularly. And 2-3 things I think our present FPO members have taken it, I think, sure. That is that you have highlighted 2 very basic things, that credit availability is a challenge, there is a gap is there, and lack of organized marketing also. I think these 2 points, I think, is the key takeaways by the present FPO members for the benefit of their future planning also. And you have really stressed upon that government has taken a bold initiative of creating further 10,000 FPOs, which is really the landmark in FPO movement for against the dedicated funding from the government of India also. And you have also truly appreciated the wisdom of the farmer, but training and other things are also needed for their betterment also. And to stop the migrations of the agricultural youth from the market, I think from the villages, I think the formation of FPOs should be the way forward, so the retention of them in their own basic area should further strengthen also. So you have firmly highlighted credit, market connect, and infrastructures are to be created for the betterment of the FPO business also. And ultimately, you have given a really thought-provoking statement that at present hardly 30 lakhs of farmers out of 14 crores of available farming community in India are covered. So the future is a long way to go. I think this message will take it forward. And at Bengal Chamber of Commerce, we are trying to have a dedicated effort collaborating with we will also keep in collaboration with your office, madam, then NABARD, then other stakeholders, so that a dialogue should continue with the FPOs already working in this field and those who are planning to come, so that we can take a hand-holding situations with them for their prosperity also. So sincere thanks to you, Madam, for your kind deliberations, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you. I request Arnali.
May I now welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Malay Kumar Poddar, CMD AIC India Limited, for his special address. Sir will also be joining us online. Welcome, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Agricultural insurance company is obliged to get this opportunity to speak something in this very important forum of FPO Conclave. Two of our previous speakers has spoken about insurance. Insurance is gaining very, very important traction of late because of the climate change. And as we know, at the end of every risk management practices that goes on, particularly in the agricultural production field, ultimately the last link of the chain is this insurance. Even after everything is taken care of, farmers are taken care of, FPO members are taken care of, FPO governing bodies are taking care of all the risks. But at the same time, the residual risk has to be transferred through this insurance mechanism to the insurance company who are available in the market. All the insurance companies are regulated very, very strongly by a regulator, IRDAI, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. And particularly in the agricultural field, agricultural insurance companies or the insurance companies who are in this business, they work with the state government. So our company, Agricultural Insurance Company, came into being on behest of this Government of India in 2002. And we have the mandate to implement government supported crop insurance scheme. So in India, we are there in every state. Wherever the national crop insurance program is there, currently it is Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, and in Bengal also. From the very starting of this large-scale insurance program in Bengal, I think it started in 1985. Bengal government has never exited from the insurance system, particularly the crop insurance system, and agricultural insurance company is working in tandem with the state government. Of late, during last 3 years, there is some change in the agricultural insurance scenario, particularly state Bengal, in the state of Bengal. Bengal has come out of the national program and started its own program called Bangla Shosya Bima scheme. And with that, agricultural insurance companies' role has become all the more important. And before I go on further, I would request our organizer, Mr. Chakraborty, to have a small video to play. I think that is for the benefit of all the audience who are joined online, or dignitaries, and the delegates who are there in the hall. So this video will give us what message that we would like to convey. Mr. Chakraborty, can you help us with this? The video is for 3.5 minutes.
Technology-based Bangla Shosya Bima scheme, BSBS. The satellite remote sensing is exponentially making use of AIMN models for various agricultural applications like crop mapping and productivity analysis. Leveraging this technology, Bangla Shosya Bima scheme, BSB, has transformed crop insurance, first of its kind in the country and perhaps worldwide. The scheme has covered over 6 million farmers of West Bengal. In collaboration with the Agriculture Insurance Company of India and the National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO, the Government of West Bengal is implementing the scheme in the state for the last 3 seasons since Kharif 2020. Data from Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 satellites of the European Space Agency's Copernicus program transmit data up to a 10-meter resolution once in 5 to 12 days. Data from almost every field is continuously monitored from sowing to harvesting. Attributes like chlorophyll content, water content, soil moisture, and crop structure are monitored through various remote sensing parameters obtained from the satellite imagery. Chlorophyll in the vegetation reflects near-infrared and absorbs red light. The normalized difference vegetation index quantifies the chlorophyll content by measuring the difference between near-infrared rays reflected and red rays absorbed by the crop. Higher this index, higher the greenness of the crop and better the crop health. Crop wetness is measured by the land surface wetness index, which indicates the total amount of water in the vegetation and the soil. It uses short-wave infrared and near-infrared regions of the electromagnetic spectrum. Biophysical attributes of the crop are measured by the backscatter ratio. Transmitted microwave pulses are scattered back to the satellite to form an image indicating the height and structure of the crop. Crop health factor, a composite index of these parameters, has a very strong correlation with the crop condition and crop yield. The crop health factor is supported by extensive ground truthing experiments. These experiments are conducted across the state throughout the crop life cycle. Inputs from ground truthing continuously validate and fine-tune the model. When harmonized with ground truthing and weather data, the crop health factor is an accurate, scientific and objective measurement of crop loss. The methodology is devoid of manual interference. Claims are computed and finalized within 30 to 45 days of the harvesting, as against 6 to 10 months under earlier yield-based schemes. The farmer is indemnified immediately after the loss when it is required the most.
2020 में जो खरीफ सीजन में जो आपने कौन सा फसल लगाया था? मक्का लगाया था ना? उस टाइम में आपका जो मक्का लगाया था डैमेज हुआ था?
यस, डैमेज हुआ था। सूखा की वजह से तो बारिश नहीं हुआ, इसीलिए सब सूख गया था।
इसलिए आपको डैमेज हुआ ना क्रॉप? इसमें आपको AIC की तरफ से, इंश्योरेंस की तरफ से कुछ क्षतिपूर्ति का सहूलियत मिला है आपको?
मिला है, इस बार मिला है, अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर किया है, हमारे अकाउंट में घुस गया।
आपको मिल गया ना?
हाँ।
इससे पहले आपको इंश्योरेंस की तरफ से कुछ ऐसा क्लेम मिला था?
नहीं मिला था, कभी नहीं मिला। इस बार फर्स्ट टाइम।
Well, thanks to organizers for beaming this video. So, at Agricultural Insurance Company, it's our mandate, as I said, and also we aspire to bring in new innovative products, and we are really grateful to the Government of Bengal for accepting our proposal to transform the crop insurance practice from the manual system to the technology system. So technology has become part and parcel of our life. We can't ignore technology. I think in no part of our activity on a daily basis, we can ignore this technology. So why not in crop insurance? So the video actually said that there are satellites who are there, Earth orbiting satellites are there in the sky. So they take the photographs of the Earth's surface, and that of course includes the plant, the vegetation, and these over the last 6-7 years, the plants, the identification of plants, we call it signature, has become so precise we can know that, okay, this is paddy, this is jute, this is maize, and this is cotton or something like that. And these are well established. And we thought that why not take this advantage? So with the satellite imagery, you take images or the values of the images of each and every plot of land, to be specific, 10 meter by 10 meter, 20 meter by 20 meter. And we take the photographs of the entire Bengal, all the crops in all the villages, in all the Gram Panchayats, for all the farmers, right? And it is done throughout the season. And to support that, we have engaged more than 200 people who are constantly at the block level working with the district agricultural officers and the block agricultural officers. And apart from that, we have, through our intermediaries, we have people stationed at each and every GP. So you see that there is a great connect actually developed at every village level, every block level, with the administration at the district level, and of course at the state level. And every season, our intermediaries, there is a particular very simple proposal form. They go with the proposal form, they do this publicity and awareness creation. Without awareness, nothing happens. Although the scheme has been made free by the state government, thanks to them once again. But at the same time, the farmers has to be told that it is a free insurance. If you don't join, you are losing something. So that's, we take care. We do this a lot of campaigning and then knock at each and every door of the farmer. We get the insurance proposal form filled up. We collect the other required documents like bank passbook, his land records and all. And all these details are actually uploaded in the portal, BSB portal, Bangla Shashya Bima portal, that has also been created by GoWB. We have seen their logo in the last slide. So, and it is, and the highlight of this BSB, technology-based BSB, is that we are covering 85 to 90% of the eligible farmers of the state, which has never happened in any other state in the country. And this technology-based insurance is an absolutely innovative proposal, and which is in operation for last 3 seasons. And very soon we'll be getting the implementing work order for the current season, also Rabi season that is going to start. Thanks to Government of West Bengal again, that they have understood the requirement of technology, which can bring in a lot of transparency, effectiveness, quickness in settlement of claims. Now, coming to the quickness of settlement of claims, we know that last Kharif season was pretty good actually in the state of Bengal, thanks to God. But still, we could pay certain claims in some of the districts. We did pay in time. Then recently we had Yas cyclone affecting in the month of last week of May, and we have started disbursing claims to the affected farmers who were affected by Yas cyclone. And recently we had some intimations about this flood in some of the districts because of the huge rains that is still happening in the last fortnight. And very soon we are already ready with some of the claims, and very soon we'll be disbursing those claims. Now the question is that agricultural insurance company, how does it matter to the FPOs? Today's particular FPO conclave. FPOs are basically there in the agricultural production activity. So insurance for the time being is offered by the state government free, okay, for the food crops and the oil seeds. For potato and sugarcane, there is a small amount of premium that the farmers have to pay. So my request to all the FPO governing bodies and FPO members who are present here, that be aware of this insurance scheme which has been actually rolled out by the government of Bengal. An agricultural insurance company is a government company who is working in tandem with the state government and rolling out this technology-based insurance scheme. Through this system, you remove all the manual, assessment of the losses, and you assess the losses through the help of this lot of ground truthing that is being done. As I said, that more than 200 people are constantly working in the block level. Okay, they have a mobile app. They take the pictures of the crop which are particularly affected or not affected. If there is some calamity reported, we do intensify our ground truthing. So we have the satellite data which is supported by huge number of ground truth data. Now ground truthing also actually done through a protocol, through an objective system that has been given by National Remote Sensing Center. National Remote Sensing Center is the premier central government organization. They are expert in doing this remote sensing. So they are our knowledge partner, and with the help of them actually we devised this technology-based crop insurance system of this Bengal. Many state governments have now come to know about this, that this is running very well. Operationally it is very, very hassle-free, very useful, transparent. So other state governments have started taking interest in this scheme, and probably some of the states having the same cropping pattern like Bengal will be able to replicate very soon. Now coming to other aspects of the insurance, as Madam Nilkamal Madam has also mentioned, Mr. Anil Kumar has mentioned, the FPOs, they need probably other insurance protection also. Insurance protection gap in India and particularly in Bengal is huge. So our company's mandate is to reduce this gap. We have other products also like covering these vegetable crops, horticultural crops, and very soon we'll be developing some insurance products for this, maybe fisheries and the poultries and all. A request came from the Bengal government also to do that. So we'll be doing that. So FPOs, FPOs should be aware of that there is a company, agricultural insurance company, who is very, very sincere to do all these things. We have a purpose. It is not that we work for a profit. Of course, we have to sustain, we have to survive, but we have a purpose before profit. So we are doing that. And again, thanks to state government of Bengal that they have allowed us to roll out this very uniquely innovative design, this technology-based crop insurance scheme. And this scheme has a many other cascading effect, like a good amount of employment generation has taken place in the rural areas of Bengal. At least from 4,000, 5,000 people, young boys and the girls, they are working with us. So those are the sidelights of this. And I hope that the idea of this protecting farmers' assets in the form of crop which is in the field, or maybe the lively, or maybe the livestock, or maybe the fishes in the pond, has to go deep into the mindset of the farmers, and it is our job. And this conclave also will help in spreading this awareness that insurance is required. Bengal is visited by cyclones that we have seen. This frequency has increased a lot. So insurance can smoothen these losses over space and time. So that's why it is very, very important. So thanks to these organizers again, to NABARD and the Bengal Chamber of Commerce for giving us this opportunity. And we'll be in touch with the farmers producing organizations to understand their requirement of insurance protection, and probably will be developing many such products to suit their insurance needs. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you, Mr. Poddar, for your message to the participating farmers present here in the conference room, as well as those who are participating through the online on the YouTube and the Facebook Live, this program. And I think in Bengal, your footprint is so strong. I think it is becoming the case study for amongst the farmers, because they are now getting these compensations very smoothly through your new approach and technological interventions in assessing the extent of damage also. I think your satellite-based crop insurance scheme has gaining momentum day by day, and it is really heartening. It is very happy to note that your department has crossed almost 60 lakhs, covered 60 lakhs of farmers in Bengal for this various schemes of the crops, and benefited large number of farmers. And as because FPOs are nothing but a amalgamation of farmers, so in a single FPO, there are 500 to 1,000 or 2,000 farmers are there. I think they will definitely take the advantage of this thing, and they are looking forward more support from your organizations for addressing their risk to a certain level also. Thank you very much for your presence here and your deliberations addressing to the participating FPO members also. Thank you very much.
I'll just add one more sentence. Yeah. I'll just add one more sentence, Mr. Chakraborty.
Please.
I could not attend this program physically, but I have sent out my general manager, who is the person actually who developed new products. So he's there in the audience, and also our DGM, Mr. Mahapatra is also there. So Shiddesh, Ramasubramaniam and Mahapatra is there. So it will be good if they can get an opportunity to talk on this during the panel discussion, and also later on in an informal offline mode to get in touch with the FPOs and try to understand their insurance requirements so that we can develop products suiting their need.
Yes,
Thank you.
Mr. Poddar, they are already included in our next panel of discussions. They are most welcome, and we are eagerly waiting for their presentations in the next sessions, actually, definitely. So,
thank you very much.
So thank you very much for your kind participations. I think our next speaker is Mr. Pradeep Majumdar. He has told that he will be coming here after attending one important assignment in the assembly. So we are yet to get his confirmation right now. So I think we had a lot of deliberations in the morning, and to wrap up all those things, nobody is better than Dr. A.R. Khan from NABARD, who can sum up the entire things in a very lucid way to you for your understanding. So I think Sharnali, you can formally request Dr. Khan for the Good afternoon. I think we had a very wonderful discussion. So many eminent speakers, right from Mr. Nayar, representative from Samunati, then Madam Darbari from SFAC, Mr. Male Poddar from insurance company, and all of them have focused on 2-3 areas. One is the credit availability, which I do agree that there is a grossly inadequate. Madam was telling that maybe collectively only 500 to 600 FPOs could get the credit. I think that's true, because not much credit has gone to FPO segment. Maybe the reason that it is still emerging sector. Many of the banks are not aware of the business model, but slowly it is picking up. And I think NABARD has already floated a subsidiary for this, that is NAB Kisan Finance Limited. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Mr. Pradeep Majumdar, advisor to government. So, sir, I'll just continue few more points. So, what I was telling that we have already floated a subsidiary called NAB Kisan Finance Limited. I'll not talk much on that because they will be participating in the afternoon. That is one single agency which has done a lot of financing to FPOs, and the experiences that we gained through that funding, we are constantly sensitizing all the banks throughout the country, including West Bengal, to extend credit facility. But here, when we talk about the FPOs, then the credit is not straight away. FPOs need credit in a different way, right from the working capital, because if you look at the evolution of the FPOs, the stages which are involved, the different types of credit they require. They require short-term, medium-term, long-term, equity support, debt facility, insurance product, what Mr. Poddar was talking about. So it has to be customized. My focus here of telling is that the banks are extending credit for certain activities. But when you look at the business model of the FPO, each FPO has a distinct business model. One FPO's business model may not match with the other FPO because the commodities are different, the timings are different,
the scope of activities are different, the people are different, the market ecosystem is different. So this credit facility has to be customized, and that is what our friend from Samunati has presented, that every assistance to the farming sector, it has to be need-based and customized. So that was another focus which came from Samunati. The other areas which was talked about is that the hand-holding support and the market linkage. Again, Madam Darbari was talking about the role of the cluster-based business organizations. That is the focus of the new scheme which the Government of India has introduced, 10,000 FPOs, which yesterday our Secretary was also mentioning that the government is participating in that. So in that, the concept of having a cluster-based business organization, basically the function will be to coordinate different activities, handhold the FPOs in that area, right from the aggregation stage, mobilization stage, capacity building, market linkage, licensing issues, and all the logistics which the farmers or the FPOs themselves, they are not able to manage. This cluster-based business organization will be able to provide those support, and this is being set up by the implementing agencies. Right now there are about 13 implementing agencies identified by or impaneled by the Government of India. NABARD is one of them, SFAC, NCDC. Some of the state governments are also participating. NAFED is there. Many other organizations have also been impaneled. So in West Bengal also, once the notification is out, there will be many agencies who will be working on this, including NABARD, and each organization, depending upon the geography which they have been allocated, they have to set up a business, cluster-based business organizations for this. So that is another area where a lot of work has to be involved, and this will give a long way in giving focus and hand-holding support to the FPOs. Mr. Poddar was mentioning that he is already working with the government of West Bengal, and we already have that Bangla Shastra Bima Yojana, which is a very successful model. And now the use of technology in this sphere has been able to precisely assess the crop status. And that is another area, that is another dimension to this, that in insurance, the Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana and this Bangla Shastra Bima Yojana, in all these schemes, the technology, the greater use of technology is now being focused precisely to enhance the settlement rate, to get into the efficiency so that the settlement and the claim settlement is faster, assessment becomes precise and more objective. And with this in view, I think what he mentioned about the coverage is almost 90% in the state of West Bengal. So these are some of the discussion points which came up today morning. I just want to add a few more things from my side, that when we look at the FPO ecosystem, there are 3-4 areas which we have to focus. One is that for the credit, how to enhance the credit availability. One is that the banks have to come up and a customized product for this, but they need to be incentivized. So I think under the new scheme of the government, there is a provision for credit guarantee, which has been set up with NABARD of 1,000 crores fund to provide this credit guarantee support up to 2 crores to FPOs, all those FPOs which are covered under this scheme. This will give an incentive to the banks for providing credit. So I think that issue is being addressed through this credit guarantee mechanism. The other important area, yesterday I was talking about that FPOs, they have to be steered through a champion, somebody who can take the leadership role, and also the use of technology to reach out to the masses. So with this in view, NABARD has started incubating and promoting large number of agriculture startups, agri startups in this segment, and we have supported 7 institutions in the country to set up a center for incubating agri startups so that they can provide this support to the FPOs in their areas of operation. In West Bengal, we are supporting the IIT Kharagpur. They have already set up an agri-business incubation center, and we are providing the grant funding to them to incubate on an annual basis about 25 to 30 agri startups, so that our mission is that every district should have at least 1 or 2 agri startups to support FPOs in the production, in processing, in value addition, in marketing, in advisory services, whatever may be the expertise available. So with this, as of now, there are 7 agri startups, but they require the seed funding. All these agri startups, mainly you know that agri startups, they die at certain stage because of the paucity of seed fund. So for that also, NABARD is supporting through our another subsidiary, what we call NAV Ventures. Through NAV Ventures, we are providing a capital support to the agri startups so that they get incubated through these institutions and basically focused on FPOs, because so far reach was a problem. But now with the focus on aggregating these farmers into collectives, now I think they can directly contact and get linked to these FPOs and provide large scale facilities to masses. So I think these are some of the initiatives from our side, and through this conclave, we have a vision that will come out with a comprehensive strategic action plan to move forward for building a robust, meaningful and commercially viable agri ecosystem for the FPOs in the state of West Bengal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khan, for your deliberations. I think we are very happy to inform you that Sri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Advisor to Honorable Chief Minister, Government of West Bengal on Agriculture and other subjects, is with us now. In spite of his busy schedule, he could make it possible to be with us physically. We are obliged, sir, personally, sir, actually. And you know, Mr. Majumdar is the key person in the agriculture allied subjects in the West Bengal. And I don't like to brief about him in person to all of you. I think we are all eagerly waiting to hear from him about his messages to the, particularly these FPO members, those who are present here, as well as those who are listening. Large number of FPO members are listening through the YouTube and Facebook Live, his messages. So we are really happy to hear from you, sir. So I formally request Sharnali to formally request Mr. Sri Majumdar to.
Thank you, sirs. I would now like to welcome our guest of honor, Shri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister, Government of West Bengal, for his address. Sir, kindly join us on stage, please. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me apologize unconditionally for having joined you much late because I had some prior commitment. As you know, I am now also public representative, so I had some commitments to attend 2 standing committee meetings. One I could manage with partial attendance, the other one I requested them to start much earlier than usual. So that's why I couldn't have come earlier. So I missed a lot of deliberations. I had the privilege of listening to Dr. Khan briefly. He had been NABARD in general, and since Mr. Khan took over the reins in West Bengal or in this region, they had been pretty aggressive in supporting the endeavors of our agriculturists and agriculture sector. Well, power of aggregation. I am told there are lots of friends from the farming community, and I'm afraid our farmers are still not so conversant with English. So if I may have your permission, I will also like to speak to them primarily in my mother language, which is Bengali, which probably they understand better. Excuse me. মিটিং আছে, আমি একটু পরে করছি। আমার আজকের এখানে উপস্থিত ডক্টর খান, নাবার্ডের কর্ণধার, আমার ভাতৃসম শ্রী জয়ন্ত চক্রবর্তী, বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্সের তরফ থেকে ওনার আহ্বানে আমি এসেছি। উপস্থিত বিশিষ্ট ভদ্রমণ্ডলী, আমার অত্যন্ত প্রিয় কৃষক ভাইরা এবং যারা গোষ্ঠী তৈরি করেছেন কৃষকদের, এবং সুধীবৃন্দ। কৃষিক্ষেত্রে ভবিষ্যতের উন্নয়ন স্বার্থে অনেক ম্যানেজমেন্ট জার্গন আমরা শুনতে অভ্যস্ত। সাধারণত আমরা কৃষি নিয়ে যখন এই ধরনের একটা পরিবেশে আলোচনায় নিবদ্ধ হই, প্রথম কথা শুনতে পাই খুব আশ্চর্যজনকভাবে যে আমাদের উৎপাদন বাড়াতে হবে, খাদ্য আমাদের নিরাপত্তা আনতে হবে। আমরা এখনও 60-এর দশকে পড়ে আছি, যখন 44 কোটির কম জনসংখ্যা ছিল, আমরা দুবেলা মানুষকে খাওয়াতে পারিনি। আমরা 160 লক্ষ টন চাল গম আর 10 লক্ষ টন চাল PL 480 নামক একটি অনুদানের মাধ্যমে পেয়েছিলাম। এই অবধি হয়তো কেউ কেউ আমার মতন পক্ষকেশ যদি কেউ থেকে থাকেন তাদের স্মরণ থাকবে, বা যারা এই নিয়ে পড়াশুনো করেন। কিন্তু যেটা জানেন না, 6 জুন 1966 সালে এই অনুদানের বিনিময়ে ভারতবর্ষকে 32% টাকার মূল্য হ্রাস করতে হয়েছিল রাতারাতি। তারপরে ওই জাহাজ, প্রথম জাহাজ আমেরিকার থেকে ছেড়েছিল। সেই অবস্থা থেকে আমাদের কৃষক ভাই বোনেরা কৃষি বিজ্ঞানী, সম্প্রসারক, কৃষি প্রশাসকদের হাত ধরে তারা জনসংখ্যা 44 কোটির 3 গুণের বেশি বেরিয়ে যাওয়ার পরেও তারা কিন্তু দুবেলা নিজেদের উৎপাদিত ফসল খাইয়ে উদ্বৃত্ত উৎপাদন করছেন। এই সমস্যা, কৃষিক্ষেত্রে যে চাঞ্চল্য, রাবণ রাজে ব্যবসায়ী প্রতিষ্ঠানের হাতে সর্বস্ব তুলে দেওয়ার এই অভিসন্ধির আগেও যে চাঞ্চল্য ছিল, সেই চাঞ্চল্যের একটি মূল কারণ দিশাহীনভাবে উৎপাদন বাড়ানো, চাহিদার থেকে বেশি উৎপাদন বাড়ানো, এবং তার জন্যে চাহিদার অভাবে উপযুক্ত দাম না পাওয়া। অক্লান্ত পরিশ্রমের ফলস্বরূপ কৃষক ভাই বোনেরা যে উৎপাদন ঘরে তোলেন, তার ক্রেতা থাকলেও উপযুক্ত দাম দিয়ে কেনার কেউ থাকে না। এমএসপি চালু করে গেছিলেন স্বর্গত জগজীবন রামজি। উদ্দেশ্য অন্য ছিল। আজকে এমএসপি দিয়ে কিছু শস্য কেনা হয়, তা উৎপাদনের 20% কম। সেটাও সঠিকভাবে কেনা হয় না। উপমা স্বরূপ আমি বলতে বাধ্য হচ্ছি, সম্পূর্ণ দায়িত্ব নিয়ে আপনাদের কাছে পরিবেশন করছি। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ, যেখানে 97% বেশি কৃষকরা হচ্ছেন প্রান্তিক এবং ক্ষুদ্র, তারা সম্মিলিতভাবে এই রাজ্যে 2.5 কোটি টন ধান উৎপাদন করেন। যা ভারতবর্ষের প্রতিটি রাজ্যের উৎপাদনের তুলনায় সব থেকে বেশি। কারা করেন? আমাদের প্রান্তিক এবং ক্ষুদ্র চাষিরা। ভারত সরকার অতিমারির সময়ে 70% এই ধানের উৎপাদন ভারতবর্ষের বিভিন্ন রাজ্য থেকে কিনেছেন। 70% ভারতবর্ষের উৎপাদিত ধান ন্যূনতম সহায়ক মূল্যে। 2.5 কোটির 70% যদি কিনতেন তাহলে কি পরিস্থিতি দাঁড়াতো? ওরা কিনলেন 111 লক্ষ টন ধান, তেলেঙ্গানায় 82 লক্ষ টন, অন্ধ্রপ্রদেশে 70 লক্ষ টন, আমাদের পার্শ্ববর্তী রাজ্য উড়িষ্যা থেকে 82 লক্ষ টন, উত্তরপ্রদেশ থেকে। সকলেই কিন্তু পশ্চিমবঙ্গের কৃষকদের থেকে কম উৎপাদন করেছিলেন। 45 লক্ষ টন কিনলেন হরিয়ানা থেকে, যেখানে মাপ করবেন 49 লক্ষ টন, আর 5 লক্ষ টন বাসমতির ধান, সেটা সরকার কেনেন না ন্যূনতম সহায়ক মূল্যে, পুরোটাই কিনলেন। পাঞ্জাব থেকে কিনলেন 162 লক্ষ টন, 24 লক্ষ টন বাসমতির ধান সরকার কেনে না, সেটা বাদ দিয়ে 100%। কিন্তু যেখানে ক্ষুদ্র আর প্রান্তিক চাষিরা 2.5 কোটি টন সব থেকে বেশি ধান উৎপাদন করলেন, সেখান থেকে 1 লক্ষ টনও কিনলেন না। তো আমাদের কৃষকদের সমস্যা হচ্ছে উৎপাদিত ফসল বাজারের চাহিদা নির্ভর হওয়া চাই। এই বাজারের চাহিদা নির্ণয় করার জন্যে আমি মনে করি চেম্বার্স অফ কমার্সের মতন সংগঠন যদি দায়িত্ব নেন, আমাদের ক্ষুদ্র এবং প্রান্তিক চাষিরা অনেক বেশি উদ্বুদ্ধ হবেন, উপকৃত হবেন। নিশ্চয়ই পাওয়ার অফ অ্যাগ্রিগেশন আমার অত্যন্ত ঘনিষ্ঠ প্রভাস শর্মাজি, যিনি প্রথম ক্ষুদ্র চাষিদের স্বার্থে তিনি একটি সংগঠন তৈরি করেন ভারত সরকারের কৃষি দপ্তরের মাধ্যমে। তিনি অ্যাডিশনাল সেক্রেটারি অফ গভর্নমেন্ট অফ ইন্ডিয়া ছিলেন। এই দায়িত্ব পালন করতে করতে এর ভেতরে এত নিবিড়ভাবে যুক্ত হন, তিনি তার অত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ চাকরি থেকে ইস্তফা দিয়ে এখন নিজেই ফার্মার্স প্রডিউসার অর্গানাইজেশন সৃষ্টি করে তাদের ভেতরে সমন্বিতভাবে তিনি বিভিন্ন কৃষি সামগ্রী বিক্রির ব্যবস্থা করেছেন। কৃষকদের সংগঠিত হওয়ার প্রয়োজনীয়তা সম্বন্ধে কোনো দ্বিমত নেই। পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকার এই ধরনের নতুন গাইডলাইন, 2 কোটি টাকার ঋণ দেওয়ার গ্যারেন্টি, এইসব নানা রকম প্রতিশ্রুতির ভেতর আরও কিছু ভালো ভালো প্রতিশ্রুতি পাওয়ার আগেই আমাদের এখানে মার্কেটিং কৃষি বিপণন দপ্তর আমাদের অলরেডি আমাদের 100-র ওপর FPO সৃষ্টি করেছেন। আমি একটু পরে বলছি আপনাকে। আমাদের FPOর হোতা আমাদের অতিরিক্ত মুখ্য সচিব উদ্যান পালন বিভাগের, তিনি ফোন করছিলেন, সেই জন্যে আমি বললাম একটু পরে বলবো। আমাদের উদ্যান পালন বিভাগ, কৃষি বিভাগ এবং সর্বোপরি কৃষি বিপণন বিভাগ আমাদের এখানে 150-র ওপর FPO খুব ভালোভাবে সংগঠিত করে চালু রেখেছেন। আমরা আশা করব যে এই ধরনের যে ভারত সরকারের প্রতিশ্রুতিমণ্ডিত আরও সুযোগ সুবিধা সম্বলিত, যার সম্বন্ধে ডক্টর খান অত্যন্ত আন্তরিকতার সঙ্গে আপনাদের বোঝানোর চেষ্টা করলেন, অনেক কিছু সুযোগ সুবিধে দেওয়ার প্রতিশ্রুতি আছে ওর ভেতরে। আমি আশা করব যে সেই প্রতিশ্রুতি অক্ষরে অক্ষরে পালিত হবে। উনি যেমন ভারত সরকারের কৃষি বীমা সম্বন্ধে বললেন। আমাদের অভিজ্ঞতা, রাজ্য সরকার তখনও কৃষকদের দেয় প্রিমিয়ামের অংশ দিতেন, অর্থাৎ কিনা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের কৃষকরা তখনও নিখরচায় 2013 সাল থেকে বীমা করার সুযোগ পেতেন, কিন্তু শতকরা 30% বেশি কেউ নাম তুলতে পারতেন না। দিনের পর দিন লাইনে গিয়ে দাঁড়িয়ে সো কল্ড পোর্টালের খালি চক্র কাটা দেখতেন, এবং যেগুলো কাস্টমার সার্ভিস সেন্টার ওরা করেছিলেন তাদের ওখানে আইন শৃঙ্খলা বিপর্যস্ত হওয়ার পরিস্থিতি হতো। বাধ্য হয়ে আমরা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকার, তারা এমনিতেই নিখরচায় বীমার ব্যবস্থা করতেন, সেটা এখন 100% রাজ্য সরকার বিগত 2 বছর ধরে করছেন। এগ্রিকালচারাল ইন্স্যুরেন্স কর্পোরেশনের টেকনোলজি বেসড যে আমাদের শস্য বীমার আয়োজন আছে, সেখানে প্রায় আপনারা শুনেছেন ওই এগ্রিকালচারাল ইন্স্যুরেন্স কর্পোরেশনের চেয়ারম্যান বলেছেন আপনাদেরকে প্রায় 90% কৃষক পরিবারকে আমরা তাদের উৎপাদনের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা বীমাকরণ করতে পেরেছি। কেন 30%-র বেশি করা যায়নি, এই প্রশ্নের জবাব ভারত সরকার আমাদের দেননি। সেই জন্যে ওনাদের প্রতিশ্রুতির সঙ্গে কাজের খুব দুঃখজনকভাবে গরমিল থাকে। তবে কৃষকদের হাত থেকে কিছু মুষ্টিমেয় কয়েকজন ব্যবসায়িক সম্প্রদায়ের হাতে কৃষির পণ্য সম্পূর্ণভাবে তুলে দেওয়ার যে ব্যবস্থা হয়েছে, সেই ব্যবস্থার থেকে পরিত্রাণ পাওয়ার জন্যে কৃষক সমাজ, বিশেষ করে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের যেখানে ক্ষুদ্র এবং প্রান্তিক চাষি ভাইরা আমাদের ভবিষ্যৎ কৃষিক্ষেত্রে দায়িত্ব পালন করেন এবং অত্যন্ত দক্ষতার সঙ্গে করেন, তাদের কিন্তু সংঘবদ্ধ হওয়ার অত্যন্ত প্রয়োজনীয়তা আছে। আমি যেমন একদিকে ঋণের ব্যবস্থা করার জন্যে ভারত সরকারের বিভিন্ন রকমের প্রতিশ্রুতির কি রূপায়ণ হবে আমি জানি না, কারণ মৎস্য দপ্তরের তরফ থেকে আমরা আমাদের গুরুত্বপূর্ণ যে আইনসভা আছে দিল্লিতে, আমরা লোকসভা বলে থাকি, রাজ্যসভা বলে থাকি, আপার হাউস, লোয়ার হাউস অ্যান্ড আপার হাউস, সেখানে বিগত 2টি বাজেটের স্পিচে আমরা শুনেছিলাম মৎস্য চাষিদের কিষাণ ক্রেডিট কার্ডের মাধ্যমে ঋণে যে সুদ দিতে হয় তাতে যথাযথ আমরা ছাড় দিয়ে আমরা মৎস্য চাষে উৎসাহিত করতে পারব, কৃষকরা সেই ঋণ পাবেন। সেই অলৌকিক স্বপ্ন বিগত 2 বছর ধরে আমি নাবার্ডের সহায়তা নিয়েও, আমাদের যে স্টেট লেভেল ব্যাংকার্স কমিটির মিটিং হয় সেখানে আমরা বহুবার আবেদন করেছি, নিবেদন করেছি। আজ অবধি পশ্চিমবঙ্গে 2% যারা মৎস্যজীবী আছেন তারা কেসিসির কোনো সহায়তা পাননি। এই হচ্ছে ঘোষণা আর রূপায়ণে বিরাট পার্থক্য। সেই জন্যে আমার কৃষক ভাই বোনেদের কাছে অনুরোধ, আপনারা সংগঠিত হন, এফপিওর ধারা ধরে যা যা করণীয় আপনারা সেগুলো আপনারা এর আগেও সুযোগ পেয়েছেন, ভবিষ্যতেও পাবেন। আমি আশা করি আমাদের নাবার্ডের যে দক্ষ অভিজ্ঞ কর্ণধার এখানে এসছেন ডক্টর খান, তার আন্তরিকতা আছে, তার আন্তরিক সহযোগিতার উপরে আমরা নির্ভর করি। আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই সহায়তা পাবেন, অলৌকিক স্বপ্নের ওপরে ভেসে যাবেন না। চেম্বার্সের যারা কর্ণধার, যারা এই আলোচনা সভার আয়োজন করেছেন, হয়তো এখন একটু দুঃখ পাচ্ছেন আমাকে বলতে বলায়, কারণ আমি সারা জীবন কৃষকদের স্বার্থে কাজ করেছি। আমি খুব একটা যে ভালো বক্তা তা নয়, কিন্তু সত্যি কথা সত্যিভাবে বলতে পারি এবং তার জন্য আমার কোনো কুণ্ঠাবোধ হয় না। আমার রাজ্যের মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী তিনি এই ধরনের বক্তব্য সমর্থন করেন, কারণ সোজা কথা সোজাভাবে বলাই উচিত। আমি চেম্বার্সের কর্ণধারদের কাছে এর আগেও বহুবার বলেছি, আজও বলছি, আপনারা কৃষিক্ষেত্রে কমার্স অ্যান্ড ইন্ডাস্ট্রির কর্ণধাররা তারা সুনিশ্চিতভাবে আপনারা ইন্ডাস্ট্রির ক্ষেত্রে যেভাবে চাহিদা নির্ণয় করেন এবং সেইভাবে আপনারা ডাফটেল করেন প্রোডাকশন প্ল্যানিং দিয়ে, তাতেও সবসময় যে বিপর্যয় এড়ানো যায় তা নয়, কিন্তু সাধারণত আপনাদের বিচক্ষণতা চাহিদা নির্ণয় করার অপরিসীম। কৃষিক্ষেত্রে আমাদের সেই ধরনের ব্যবস্থা প্রায় নেই। আমরা মোটামুটি পশ্চিমবঙ্গের রাজ্যে আমরা যেসব জিনিসের অবধারিত চাহিদা বেশি সেইখানে আমরা ফসলের বিকল্প ফসলের চাষ এনে আমরা অনেক ক্ষেত্রে যেখানে গড় উৎপাদনের হার ধানের ক্ষেত্রে কম ছিল রাজ্যের গড়ের থেকে, সেসব জায়গায় আমরা ডাল শস্য, তৈলবীজ এবং বিশেষ করে ভুট্টার চাষ আমরা বহুগুণ বাড়িয়েছি, যার ফলে অনেকের ভ্রুকুটি সত্ত্বেও আমাদের কৃষকদের হাতে অনেক বেশি পয়সা এসেছে। আমরা তাদের সহায়তা দেওয়ার জন্য রাজ্য সরকার থেকে বাৎসরিক একরে 10,000 টাকা, এবং যেহেতু আমাদের এখানে অনেক প্রান্তিক চাষি আছেন, ন্যূনতম 4,000 টাকা করে আর্থিক সহায়তা দেওয়া হয়। কারণ আমাদের এখানে অনেক দৌড়দৌড়ি করেও, অনেক জুতোর শুকতলা খইয়েও, অনেক ভারত সরকারের প্রতিশ্রুতি, আরবিআইয়ের গাইডলাইন, নাবার্ডের সচেষ্ট থাকা সত্ত্বেও আমরা বেশিরভাগ কৃষক তারা কেসিসির সহায়তা পান না। আমরা বলে বলে অনেক চেষ্টা করেও সফলতা সেইভাবে অর্জন করতে না পারায় মানবিক আমাদের মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী কৃষকদের স্বার্থে এই ব্যবস্থা করেছেন। যেমন অনেক প্রচেষ্টা করেও আমরা কিছুতেই 30% বেশি পূর্বের যে এখানে শস্য বীমার ব্যবস্থা ছিল তাতে 30% বেশি কৃষক পরিবারের ক্ষেত্র আমরা ফসল বীমার ভুক্ত করতে পারিনি, সেই জন্য রাজ্য সরকারকে করতে হয়েছে। এছাড়াও রাজ্য বহুভাবে সহায়তা করেন। আমরা সেখানে যদি ভারত সরকারের সহায়তা পাই, ওরা যে চিঠির মারফতে এই প্রস্তাব ভারত সরকার আমাদের কাছে দিয়েছিলেন যে 10,000 FPO তারা দেশময় করবেন, এই পরিকল্পনা করেছেন, তার ভেতরে 24টি FPOর অনুদান দিয়েছিলেন পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারকে। মাননীয় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী জানতে চেয়েছিলেন 24টা 10,000-এ পশ্চিমবঙ্গের কিভাবে এই ভাগ আসে। আমি কৃতজ্ঞ আমাদের মাননীয় মুখ্য সচিবের কাছে, তিনি তৎক্ষণাৎ এটা নাবার্ডের কর্ণধার এবং তার সঙ্গে সঙ্গে আমাদের কৃষি দপ্তরের সঙ্গে আলোচনায় রত হন, এবং ওনারা বলেছেন একটি জেলায় একটি করে FPO বিশেষ একটি ফসলের ওপরে গুরুত্ব দিয়ে করা হবে। তার মানে আমার যদি এখানে 21টি জেলায় 21টি, 24টি অংশে 24টি হয়, 24টি বিভিন্ন ফসলের ওপর করতে হবে। আমি এরকম নিধান শুনিনি। যেমন চাহিদা থাক আর না থাক, সরকারি সহায়তায় যদি ধান চাষের বীজ পান, সেটা ওনারা যা ধান বলবেন সেই ধানের বীজ বুনে আপনি বীজটা বিনা পয়সায় বা অল্প পয়সায় পেলেন, তারপরে তার উৎপাদিত ফসলটা কি করবেন সেটা নিয়ে ভারত সরকারের চিন্তা নেই, আপনার ঘাড়ে চড়িয়ে দিলেন, এরকম ব্যাপার আর কি। তো যাই হোক, আমার আবেদন, যারা কৃষক সম্প্রদায় থেকে এসছেন আপনারা FPO সংগঠিত হন। আপনাদের যা যা সহায়তা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকার থেকে দেওয়ার প্রতিশ্রুতি আছে তা অক্ষরে অক্ষরে রূপায়িত হবে, পালন করা হবে। আমাদের ব্যাংক থেকে যতটুকু সহায়তা আপনাদের কাছে দেওয়া সম্ভব তা তারা দেবেন। নাবার্ডের মতন রিফাইন্যান্সিং বডি যেখানে তার কর্ণধার আপনাদের কাছে প্রতিশ্রুতি দিচ্ছেন, আমি নিশ্চিত আপনাদের অসুবিধে কম হবে। এবং সর্বোপরি আপনারা যদি চাহিদার ওপরে লক্ষ্য রেখে নিজেরা সেই স্ট্যান্ডার্ড মিট করার চেষ্টা করেন, আজকে কৃষি বিজ্ঞান আমাদের সেই ক্ষমতা এবং দক্ষতা দিয়েছে যে আমরা ফসল অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই আমরা কাস্টমাইজ করতে পারি। কাস্টমাইজ কথাটার অর্থ কি? আমার চাহিদা, আমি কলা নেব, তাতে কোনো পাকা কলা এমন হবে তাতে কোনো দাগ থাকবে না, এমন হবে ওপর থেকে তলা অবধি খাবো, কাঁচা মনে হবে না। আপনি সেই অনুযায়ী করে সেটাকে রাইপেন করে বৈজ্ঞানিক পদ্ধতিতে আপনি সেটা সরবরাহ করতে পারবেন। এইটা হচ্ছে চাহিদার সঙ্গে মিল রেখে করা হচ্ছে কাস্টমাইজেশন। আজ থেকে 4 দশক 5 দশক আগে আমরা বুক ঠুকে বলতে পারতাম না কৃষিক্ষেত্রে আমরা কাস্টমাইজ করতে পারি। আজ আমরা বলতে পারি। আপনারা জানেন আলফানসো বলে একটি আম আছে, আমাদের মহারাষ্ট্রে হয়। সেই আমের চাহিদা আরব দেশে অত্যন্ত বেশি। ওর একটা নিজস্ব সুগন্ধ আছে, যে গন্ধটা আমাদের এখানে ওর থেকে ভালো সুস্বাদু আম হয়, কিন্তু সেই গন্ধ আমরা পাই না। সেই আম যখন ওঠে এবং বর্ষা শুরু হওয়ার আগে অবধি বিশাল দামে রপ্তানি হয়, কিন্তু প্রতি বছর সেই আম হয় না। এই অ্যালফানসোর ওপরে একটি নতুন, এখন আর নতুন বলা যায় না, আমি যখন এই ব্যাপারে লিপ্ত ছিলাম, একটি কেমিক্যাল আছে ছোট্ট, মানে হোমিওপ্যাথিক ডোজে দিতে হয়, তার নাম যাই হোক প্যাক্লোবুট্রাজল। সেই কেমিক্যালটি দিলে আপনি গাছের ফলনকে এগিয়ে আনতে পারবেন। অর্থাৎ কিনা মে মাসের বদলে এখন মার্চ মাসের সেই আম পাওয়া যাচ্ছে। বর্ষার সময় হয়, 4 মাস ধরে তারা অনায়াসে অনেক বেশি দামে সেই আম রপ্তানি করতে পারছেন এবং প্রতি বছর ফলন করানো যাচ্ছে। অবশ্যই তার জন্যে কিছু রীতিনীতি আছে, গাছের খাদ্য সম্ভার সেই অনুযায়ী দিতে হয়, পরিবেশন করতে হয়, যাতে গাছ রুগ্ন না হয়ে যায়। তো এগুলো আজকে বিজ্ঞান আমাদের সেই সুযোগ দিয়েছে এবং কৃষক উপকৃত হতে পারেন, উপভোক্তারা তাদের চাহিদা অনেক ভালোভাবে মেটাতে পারেন। এরকম অনেক উপমা আছে। সেই জন্যেই আমি বলছি, আপনারা যারা ভালো চাহিদা নির্ণয় করতে পারেন, those who are capable of really assessing the demand in other parts of the world, including other parts of our own country, help our farmers with those indicators, tell them what they should produce. FPOs will standardize. Agricultural extension officers and extension experts and scientists together will work to make sure that such standards are achieved by our farmers. Help them if you really mean to help them. Organizing a sophisticated seminar or a conclave may add few feathers to your cap, but at the ground level, it will not help our farmers. I'm afraid. I'm telling you from the core of my heart. I have worked in the industry. I have also worked in the agricultural sector, thanks to my chief minister. I know what hurts our farmers little better than those who are totally involved in managing industry. But I also know your strength. Your assessment of the current demand, your assessment of the future trend in demand are unique. No other sector can be compared. Therefore, please help them if you really mean to help them. Help them in developing supply chain, developing pack houses, guide them, invest yourself in agro industry, and then encourage them to give you the feedstocks, the inputs, their outputs, which will be customized to meet your demand. And then, once, like in self-help group, we have Mahashanghos. When the FPOs form their Mahashanghos, they will also probably, maybe a decade later, they will try to also export themselves. Why not? Alfonso growers don't go through middlemen. They do it themselves. Many of them. I know several mango growers in Ratnagiri who are exporters themselves. I know lots of grape growers in Nasik who are exporters themselves. So time will come. Yes, we have a handicap. Our farmers have small holdings. They are marginal. Larger groups are marginal, and there are few small farmers. We don't have any big farmer. It's lack of mutation for decades, which has resulted in getting few chunks of plots still in the name of few names. But now that the mutation and land taxes have been done away with by our Honorable Chief Minister in the state, there is lot of encouragement to get the land records straight. Every day, the lands are getting mutated. So a time will come soon in West Bengal where we'll have 100% of the cultivable land in the hands of our minor and marginal farmers. So they have to form FPOs. But FPOs will succeed if the industry, the captains of the industry, take it on themselves to also assess the requirement, not only within the country, but even outside the country, of agricultural commodities. Share it with the FPOs in this kind of fora, and certainly they will meet the challenge and they will prosper. আমি যেটা অনুরোধ করলাম আপনাদের হয়ে, আমাদের যারা শিল্পের কর্তা ব্যক্তি, যারা এই ধরনের ঐতিহ্যমণ্ডিত বেঙ্গল চেম্বার্স অফ কমার্সের কর্ণধার আছেন, তাদের যে তারা দেশে এবং বিদেশে আমাদের কৃষি পণ্যের চাহিদা অনেক ভালোভাবে নির্ণয় করতে পারবেন, তারা যদি এই নির্ণয় করে আপনাদের কাছে পৌঁছে দেন এই সংবাদ, এই ধরনের আলোচনা সভা আরও বেশি সফল হবে। তাহলেই আমরা যে আর্থিক সংগঠনগুলো, নাবার্ডের মতন সংগঠনরা যারা এগিয়ে আসবে আপনাদের আর্থিক সহায়তা দিয়ে, এই মূল লক্ষ্য হবে আপনাদের উৎপাদিত ফসল যাতে সমাদৃত হয় দেশে এবং বিদেশে, এবং আপনারা উচিত দাম তা পেতে পারেন, তবেই হবে এই প্রচেষ্টা সফল। আর এই ধরনের আলোচনা হবে সত্যিকারের উপকারী। এই বলে আপনাদের সকলকে নিরাশ করার জন্য আমার বক্তব্যে আমি ক্ষমা চেয়ে নিয়ে আপনাদের সকলকে ধন্যবাদ জানাই। ও আপনারা ধৈর্য ধরে এই কথাগুলো শুনলেন বলে আমি নিশ্চিত আপনাদের ভালো লাগেনি, কিন্তু আমি আমার মন থেকে বলি, সেই জন্যে যদি আপনাদের কাউকে কোনোভাবে ব্যথা দিয়ে থাকি ক্ষমা করবেন। আমি এদের হয়ে কথা বলি এবং যা বলি মনে আসে, যা উপলব্ধি করি সেইটাই ব্যক্ত করি। ধন্যবাদ।
অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ শ্রী প্রদীপ মজুমদার মহাশয়কে। আমার মনে হয় আজকে উনি যে কথাটা বললেন, মনের কথা বলেছেন, এবং উনি যে কটা ওনার প্রোগ্রাম আমরা অ্যাটেন্ড করেছি সব জায়গাতেই আমরা দেখেছি শ্রী মজুমদার কৃষকের স্বার্থেই পুরো কথাটা বলেন, এবং ওনার বক্তব্যের সিংহভাগ জুড়ে থাকে হচ্ছে ক্ষুদ্র এবং প্রান্তিক চাষিদের উন্নতি নিয়ে। আজকে ওনার যে সাজেশন যে বেঙ্গল চেম্বার অফ কমার্সের মতো ঐতিহ্যবাহী সংগঠন তার এক্সপার্টাইজ দিয়ে আজকে ভারতবর্ষে বা পশ্চিমবঙ্গের বিভিন্ন জেলার যে ক্রপ প্রোডাকশন হয় তার ডিমান্ড অ্যাসেস করা এবং এক্সপোর্টের কি অপরচুনিটি আছে সেই নিয়ে কাজ করার জন্য আমরা চেম্বারের তরফ থেকে ওনাকে প্রতিশ্রুতি দিচ্ছি যে আমরা এই নিয়ে কাজকর্ম করব, এবং সেখানে আমরা ন্যাবার্ডকে এবং আরও সহযোগী সংস্থাকে সঙ্গে নিয়ে আমরা যাতে নাকি মূল্যায়ন করে যাতে আপনারা আরও বেশি উপকৃত হন, যে আপনাদের উৎপাদিত ফসল কোন জায়গায় বিক্রি হবে, তার কি দাম থাকতে পারে, এই ধরনের প্রযুক্তিগত সহায়তা আপনাদের সঙ্গে করতে পারবো আমরা। তো আমি এই বলে আজকে স্বর্ণালীকে দিচ্ছি আমাদের অনুষ্ঠানের সমাপ্তি ঘোষণা করার জন্য এবং অনুষ্ঠানের আরও ফর্মালিটিস করার জন্য।
Thank you, sirs. As a mark of our respect, we would like to hand over mementos to all our esteemed panelists. May I request Dr. A.R. Khan to kindly hand over the memento to Shri Pradeep Kumar Mojumdar on stage. For the esteemed panelists who joined us online, we'll have the mementos send it across to your office. We will now begin with a panel discussion, Industry Market Connect and Export Infrastructure, End-to-End Solutions for FPOs, Supporting Farmers, Nurturing Enterprises, Enabling Growth. The session will be chaired by Shri Jayanta Chakraborty, Chairperson, Agriculture and Rural Development, the Bengal Chamber, and will be moderated by Shri Shamrat Mukherjee, DGM, NABARD, Kolkata. May I request Mr. Mukherjee to kindly join Mr. Chakraborty on stage, please. Among the panelists, we have Shri R. Siddhesh, Chief Risk Officer, AIC India Limited. So request you to kindly join us on stage. The other panelists who would be joining us online are Shri Pankaj Bhatt, AVP, FPO Business, NCDEX, Institute of Commodity Markets and Research. Mr. Rishi Nathani, Head, Business Development and Marketing, Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited. Shri Amit Tripathi, CEO, Geolife Agritech Private Limited. Shri Rajesh Singh, Bear Corporation Science. Welcome all.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our apologies to the panelists for delay in starting our panel discussions on industry, market connect, and export infrastructure, end-to-end solution for FPOs. I think in the first session we had a very engrossing deliberations from the experts like Sri S.S. Nair, General Manager APEDA, then Sri Anil Kumar SG, Founder and CEO Samunnati, then Srimati Nilkamal Darbari, IS, MD, SFSC, Mr. Malay Kumar Poddar, CMD from AIC India Limited, Sri Pradeep Kumar Majumdar, who has just finished his motivating speech to others, and of course Dr. A.R. Khan, Chief General Manager of NABARD also. Now this session is very important, and Mr. Sri Shamrat Mukherjee, DGM NABARD, will be the rapporteur for this sessions also. And I heartily welcome Sri Pankaj Bhatt, ABP, FPO Business, NCDEX, Institute of Commodity Market and Research, Sri Nishi Nathani, Head Business Development and Marketing, Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited, MCX Digital, Sri R. Siddhesh, Chief Risk Officer, AIC India Limited, Sri Amit Tripathi, CEO, Geolife Agritech Private Limited, Sri Rajesh Singh, Bayer Crop Science Digital, Rajesh Singh from Bayer Crop Science. You see, these sessions we are designing mostly exclusively for the FPO. So we will be interested to know from all the esteemed speakers if they primarily focus their deliberations on their initiatives, their priorities, and their directions directing towards the FPO and the FPC in particular. So I request to start with Sri Pankaj Bhatt, ABP, FPO Business, NCDX Institute of Commodity and Market Research to start with. Before he starts, Mr. Sri Samrat Mukherjee, DGM NABARD, will give his few points.
Good afternoon to every one of you here. যারা আমাদের FPOর মেম্বার্স যারা এসছেন, তারপর অন্য স্টেক হোল্ডার্স যারা এখানে আছেন, এই যে এই পুরো প্রোগ্রামটা করা হচ্ছে FPO কনক্লেভ নিয়ে, এইখানে সব রকম স্টেক হোল্ডার্স যারা আছে আর তাদের মধ্যে যারা মানে ইনস্টিটিউশনে আছে যারা ডিসিশন নেয়, তাদের স্পিচ, তাদের ডেলিভারেশনসগুলো শোনার জন্য আপনাদের এখানে মানে ইনভাইট করা হয়েছে। এইখান থেকে ইম্পর্ট্যান্ট পয়েন্টসগুলো যেগুলো কথা বলা হচ্ছে সেগুলো নোট করবেন, বিকজ FPO যদি আগে বাড়তে চায় ওই জিনিসগুলো কীরকমভাবে আপনারা বুঝছেন আর নিজেদের মেম্বার্সকে বোঝাতে পাচ্ছেন, তো ওটা হচ্ছে সবচেয়ে বড় ইম্পর্ট্যান্ট জিনিস। কিছু স্পিচ ইংলিশে হয়েছে, বাট আমাদের বেঙ্গল চেম্বারের সাথে আমাদের যা ইন্টারাকশন হয়েছে তাতে আমরা স্পেশালি প্যানেল ডিসকাশন রেখেছি। প্যানেল ডিসকাশনের ইম্পর্টেন্স যে ইনস্টিটিউশন স্টেক হোল্ডার যারা যাদের প্রোডাক্ট আছে, যারা মার্কেট কানেক্ট করাতে পারে FPOর সাথে, তারা যে কথাবার্তা বলবেন, এই প্যানেল ডিসকাশনে কিছু যদি কোয়েশ্চেন আনসার হয়, কিছু কোয়েরি হয় যেটা মানে জানতে পারলে বেনিফিট হবে আপনাদের, ওইরকমভাবে আপনারা মানে একটু অ্যাবজর্ব করবেন, শুনবেন। অ্যান্ড আমাদের স্পিকার্সদেরকে I'll request the speakers to delve into important points which has a very good farmer connect and FPO connect, so that the participants and audience who are here, they can relate to what they are doing and how they can improve their performance. So this is the basic outline je puro session ta erokom bhabe cholbe. Thank you. So first speaker we have
Pankaj Bhatt, ABB, FPO Business, NCDX.
Thank you, Jayanji. Thank you, Mr. Samrat. And I would like to congratulate on the first Bengal Chambers of Commerce for arranging this conclave, and also to acknowledge the FPOs to be part of Chambers of Commerce, and they are a corporate entity, we can say, in the coming years also. And also like to congratulate and convey my greetings to the NABARD team also, which is doing an immense job in creating FPOs and holding the FPOs. I have been in regular conversations with some of the DDMs across the country, and the work they were putting in the ground level for creating FPOs and doing the work for the FPOs has been very commendable. To start with my overall discussion, I would like to start with some of the anecdotes which I myself in my previous experiences in the perishable commodities and now into the non-perishable, working with mandis farmers, has come across in relevance to the FPOs. And FPOs will be left with some questions to answers after some of the experience from the personal life and the anecdotes which I will be sharing right now. So I have worked with in the Azadpur Mandi, Delhi, which is the Asia's largest mandi, and we used to see with the capacity of Big Bazaar and Reliance, we used to see that the Bengal, the vegetables from the Bengals or the fruit from the Bengal were the first to hit the market. Now, usual trend is when some new crop comes in the market, in the mandi, the price will be realized will be the highest. But the produce which used to come from Bengal, which is coming from the Bengal, the lady's finger, the brinjal, the cabbage, the cauliflowers, and the fruits like lychee, mango, malda, wasn't able to get such premium price because of the early start. This made us thought, okay, what else could have been done with this? Then the second instance, which is yesterday, Mr. Vilas Shinde from Shayadri Farm told us, the major effect of his growth has come from the quality, the standardization, and the homogeneity of the products which they are procuring from the farmers and which they are dealing with. So, and then the third anecdote is when talking to one of the biggest retailer in the country, online retailer, who 70% procurement in fruits and vegetables come from the farmers, but not from the FPOs. Why they are not buying from the FPO and directly buying from the farmer or from the traders? The answer was that they are not able to do better business with the FPO. They are not able to get the same type of quality across the year, and the governance issue which they face. So that's why they are not connecting with there. I'm leaving these anecdotes for later on discussion and how it is the roadblocks in the linkages when we talk about the FPOs. And I would like to present presentation, if presentation can be shown in the screen, and I would like to keep my medium of speaking will be in the Hindi for better reach with the farmers who and the FPOs who are there to attend. So I request the presentation to be shown. NCDX, I have represent NCDX, which is commodity exchange, and one must be wondering why the FPOs and other things which are going in the exchange. What is the link between FPO and an exchange? NCDX has formed a full-time team of 10 to 11 people who are working with FPO and enabling them with coming to the exchange, their growth, their linkages, and they're working very aggressively since 2016. And why, how it is happening, how it is done, and what are the nuances of all these practices which we are doing will be explained later on this in the PPT. So next slide, please. अभी तक और सभी फोरम्स में हमारे चैलेंजेस के बारे में बात करते हैं। एफपीओ का क्रेडिट का चैलेंज, एफपीओ को लिंकेजेस का चैलेंज होता है, एफपीओ गवर्नेंस का चैलेंज होता है। बट व्हाई दीस चैलेंजेस, ये क्यों चैलेंज आते हैं और हमारे को क्या सही करना है या फिर क्या चीजों पे ध्यान देना है व्हाइल फॉर्मिंग एफपीओस और व्हाइल सेटिंग अप एफपीओ, तो ये चैलेंजेस ना आए। तो क्विकली आई विल गो थ्रू दिस पॉइंट्स। द सोशल सेटिंग, these points have come across. I have come across myself as personally working with FPOs in the last 4 to 5 years, and which I want to present them in front of. Due to the social settings, first thing is the caste factor is very much prominent when we are forming a FPO. When we are forming an FPO, we handhold these FPOs with the business plan, how they will do the business and everything. I feel there is a need for some social studies or sociological studies also to be done with these FPOs. Make them learn how to form, how to work with a very such a heterogeneous class of people, the farmers, and how they can take them together and work for the betterment, because corporates are work in a very different way, and if you want to become a corporate, they have to become work, they may have to make people work like corporates. So this type of setting need to be learned by the FPOs. I've seen the land holding, जितने ज़्यादा land holdings रहता है, जिसके पास ज़्यादा रहेगा उसका better say रहता है FPOs पे. There are sometimes पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस भी आ जाता है, किसी एफपीओ के डिसीजन उस क्षेत्र में रहने वाले किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज को अफेक्ट करते हैं, ये भी एक प्रॉब्लम आ सकती है। नेचर ऑफ फर्म, मोस्टली एफपीओस को जो हम देखा है कि मेंबर ओरिएंटेड फर्म है, जहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट सिर्फ मेंबर्स के थ्रू और थ्रू गवर्नमेंट एजेंसीज आता है। जहाँ पे मेंबर ओरिएंटेड या फिर हम मेंबर्स के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पर जब शब्द आ जाता है तो बाकी चीजों के लिए रास्ते थोड़े से बंद हो जाते हैं। अगर कुछ किसी एफपीओ ने पहले साल में दूसरे साल में कुछ फायदा कमाया है, उसको वो लोग डिविडेंड उसी समय हर अगले साल डिविडेंड
Hello.
और फिर पैट्रोनेज पेमेंट्स.
Hello, Mr. Bhatt. As because you are having 1 hour session, if you could restrict your presentations within 10 to 12 minutes, that would be fine actually.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
Please.
I'll quickly through the collective nature of the problem and the business environment. So before linkage, where to sell is the main problem which our FPOs has been facing, and that at that linkage part, next slide we can go through the next slide and see what linkages mean and what problems need to be addressed before FPO goes for a linkage. Right now, most of the FPOs जो हैं वो इनपुट लिंकेजेस पे ज्यादा काम कर रही हैं और इनपुट बिजनेस पे ज्यादा काम करती हैं बजाय आउटपुट बिजनेस के पे. आउटपुट बिजनेस ज्यादा रिस्की होता है, उसमें इन्वेंट्री मैनेजमेंट करना होता है. लेकिन एक जो FPO का उद्देश्य है कि एग्रीगेशन करके फार्मर्स का या अपने मेंबर्स का हेल्प करना, वो रिजॉल्व नहीं होता है. तो हमारा चाहत है, हमारे FPOs के हाथ में भी यही बात होता है कि आउटपुट बिजनेस में जाए. तो उसमें जाने से पहले उनको अपने मेंबर्स के साथ में कनेक्ट करना बहुत जरूरी है. द बेस्ट थिंग इज कि मेंबर्स से उनको एटलीस्ट सप्लाई तो मिले. सो मेंबर्स का कनेक्ट उनके ट्रेडर्स से या उनके मिडिलमैन से ज्यादा होता है, FPO से भी कम है. तो उसको बढ़ाने के लिए कोशिश करना चाहिए FPOs को. और उसके लिए कैसे हम लोग काम कर सकते हैं, तो FPO में एक ऑलराउंड एंगेजमेंट, पेरिशेबल की बात करता हूँ. अगर FPO अपना प्रोडक्शन प्लान और जो बाइंग प्लान है पहले से 3 महीने पहले से अगर कि अपने फार्मर्स को देते हैं या अपने मेंबर्स को देते हैं, तो एक प्रॉपर डायरेक्शन मिल जाता है आपके मेंबर्स को, आपके फार्मर्स को कि क्या उगाना है, कितना उगाना है, कितना FPO लेगा. तो एक ये बेटर प्रॉब्लम आती है कि अगर आपने कलेक्शन सेंटर खोल दिया किसी FPO में और वहां पे फार्मर सारा स्टॉक लेके आ गया तो आपको खरीदना पड़ता है. अगर आपने नहीं खरीदा एज FPO, देन द फार्मर कनेक्ट विल बी ब्रोकन. तो आपने अगर पहले से प्लान दिया है कि आप इतना लेंगे और इतना क्वांटिटी का लेंगे, तो ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व हो सकती है. सबसे पहले FPO को एक और चीज पे ध्यान रखना है कि मेंबर्स का वेलफेयर पहले आता है, बाकी वेलफेयर बाद में आएंगे. तो अगर ये सोच के मार्केट लिंकेजेस में जाएंगे तो अपना जो बिजनेस की जो उनकी अपॉर्चुनिटी वो ज्यादा बेटर वो आगे पेश कर पाएंगे. फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी ऑफ स्टाफ, जो भी स्टाफ उनका ग्राउंड पे है FPO का, उनको फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए कि वो डील अलग अलग लोगों से अलग तरीके से कर सकें. अभी एक ही डील को हम लेके जाते हैं मार्केट फार्म पे या फिर किसी फार्मर से खरीदने के लिए, तो वहां पे प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है कि क्वालिटी के बेसिस पे प्राइस डिफरेंशिएबल नहीं कर पाते. तो नेक्स्ट पॉइंट वही है कि प्राइस डिफरेंट देना पड़ेगा हमें क्वालिटी के अकॉर्डिंग, और इनिशियली FPOs को सारा स्टॉक लेना पड़ेगा. शयादरी ने बताया, जैसे कल बताया था कि वो लोग बेटर क्वालिटी का एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं और जो पुअर क्वालिटी है उसको प्रोसेस करते हैं. वो हर कोई FPO प्रोसेसिंग में तो नहीं जा पाएगा, बट जो C ग्रेड और B ग्रेड क्वालिटी जो कलेक्ट करते हैं उसको मंडी में सेल करके कुछ रियलाइजेशन हो सकता है, बेटर क्वालिटी को प्रीमियम में बेच सकते हैं. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में जाएंगे. नीचे वाले पॉइंट्स वाले पॉइंट्स के ऊपर बेसिस है, तो हम लोग नेक्स्ट स्लाइड.
Another 3 minutes left, please.
Yeah, next slide. What are the markets available for linkages for the FPOs? We know that mandi, local aggregators, the contract farming, the local processing unit, MSP procurement, ये सब ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल है FPOs के लिए, और इनके अपने लिमिटेशंस हैं, इनके अपने बेनिफिट्स हैं. बट अभी कोविड सिचुएशन आया, उसके बाद हमने देखा कि एक नए टाइप के मार्केट्स, या फिर इससे पहले भी बात चल रही है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मार्केट्स, इनको कैसे हम लोग कैटर कर सकते हैं FPOs के माध्यम से, और कैसे NCDX एज अ मार्केट एक्सचेंज, एज अ मार्केट फार्मर्स को हेल्प कर सकता है. ये आपको जो NCDX के जो प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, फ्यूचर्स एंड ऑप्शंस, कैसे फार्मर्स उनको यूज करके अपने एक रिस्क को बचा सकते हैं, उसके बारे में आगे मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा. नेक्स्ट करिए. जो रिस्क है अभी मार्केट लिंकेजेस में, वो जो फार्मर्स को आते हैं, प्रोडक्शन प्राइस और इंस्टीट्यूशनल रिस्क. प्राइस रिस्क जो फार्मर का होता है, FPO अगर एग्रीगेट करते हैं वो सारा रिस्क FPO अपने ऊपर ले रहे हैं, ट्रांसफर जो फार्मर्स का एग्रीगेट कर रहे हैं उसको कम करने के लिए हम लोग थोड़ा रेट बढ़ा देते हैं, हम लोग अपना उसको थोड़ा सस्ता खरीदने की कोशिश करते हैं FPOs, और अलग अलग तरीके से अपने आपको बचाने की कोशिश करते हैं. जो अभी नया तरीका है जिसके लिए हम बात करना चाहेंगे कि हम लोग इस रिस्क जो हम लोग एफपीओ से फार्मर से अपने एफपीओ ले रही है उसको मार्केट में हेजिंग कर दें या फिर ई मार्केट में थ्रू ऑप्शन जहां पर ज्यादा बायर्स और सेलर्स हैं वहां पे सेल करें। ये कैसे करते हैं आगे वाली स्लाइड्स में हम लोग आगे डिस्कस करेंगे। नेक्स्ट I will just take a few minutes to address this slide. तो NCDX as a tool, as a commodity market आपको एक ऑप्शन देता है फ्यूचर मार्केट का, जहां पे फ्यूचर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स और ऑप्शंस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट होते हैं। फ्यूचर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में क्या है कि आप एक हेजिंग करते हैं जहां पर आप अभी खरीद या बेच नहीं रहे, आप फ्यूचर में खरीद फरोख्त करते हैं। इसमें आप लोग के साथ में एक छोटी सी एग्जांपल समझा सकता हूं मैं आपको। अगर आपको अक्टूबर में बैठे हैं, आपको लगता है कि अगले महीने आपकी क्रॉप आने वाली है और क्रॉप जब आती है तो उस समय रेट गिरते हैं, लेकिन मेरे को तो एक अभी का रेट चाहिए जो इस महीने में चल रहा है, तो आप डिसाइड करके उसको लॉक कर सकते हैं, आपके प्रॉफिट लॉक कर लेते हैं। और जब मार्केट में क्रॉप आती है, जब रेट गिरते हैं, आप अपनी पोजीशंस को मार्केट में ऑफसेट कर लेते हैं और जो उसके बीच में डिफरेंस आता है उसके थ्रू अपना प्रॉफिट बचा लेते हैं। तो ये एक तरीके से फ्यूचर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हेल्प करता है। इसके लिए जो भी एडिशनल जानकारी जो होती है वो हमारी साइट्स पे रहती है, वो फार्मर्स या एफपीओस कर सकते हैं, उपयोग में ला सकते हैं। और एक और ऑप्शन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने 2 साल पहले ही एक्सचेंज को दिया गया है ऑप्शंस का। इसमें क्या है कि अगर हम क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस की बात करते हैं, ये एक प्राइस का इंश्योरेंस है। एक छोटा सा प्रीमियम दे के फार्मर्स अपने प्राइस को लॉक कर सकता है किसी भी कमोडिटी के लिए, नॉन पेरिशेबल, और उसको जब रेट गिरते हैं मार्केट में तो वो अपने प्रीमियम का अधिकार, इंश्योरेंस का ऑप्शन का अधिकार यूज करके अपना जो प्राइस गिरा हुआ है, लेकिन उसने जो पहले प्राइस जो ऑप्शन में उसने स्ट्राइक प्राइस में लिया होगा वो प्राइस रियलाइज कर सकता है। सो इसलिए अपना जो गिरते हुए प्राइस है मार्केट के अंदर, उससे अपने आप को बचाव कर सकता है। तो इसके बारे में जानकारी के लिए आप हमारी साइट में भी उपयोग कर सकते हैं, देख सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज।
Mr. Bhatt, I think please close the presentation.
Yes, sir. Just the closing remarks.
Kindly. Yeah. Sorry for the inconvenience.
No problem. Next slide, please. So, NCDX overview. We are exchange with the 240 institutional members, and we deal with 21 agriculture commodities and 7 agriculture commodities in the option market. Next, please. These are the commodities which we trade on the NCDX, which can be found in our website. So we can go through the next slide. So this is our initiative where we are hand-holding the farmer, which the NABARD Hansab also said, ki hand-holding is very much necessary. We are hand-holding farmers. We have done awareness program with almost 2,000 FPOs. 22,000 farmers are covered in the training. We are working with 77 resource institutes across India. In West Bengal, our presence is not there, so we are looking for the presence. We are looking forward for new tie-ups with the resource institutes to work upon. Next, and the closing slide, please. So this is the reach of the FPO program. We have onboarded around 375 FPOs who are trading in our exchange, and in the context of West Bengal, where we don't have much presence, we would like to increase our presence and hold the FPOs and the farmers mitigate their risk. If they use this platform for the trading and do other work simultaneously, I'm sure they will be able to hedge properly, and the credit link also can be established because the banks, the PSUs will be giving credit to those entities who are which are lesser in the risk. So once you are done with the hedging, then the risk is mitigated, and you will be able to get more of the credit from the PSUs or other banks. So that's all from my side, and in the later part we can take up the questions both for the perishable and non-perishable. Thank you.
আচ্ছা, এনসিডিএক্স এর যে প্রেজেন্টেশন হলো ওটাতে 2-3টা জিনিস যেটা দেখা গেল কি ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গলে ওরা এনসিডিএক্স এখনো কোনো এফপিওর সাথে ট্রেড করেনি। এখানে কোনো এরকম এফপিও আছে যে কোনো এনইএমএল বা কোনো ইলেকট্রনিক প্ল্যাটফর্ম দিয়ে ট্রেড করেছে কোনো কমোডিটির, বা अच्छा क्यों करेनी क्यों आछे कोन एफपीओ जे करते चाहे एरकम अच्छा 2 एफपीओ है जो यहाँ पर करना चाहते हैं तो ওই এফপিও গুলোর যারা এই এনসিডিএক্স এ যারা ট্রেন করতে চায় মানে ট্রেড করতে চায় তারা যদি নাম দিয়ে রাখতে পারে আমাদের কাছে তো দেন উই ক্যান টেল এনসিডিএক্স টু হোল্ড সাম অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রামস ফার্স্ট এইখানে বিফোর এন্টারিং ইনটু ট্রেড সবচেয়ে ইম্পর্টেন্ট ব্যাপার এফপিওস দের একটা অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রাম অ্যাটেন্ড করা উচিত না হলে টার্মস অফ ট্রেড মানে কেনা বিক্রির যে টার্মস রাখবে সেটা ক্লিয়ার বোঝা যাবে না তো অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রাম ইজ আ মাস্ট এনসিডিএক্স ইজ প্রোভাইডিং দ্যাট সার্ভিস অল এফপিওস যারা এইটা সার্ভিসটা নিতে চান অ্যাওয়ারনেস হতে চান তারা আসুন উই উইল ট্রাই টু জয়েন হ্যান্ডস উইথ দেম যাতে মোস্ট অফ দ্য এফপিওস গেট দ্য বেনিফিট কার কিছু প্রশ্ন আছে কেন কি এটা যারা করেনি বা যারা করতে যাবে তার অনেক মাইন্ডে অনেক প্রশ্ন হবে কিন্তু প্রশ্ন হওয়ার আগে একটা অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রাম দরকার দ্যাটস দ্য রিকোয়ারমেন্ট
হ্যালো
Yes, please, sir.
হ্যাঁ হ্যালো নমস্কার আমি অতনু আমার একটা অনলাইন একটা ওয়েবসাইট আছে যার মাধ্যমে আমি কাজটা করতে চাইছি এবার আই এম জাস্ট ইন দ্য প্রসেস অফ লাইক ইমপ্লিমেন্টিং এভরিথিং রাইট নাও এফপিও হিসাবে ইটস স্টিল নট স্টার্টেড নাও আই নিড টু আন্ডারস্ট্যান্ড হাউ ডু আই coordinate this work with NCDX and our government in Bengal because I already have people who need such support. Correct. They are looking for people who can actually give them a market online because in Maharashtra I'm aware people have already been working with cooperatives. They sell direct from farmer to the consumer. So I'm doing something similar from Kolkata here. So I need to understand how do I get support from our government projects.
Pankaj, isko you would like to answer this or fine. Full panel. Let the entire sessions complete. Then you can respond to these specific queries.
Thank you, sir.
Go on to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bhagatji, for wonderful presentations. I think what we will do, we'll take some questions at the end of the session. In the meantime, other questions we'll narrate it down and mail it to you that the questions you have received from them, and after hearing from you, we'll forward to those FPOs for their clarity also, definitely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, I think next speaker is Mr. Sri Rishi Nathani, Head Business Development Marketing, Multi-Commodity Exchange of India Limited. Rishiji, you are with us, I believe? Yeah.
Namaskar.
So, Rishi, we're extremely sorry for the delay in session. So, I think we request you to confine within 10 to 12 minutes so that we can we can take few questions at the end of the session for better clarity also. After that, I will request you to present. Over to Mr. Nathani.
Sure, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. আপনার সবাইকে নমস্কার আমার আজকে আমরা কথা বলবো এফপিওর ব্যাপারে প্রত্যেক এক্সচেঞ্জ যা কমোডিটি এক্সচেঞ্জ আছে ভারতবর্ষে আমরা সবাই চেষ্টা করছি যে এফপিওস কে মার্কেট থেকে জোড়ানোর চেষ্টা করছি এফপিওস যা ফার্মার্স আছে ডাইরেক্টলি ওনারা মার্কেটে আসতে পারেন না অনেক কারণ আছে এক্সচেঞ্জে একটা স্ট্যান্ডার্ডাইজড কোয়ালিটি আর কোয়ান্টিটি যা থাকে প্রত্যেক ফার্মারে যা ফ্র্যাগমেন্টেড ল্যান্ড হোল্ডিং হয় মোস্টলি ফার্মাররা পারেন না যে এত বড় কোয়ান্টিটি তৈরি করতে পারবেন আর হতে পারে প্রত্যেক চাষিদের আলাদা আলাদা কোয়ালিটি হয় তাই জন্য একটা স্ট্যান্ডার্ডাইজেশনের জন্য এফপিওর খুব দরকার এফপিও কি করবে সব ফার্মারকে মিলিয়ে একটা সর্টিং গ্রেডিং করবে একটা কোয়ান্টিটি কোয়ালিটি তৈরি করবে আর তারপরে এক্সচেঞ্জের মাধ্যমে ওটা বিক্রি করবে লাভটা কি হচ্ছে যে এফপিও এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে আসে এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে অনেক কারণ আছে যা এফপিও ওর থেকে লাভ করতে পারে প্রথম হচ্ছে যে আপনাকে একটা প্রাইস সিগন্যাল পাওয়া যায় এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে। যখন আপনি এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে আসেন, আপনি দেখবেন যে যদি আপনি ভাবেন যে আমি কি চাষ করব, তো আপনি এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে বিভিন্ন প্রকারের কমোডিটির দর দেখতে পারবেন। আপনি দেখবেন যে এই কমোডিটির দর এটা আছে, এটা আছে, আর তারপরে 3 মাস পরের কন্ট্রাক্ট আছে। তো সেই সময় আপনি দেখবেন যে 3 মাস পরে হয়তো XYZ কমোডিটির দর হচ্ছে 3500 টাকা কুইন্টালে, আমার কস্টিং হচ্ছে বুঝুন 2500 টাকা কুইন্টালে। তো আমি 3 মাসের পরের কন্ট্রাক্টটা বেচে দেব, আর আজকে ওই 2500 টাকার কস্টিং এ চাষ তৈরি করব। আর 3 মাসে যখন আমার ফসল রেডি হয়ে যাবে, আমি এক্সচেঞ্জ প্ল্যাটফর্মে FPOর মাধ্যমে জমা দিয়ে ওটা বিক্রি করে দেব। তো আমার 1000 টাকা গেইন নিশ্চিত। তো এর থেকে কি হয়, যখন আপনার চাষ তৈরি হবে, আপনার ফসলটা রেডি হবে, সেই সময় হতে পারে যে অনেক সাপ্লাই এসে মার্কেটে দর পড়ে যায়। তাই জন্যে আগে থেকে ওটা ফিউচারে হেজিং করার মাধ্যমে আপনি আপনার প্রাইসটা লক করতে পারবেন, আপনার প্রফিটটা ইনশিওর করতে পারবেন। এটা করার জন্যই আমরা চেষ্টা করছি যে FPOs এক্সচেঞ্জ মাধ্যমে জোড়ানো হয়। আর আমরা অনেক প্রোগ্রাম করছি, অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রাম করছি FPOs এর জন্য। আপনারা যদি চান, আমরা প্রস্তুত আছি যে আপনার সঙ্গে অনেক প্রোগ্রাম করতে পারি যে FPOs মার্কেট থেকে জোড়ে। সেবিও আমাদের যে রেগুলেটর আছে সেবি, ও অনেক ফ্যাসিলিটিস দিয়েছে FPOর জন্য। যা টেস্টিং চার্জ বা অ্যাসেইং চার্জ বলা যায়, ওর 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট, এই সব লিমিট আছে, বাট উইদিন দ্যাট লিমিট 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট আছে অ্যাসেইং চার্জেসে। ওয়্যার হাউসিং এর যা ভাড়া হয়, ওরও 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট আছে ফর FPOs। আপনার যা ব্যাগে বা প্যাকেজিং এর কস্ট আছে, ওটাও 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট পাওয়া যায়। ট্রান্সপোর্টেশন কস্টে 50%। এটা আমাদের এক্সচেঞ্জে ফান্ডিং কস্ট যা আপনার মার্ক টু মার্কেট হয়, যেমন আপনি বেচলেন 3500 টাকায়, আর যদি দর 3600 টাকা হয়ে যায়, 3700 টাকা হয়ে যায়, তো আপনার তো প্রাইস 3500 টাকায় লক হয়ে যায়। বাদ বাকি যা মার্ক টু মার্কেট ডিফারেন্স হবে, ওটার জন্য যা ফান্ডিং কস্ট হবে, ওটাও 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট। বাদ বাকি আপনার যা ক্লিয়ারিং কর্পোরেশনের ফিজ আছে, রিপোজিটরি ফিজ আছে, যা অনেক কস্ট আছে, মান্ডি ট্যাক্স আছে, ও সবও 100% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট। আর আপনার যা সর্টিং, ক্লিয়ারিং, ড্রাইং, ক্লিনিং, ওই সব কস্টেও আমরা 50% রিএম্বার্সমেন্ট দিচ্ছি। এটা হচ্ছে যা সেবির ফিস হয়, সেবি ওটা ফরগো করেছে, আর ওটা একটা ফান্ড তৈরি হয়েছে, আর সেই ফান্ড থেকে এটা দেয়া যায়। প্রত্যেকে একটা লিমিট থাকে, ওটা আমাদের ওয়েবসাইটে সব ডিটেল দেয়া আছে, আপনারা গিয়ে ওখানে দেখতে পারেন আর এটা লাভ নিতে পারেন। যে এক্সচেঞ্জের মাধ্যমে আপনি not only will you get fair pricing, transparent pricing, proper visibility regarding what and when to crop to plant, but also you will get all these financial benefits. আমরা অনেক আর কিছু করেছি যে ফার্মারদের জন্য, যে আমরা লট সাইজ কম করছি, যাই যেন ছোট ফার্মারও ডেলিভারি দিতে পারে। যেমন আমাদের মেন্থা অয়েল আছে, আগে 6 ড্রাম ছিল, ওটা 2 ড্রাম করে দিলাম। বা কটন আছে, ওই কপাস, ওটা 100 বেল ছিল, ওটা 25 বেল করে দিলাম। তো ছোট কোয়ান্টিটি করলে অনেকটা ফার্মার ডেলিভারি করতে পারে আমাদের প্ল্যাটফর্মের মাধ্যমে। তো এটা আমাদের প্রয়াস রয়েছে যে আমরা কি করে ফার্মার্সকে বেনিফিট করি। কেন কি হয় যে ফার্মার্স একটা অদ্ভুতটা ব্যাপার থাকে ফার্মার্সের, ইট ইজ আ ভেরি বিগ প্যারাডক্স, যে যখন আপনার কাছে ফসল হবে, কোয়ান্টিটি ভালো হবে, ভালো ফসল হবে, সেই সময় হয়তো দর পাওয়া যাবে না। আর যখন ফসল খারাপ হয়ে যায় আর আপনার কাছে কিছু বিক্রি করার জন্য নেই, তখন দর বেড়ে যায়। তো এর জন্যে আমরা এটা ফার্মার্সের সঙ্গে এটা সাহায্য করে চেষ্টা করছি যে ফার্মার্স FPOর মাধ্যমে, এক্সচেঞ্জের মাধ্যমে নিজেরটা ফসল নট অনলি বিক্রি করে, বাট ওটা প্রাইস সিগন্যালস নিয়ে প্লান্টিং, হারভেস্টিং সব একটা ডিসিশন নিতে পারে, প্রপার স্টোরেজ করতে পারে এক্সচেঞ্জের অ্যাক্রেডিটেড ওয়্যারহাউসে। আর পেমেন্ট ও টাইমলি পাবে, কোনো মানে ফুললি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট প্রাইসিং এ আর ফুললি ট্রান্সপারেন্ট payment will be done. So accordingly, we are trying our best to get farmers on this platform through FPOs, and we are there at your service. If you need us, we will be there to do as many awareness programs as possible and to help the farmer and the farm produce organization ecosystem to grow further and benefit from the commodity exchange ecosystem. So that is all from my end. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Nathani, for your wonderful presentation. উনি একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট কথা বললো যেটা আপনি মনে রাখবেন কি, এক তো হয় এই কমোডিটি এক্সচেঞ্জের থেকে ইউ আর গেটিং আ প্রাইস ইনফরমেশন, যে কোনো কমোডিটি যেটা উৎপাদন করবেন বা করতে চাইছেন একটা প্রাইস ইনফরমেশন, এনসিডিএক্স হলো এমসিএক্স হলো, এটা একটা পাচ্ছেন। সেকেন্ড জিনিস যেটা উনি খুব ইম্পর্টেন্ট বললো, এই যে অ্যাসেইং, এই যে কোয়ালিটি কন্ট্রোলটা, কোয়ালিটিতে এই কোয়ালিটি আমি বলছি ওই কোয়ালিটিটাই কি, ওটা অ্যাসেইং ফ্যাসিলিটি কোথায় আছে, টেস্টিং হয়েছে কিনা, সর্টিং, গ্রেডিং, ক্লিনিং, তো এই সব ব্যবস্থা প্লাস ট্রান্সপোর্টেশনও, এইগুলো যে মাঝখানে হয় যে পুরো মানে কোনো একটা কমোডিটি কোনো একটা প্রডিউস বিক্রি করার জন্য, ওটা কত ইম্পর্টেন্ট, আর ওটার জন্য ওনারা রিইম্বার্সমেন্টও দিচ্ছেন। সো দ্যাট ইজ আ ভেরি গুড ডেভেলপমেন্ট। সেকেন্ড ইজ এমসিএক্স কোন কোন ক্রপসের জন্য করছে সেটা আপনাদের জানা দরকার, তো ওনাদের ওয়েবসাইটটা ভিজিট করবেন। অ্যান্ড লাস্টলি, যেমনি এনসিডিএক্সও, এমসিএক্স ইজ অলসো কন্ডাক্টিং অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রামস। যদি আপনারা দেখেন কি এরকম এফপিওস আপনারা এই জিনিসটা খুব ভালো মাত্রায় প্রডিউস করতে পারেন, এখন তো ওনারা লট সাইজটাও কমিয়ে দিয়েছে, সো দ্যাট ইজ অ্যাগেন একটা ভালো অ্যাডভান্টেজ ফার্মার্সদের জন্য। দেন ইউ ক্যান কানেক্ট উইথ দেম, তাহলে ওরা অ্যাওয়ারনেস প্রোগ্রাম করবেন, তারপরেই ডিসিশন আগে হবে। নেক্সট।
Thank you, Mr. Nathani, for your. I have also heard your presentation on earlier occasions also. It was always a pleasure in listening to you. So we will collect questions from the people and we will forward to you for your responses, which will make them forwarded also. Thank you very much. Thank you. Namaskar. I think next speaker is Amit Tripathi. Amit ji, would you mind if Mr. Siddhesh will take 5 minutes? Because he has to leave to attend one meeting with the Secretary of Agriculture. He will just take 5 minutes with your kind permission.
All right, Dada.
So Amit ji is next speaker. He's a very close friend and I have learned a lot from him also. And I'm just taking the liberty with my, we are close to each other. So just allow him for 5 minutes because he has to. So, please.
Thank you, sir. FPOs have received a lot of support from a lot of people, be it NABARD or be it the government interventions. But when you look at it closely, we find that there are a couple of progressive farmers behind each of these FPOs who are putting their heart and soul into it to make this a success. And these progressive farmers, I think many of them are here today, and they are the future of these FPOs and they have to take it up to themselves to make this a success. Now coming to insurance very quickly, buying insurance will not deter your lifestyle, it might not change your lifestyle, it's a small amount of money, but not buying insurance might. So this is a very, very important risk protection mechanism that each of us need to first understand and then opt to protect our current lifestyle. Now the government of West Bengal, as we know, has opted for the Bangla Shashya Bima scheme, which is a totally technology based scheme, and 60 lakh farmers are insured under the scheme, wherein the whole process is very objective, claims are settled at speeds which have been never done before. But apart from these crop insurance schemes, AIC is now planning to bring out more products wherein every activity of the farmer can be protected for a wholesome protection. Starting from aquaculture, protecting shrimp and fisheries, price insurance is one of the things which we are doing now, also working with the government of Maharashtra on it, wherein if your price falls below a threshold, you will get protection from under this program. Then you have got warehouses insurance, wherein if you pay rent for warehouses in advance for your expected yields which are to come through within the next season, and there is a crop failure, you will get reimbursed for it. You have other products like seed insurance, and all these bouquet of products will be launched very soon, and our Calcutta Arrow regional office would take it up to itself to reach out to all the FPOs and make sure that the awareness of these products are created, so that you can give feedback to us, and based on your feedback we can fine tune these products and come back to you with what exactly suits your needs. So not taking any more time, thank you. I think sir will share our coordinates. You can always reach out to AIC. We are there in every block of the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit ji. I mean, one or two simple questions which FPOs or members of FPOs might have. One is, we already have the Bangla Shosho Bima scheme, which is essentially crop insurance. Other than that, if there are members who are members of FPOs, they do a lot of different activities like fisheries, poultry, goatry, duckery, and sheep, dairy. Now, how easily they can have a customized or a product easily available to them, even if there's a government scheme is not there, but suppose farmers who are members of FPOs, how they can be incentivized to be a part of these kind of products? A question take to বুঝতে পারলেন তো আলাদা অ্যাক্টিভিটিস এর জন্য যদি মেম্বার্স হয় FPOs তারা এই বেনিফিটটা কিভাবে পেতে পারে?
Sir, one of the things wherein government involvement makes it a lot easier is the subsidy, wherein the farmer need not pay much of it in his pocket. For horticulture, we are now in talks with the West Bengal government, because when we see last Amphan also, lot of pan, they were destroyed to a significant extent, and these are cash crops. So we are trying to bring horticulture under BSB very soon, so that this would also be done. And apart from that, when we get representations of large groups coming together, insurance as a whole group product would be far more cheaper than insuring one person or the next person, because there's a lot of administrative cost associated with the whole process.
Good point. But যেটা বললো বুঝতে পারলেন, মানে ইন্স্যুরেন্স একজন যদি করতে যায় প্রিমিয়ামটা খুব বেশি পড়বে, বাট যদি একটা গ্রুপ নিয়ে বাবু FPO সব মেম্বারসরা একটা গ্রুপ বানানো, তাহলে কিন্তু প্রিমিয়ামটা কম পড়বে. This is the point he is trying to make. So importance to oikhane. And second, pan boro jeta মানে পানের যে রেটটা কমে গেছে, তো ওটা নিয়েও একটা আগে যে MCX আর NCTX এর সেশন, আগে যে এরকম হতে পারে কি পানেরও কন্ট্রাক্ট হতে পারে আগে থেকে, যাতে প্রাইসটা 200 থেকে 50 টাকা না হয় যাচ্ছে। সো ওই ব্যাপারগুলো আসবে যখন আপনারা NCTX বুঝতে পারবেন।
And when you come as a group, the advantage is that progressive farmers who are there can explain the product to the other person who is next to him. So the understanding and product before we buy it is one of the most key important things. In many cases, what happens is many of us buying insurance, you buy a car insurance or a health insurance, none of us ever goes through the full product, and we have unreasonable expectations from the product. When we will get a claim, when we will not get a claim. But when you come as a group together, you can sort all these out very easily, and FPOs should come together for this.
One more question we have.
So just you have already covered horticulture. That was my question. I also want to add that even all of us FPO is working on vegetables. I think vegetables will also be covered, like tomato, brinjal and all. Till now we are facing that issues. Only pulses and paddy has been covered. And in our block also we interacted with the ADA, and through that lots of farmers has been insured. But horticulture, if it is scaled, then it will be helpful for FPO.
Absolutely, the government is aware of this. They have reached out to us, and we will be developing a product, a technology-based product, in very similar lines of Bangla Shosho Bima, wherein claims would be disbursed within 35 to 40 days.
We have one more question, small question, yeah.
নমস্কার, আমি পটাশফুড 2 ফার্মার প্রডিউসার কোম্পানি সিও বলছিলাম। স্যার নিশ্চিত চিনবেন, আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি পোলট্রি ফিশারি এবং ডেয়ারির উপরে কাজ করছি। তো কিছু ব্যাংকে বলে আমরা জেএলজি গ্রুপ করেছি। তো অ্যাকচুয়ালি ফিশারিটা আমরা প্রায় 11টা করেছি আর 7খানা ডেয়ারির উপর করছি। আনমলের সাথে আমরা এমওইউ সাইনিং করেছি, আমরা ফিড দিচ্ছি। তো ওরা আমাদের কাছ থেকে ফিড কিনছেন এবং দুধও নিচ্ছেন। তো সেটা আমরা করতে পারছি না, আরও বড় লার্জ স্কেলে করব। তো এখানটায় যদি আমরা ইন্স্যুরেন্সের ব্যবস্থা করতে পারি তাহলে আমাদের চাষিরা খুব উপকৃত হবে। এই জন্য যদি কোনো সুযোগ থাকে সেটা একটু বললে ভালো হবে।
ঠিক আছে, মানে ওনারা দেখবেন কি মেম্বার্স কত হতে পারে, ওটা নিয়ে যদি করা যায়।
তো বিশেষ করে স্যার নাও যদি হয়, আপাতত জেএলজি গ্রুপগুলোকে যদি ডেভেলপ করা যায় তাহলে ভালো হবে।
আপনার এই প্রপোজালটা আপনি পাঠিয়ে দিন, আমরা মিস্টার সিদ্দেশকে পাঠিয়ে দেবো, উনি আপনার সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ করে নেবেন। এরকম যদি আরো কারো কোনো প্রশ্ন থাকে সেগুলো আপনারা পাঠিয়ে দেবেন, আমরা এগুলো প্রত্যেকটারই কোয়ারি আমরা সাপ্লাই করব।
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ,
থ্যাংক ইউ, থ্যাংক ইউ, Mr. Siddesh, for your yeah. So now I request Mr. Sri Amit Tripathi, CEO Geolife Agritech Private Limited, one of the eminent personalities in the, I should say, he is trying his level best to create a alternative agriculture with the bioproducts and biostimulants and other initiatives also. He is a regular speaker in lots of institutes of management across the country, government of Madhya Pradesh and other states also. So I know, Amit ji, for you, you need 1 hour time to discuss because you have such a large content to discuss. As because we are really having a short of time, I will be requesting you to fine tune within 10 to 12, 13 minutes so that we can, and we will also be eager to hold you separately one session in upcoming times also. So over to Amit ji.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chakravarti, and I hope that it's a very good afternoon to all eminent persons who have already spoken already in this forum, along with all the FPO bodies who are present in this today's session. I would not take even 15 minutes time or that. I would take less than that time, Dada. Crux of the entire talk is because I have got opportunity to work with couple of FPOs with their management body to understand that what exactly they are understanding about the FPOs concept. What are their operational challenges? What exactly they have the strength to do something extraordinary that can set example even not for the FPOs, beyond the FPOs for the common farmers as well. They may be the torch bearer for the farming society in India. We all know that the 86% of our country's farmland is being cultivated by the small and marginal farmers. The cluster of the farming communities with a common objective, that is FPO. The basic mandate is most clear, but the actionable part of these FPOs linked with the mandate, what is fixed and assigned by the government of India, there is a gap, what I find. As an corporator, what we do, we always try to keep connecting with the body of the management, with their CEOs and the managing directors of the FPOs. The moment we talk with them, we find there is a gap on the managerial skill as a enterprise unit, we can tell it. वहां पर एक गैप दिखाई देता है कि एक वायबल कॉमर्शियल यूनिट की तरह अगर एक एफपीओ को रन करना है, देयर इज अ नीड ऑफ द मैनेजरियल स्किल. The person who can lead that organization from the far side views, from the wider connectivity, from different resources, there is a gap. I have met couple of FPOs where the CEOs of those FPOs are from the, IRMA, IIMs, and somewhere, big multinationals or something, they have the wider exposure. They are the people who are taking that FPO to the next level, and they are setting examples. I have met couple of FPOs in Uttaranchal, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, in couple of these states. My point is that the earlier, it means you can say, so far agriculture was being driven with the ambition for the yield per acre, how to increase the yield per acre. Now the entire scene is going to be changed, health per acre. And the moment this mission is going to be shifted from the yield per acre to the health per acre, but food sufficiency is not an issue. FPO can play a very, very torch-bearing role here, my dear friends. FPOs का इतना important role हो सकता है कि FPO एक particularly district के तालुका के जो FPO हो, they can be the role model for the different other farming communities who are working in agriculture in the isolations. Here is a scope. As an agriculturist, what we do, we always go to the meet to the bodies, organize the different kind of these seminars for the crop cultivation, different analytical skills. Along with that, the marketing linkages, when to market, how to market, and whatever information we have, we always try to connect with all the body of the farming, associations of that. There is a gap. I personally do feel it that they have the funding, I think that priorities, their linkages for the marketeers. There is no other way to talk on that because already so many speakers have spoken. But the practicability of those associations is not seen, is not visible. There is a huge gap, I must say, from this forum. People who are working into that section to assist, to facilitate to the FPOs in real sense to make them viable. I think that we have to go to the ground challenges the FPOs are facing. They are not in position to talk with those challenges, to cope up with those challenges, and they can put to those challenges to the, required agricultural machineries, required, I think that financial bodies from the NABARD and all. People from these bodies, they must go to the FPOs, talk to them, understand their challenges, and then come back to them with the eminent and I think that appropriate solutions. This is the way we can bring a lot of changes. In a nutshell, I can tell you that the success of FPO is a must in the country like India, where again 86% people are from small and marginal, hardly less than 2 hectares. Cluster thought process, amalgamation of the different mind powers and mind strength, that will really lead Indian agriculture to the next level. But for that, the managerial body of the FPOs, they must have the exposure. They must have the different anchors and the holdings in different other government bodies, different agriculture companies, with the topmost persons in the agriculture bureaucracy and the technocracy as well. The moment it will happen, I can tell you that the different set of Indian agriculture pace will come on the ground. So that's all from my side, Mr. Chakravarti. I hope that, as you said, that it's a wider topic. We can talk a lot on that. But to the crux, I would like to limit myself to this note. Thank you so much for providing this opportunity. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you, Amit ji. Any specific thing that GeoLife is doing, would you like to share in 1 minute?
Yes. GeoLife is connecting with the FPOs in India in different states, and we are training them about how to shift their thought from the yield per acre to the health per acre. And there we are also connecting them with the right market to sell their product in the higher prices. Although it's in small units in different states, but it has started. I think that long mile to go.
Thanks for that input. মানে ওনার যা বলার ছিল কি একটা যে কোনো এফপিওর কোনো একটা প্রডিউস হলে একটা ইউনিক সেলিং প্রপোজিশন যদি হতে পারে, তো ওনার কথাটা ওইতেই বলছে আগে যেমনি আমরা উৎপাদন প্রোডাক্টিভিটি ইল্ড পার একরে কথা বলতাম, এখন বলতে হবে 1 একরে হেলথের আপনি কতটা বেনিফিট দিতে পারছেন। তো যখন এই হেলথের বেনিফিটটা আনবেন কোনো প্রডিউসে, ওই প্রডিউসের কিন্তু মার্কেটে একটা ইউনিক সেলিং প্রপোজিশন হয়ে যাবে। বলবে না এই এফপিওর এই প্রডিউসটা, এটার এই বেনিফিট, এটার দামটা বেশি হবে। তো ওনারা ওই জায়গায় কাজ করছেন, যেটা একটা ভালো ইম্পর্টেন্ট, যেটা আপনাদের জানা উচিত। সেমনি আপনারাও ওই জায়গায় পৌঁছতে পারবেন কি, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য ফার্স্ট থিং দ্যাট হি হ্যাজ টকড অ্যাবাউট। সেকেন্ড যেটা উনি ইম্পর্টেন্ট জিনিস বললেন কি লিডারশিপটা কিন্তু এই এদিক ওদিক থেকে কেউ জোরে কথা বললে লিডারশিপ ওরকম না, লিডারশিপটা নলেজ লিডারশিপ আসছে কিনা। মানে আপনি যদি নলেজটা থাকে, যদি 10টা ফার্মারকে বোঝাতে পারছেন কি ওনার সিডটা কি, ওনার ফিডটা কি, ওনার ব্রিডটা কি চাষ করছে, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য কাইন্ড অফ নলেজ যেটা লিডারশিপ এ দরকার। ওইটা যদি আনতে পারেন, দেন ইউর এফপিও মুভস ফরওয়ার্ড। ওকে, থ্যাঙ্কস, উইল টেক কোয়েরিজ। থ্যাঙ্কস ফর ইউর ইনপুট।
থ্যাংক ইউ Mr. Tripathi, Dr. Tripathi, for your valuable messages to the FPOs, and we will collect the information, the queries from the FPOs, and we will forward through you mail, and
All
we
right.
will take it and further forward to them also.
All right.
Sincere
Thank
thanks.
you.
Sincere
Thank you
thanks.
so much.
Yeah, yeah. Now our last speaker of the session, Sri Rajesh Singh from Bayer Crop Science. So I welcome Mr. Singh for his deliberations and request him to confine within 10 to 12 minutes. Please.
Thank you. I think my voice is coming.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes,
we can hear you.
Okay, then thank you, the organizer and Bombay Chamber of Commerce and other participants who are talking about the FPOs. And from Bayer Crop Science, we started our FPO engagement program 2 years back because we are thinking that the FPO is the best model to mitigate many challenges, not only for the farmer, but also for the industry. Because we are facing problem to connect individual farmer at the different level, and it is costing very high, and we believe if FPOs are strengthening in the country, then it will be very good for the overall agriculture value chain. For that, we started working initially in some part of the country, but now we are expanding it in whole nation and Bengal also. And in the process, we have taken FPOs, connecting different FPOs with our state level coordinators and working on the understanding of their capacities. Capacity means the first step of our FPO engagement program is potential mapping. That includes understanding the current farming revenue generation by the member farmer and the level of value capture into the FPO's business, means how much turnover they are doing through value capture in the backward and forward side. And after that, we suggest them on the target setting and identification of key enabler to increase shareholders' farming revenue capture for the input and also for the output. And this license is one of the important things. We understand that in not now, maybe future, it is coming to be a very good tool to engage all these FPOs. For that, we work to utilize digital tools to ease of doing day-to-day operation, effective communication with shareholder farmer, better coordination with ecosystem partners, crop health monitoring, market intelligence, knowledge transfer, and also for the advisory and overall efficiency improvement. For digitalization, we are taking help of TCS, and we have the team of the TCS is supporting on that. For linkages, we are engaging several other partners also to support our FPO capacity building program. In linkages, we support and advise farmer producer organization to develop backward and forward linkage. In backward part, we are connecting lot many input companies. In south, we have connected fertilizer companies like Nagarjuna, and in north, Yara is there, and also talking with 4 or 5 more fertilizer and other input companies. For output side, initially we started with NCML, because NCML supported us to connect lot many growers, especially in maize and some other crop. But now side by side, we are working with other organizations to support them through value chain initiatives. And the finance part, we have connected with Samunati and also some of the banks. We are taking, supporting the FPOs on that. And skilling is the biggest thing, as Mr. Tripathi is saying, that if you are going to connect FPO, it is very difficult to identify the right person, because it's very difficult to connect, communicate, because the leadership and understanding of the business is not very good as of now. But we believe if the turnover of the FPOs will increase or cross minimum 1 crore, then some kind of interest and some other thing will develop. Initially, we need to handhold the FPOs. For that, we are training the management, and now we're going to start some program in few states, and after that, state by state, we are going to create a batch of FPO CEOs for their training and capacity building, because this is the most important thing. And this will help FPOs to educate member farmer also to adopt best practices and increase their farm productivity. Crop solution training, we are utilizing the tools, and also we are supporting, if FPOs are showing interest, then we are supporting them to make their own model farm or live education system with some of their farmer, and then they can take the help of that model farm to educate other farmers. This is our FPO capacity program, what I am talking, and also we are connecting these FPO in the groups. And many areas we open our direct distribution with the FPOs. In Bengal also, because of the size, we have not started yet, but we are connecting 10 to 15 FPO in a group. And very soon we are going to start connecting these FPO for direct account of the company so that they can participate effectively and make them competitive in the input business. Any question regarding anything, if anybody want to ask, how we can support, or if anyone interested to understand the further detail of our capacity building program for FPO, I'll request they can connect my team, any person of biocrop science in Bengal, you can connect them, and the case will reach to us and we will reach out to the FPOs. And exclusively for FPOs engagement, we are having 25 person on ground, and hopefully we are talking with some of the supporting organization, and next year onward we will keep around 100 manpower in the ground, because the hand holding at ground is very important initially for the FPO development. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rajesh Singh, for your good inputs. I know buyer living centers they have been established in West Bengal. There are few FPOs who have those BLF centers, 20 to 25. For you and also for the other panelists, any specific plan that you have for West Bengal?
For West Bengal, we are targeting, we have identified 75 FPOs, and we are trying to develop them. We have developed around 11 cluster group of FPOs, so that some size initially is required, because the off-taker and some input players do not attract if size is small. For that, initially we are working on the clusters, and one person exclusively for that coordination is there, and my team is working on that. And few more things, we are taking some partners for the vegetables, so that the off-taking linkage can be done with the FPO, and also expanding that BLF model in some of the FPO. And one more thing, we are planning initiating in Bengal with the help of Mahindra for the transplanting model. We tested in Odisha, and one FPO has generated a turnover of around 25 lakh in the transplanting. And that model we are going to start with this Bengal also. One more thing we are doing, we have identified 120 items which FPO can trade without license. Means the small implements, like so many things is there. I cannot talk, this the farm implements, and some many things is there. I can say that, like cultivators, rotavator, any small implements, and we are paneling the companies in entire country, and we are connecting these FPO, and some of the Bengal FPOs are connected for the spray machine manufacturers, and we are supporting these FPO in the negotiation, because FPOs are asking small quantity, and then we are showing them the scope of FPO entire country and asking them to offer best price on the small quantity for FPOs. That thing my team is doing on behalf of FPO and for the company.
Okay, thank you. We'll be able to share, if you can share these details, I think all in our FPO review meetings, these can be shown. Next panelist.
I can share you one PPT, not now, I can share one PPT where the photos of 115 items are there which FPO can sell, and that is not wire product, but that is very small and some other products which can be sold without license also. Thank you. I'll say.
Next panelist, any specific area, specific plan for West Bengal, Mr. Nathani?
No, he's over. He's the last panelist.
No, other panelists who are there.
Okay.
Mr. Pankaj or Mr. Nathani.
See, we are a pan-India exchange, and we provide trading in any commodity where we see adequate demand. So in case there is some commodity specific to Bengal, if you could recommend where we could get adequate traction and participation, we are always willing to look at it and bring it onto our platform.
Okay, thank you.
So I think it is a wonderful deliberations by all the panelists. We once again really apology to all of you for keeping you waited for more than 30 minutes. And such type of eminent panelists we like to interact with more. So what we will do, we are in the process of collecting the queries or further clarifications the members present here are looking for you. We will collect it and forward to you. In the meantime, shall appreciate if you can send one small summary of your presentations in English, which we can get it translated in Bengali and can circulate to the participating members for their benefit also. So if you can send 1 or 2 pages of the highlights of your presentations, which we can translate and can submit to the members also. So I think, thanks. Anybody has any questions? We can wait for another 3 to 4 minutes because already lunch time is over. So I think we can take another 1 or 2 questions if you have anybody. কারো কোনো কোশ্চেন আছে কি এই বিষয়ে?
আচ্ছা যদি এমনি লিখেও দিতে হয় পরে লিখে দিতে পারেন সো দ্যাট ওনাদেরকে জানিয়ে উই ক্যান গেট সাম গুড রেসপন্সেস যেটা এফপিও এর বেনিফিটে হতে পারে। এখানে এসছেন মানে কিছু একটা বেনিফিট কিছু একটা আইডিয়া যত মাথায় ফর্ম হয় সেজন্য ওনাদের থেকে আমরা অনেক ইনপুটস নিতে পারি। ওকে,
আপনারা আপনাদের যা প্রশ্ন আছে আপনি যদি এখন নাও করতে পারেন আপনার সাদা কাগজে আপনার প্যাডে লিখে দিয়ে দেবেন আপনাদের নাম, আপনাদের এফপিও এবং আপনাদের কন্ট্যাক্ট নাম্বার বা মেল আইডি এবং আপনাদের প্রশ্ন কি আছে সেটা আমরা সব সামারাইজ করে ওনাদের কাছ থেকে নিয়ে আপনাদের কাছে আমরা আবার ফেরত পাঠিয়ে দেবো। সো থ্যাংক ইউ, আই শুড সে ইজ এ ওয়ান্ডারফুল সেশন ফ্রম স্টার্টিং ফ্রম Mr. Pankaj Bhatt, AVP, FPO Business NCDX, then Mr. Rishi Nathani from Head Business Development and Marketing from MCX, then Sri R. Siddhesh from Chief Risk Officer AIC India Limited, Sri Amit Tripathi, Dr. Amit Tripathi, CEO Geolife Agritech Private Limited, and Sri Rajesh Singh, Bayer Crop Science. Wonderful to have you in these discussions. I think our members are getting highly benefited because of your presence and we look forward to meet you soon. So till then, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. As a mark of our respect, we'll hand over a memento to Sir. Mr. Mukherjee, please be on stage, kindly be on stage. And the other esteemed panelists who have joined us online, we'll be sending across the mementos to your respective offices. So we break for lunch now, and lunch will be served in the hall itself and we assemble back at 3 p.m. একটু দেরি হয়েছে আমাদের, আমরা 3টের মধ্যে এখানে ফেরত আসব। ধন্যবাদ।
रूपनगर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी जो कि किसान रोपड़ ज़िले के किसान है, इसने एक प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी बनाई हुई है, उसका नाम रूपनगर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी है, RPCL हो।
हमारे पंजाब में अभी किसानों के ऊपर कर्ज बढ़ रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे लैंड होल्डिंग बहुत कम हो रही है दिन प्रतिदिन आगे जाकर। तो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी के जरिए हमने एक यहाँ पे मशीनरी बैंक लिया है, क्योंकि जो पहले हमारे किसान होते थे 1 एकड़ 2 एकड़ वाले भी, वो भी अपनी मशीनरी ले लेते थे। तो 1-2 एकड़ वाले किसान के लिए एक ट्रैक्टर और उसके साथ जो इम्प्लीमेंट लेने हैं तो 4-5 लाख के आसपास उसका खर्चा आ जाता था। तो हमने ये प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में एक ट्रैक्टर और उसके साथ इम्प्लीमेंट लिए है। सो वो बहुत ही कम और जायज़ रेट पे किसानों का काम कर रही है जी अभी। तो इससे किसानों को डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट हो रहा है।
फार्मर्स के पास मैकेनाइजेशन नहीं होगा, वो अपनी फार्मिंग को ज़्यादा अच्छे से नहीं कर पाएगा। आज हम कहते हैं कि सुबह बारिश का शेड्यूल है 10 बजे का और फार्मर को अपनी सोइंग करनी है 10 बजे के पहले। अगर उसके पास में फार्म इम्प्लीमेंट्स नहीं होंगे, इम्प्रूव्ड इम्प्लीमेंट्स नहीं होंगे, तो वो उसको सोइंग को नहीं कर पाएगा। अगर उसके पास एसेसिबिलिटी है तो उनको हायर करके उसको वो अपनी सोइंग कर सकता है और उसका फ़ायदा ये होगा उसको कि उसका टाइम बचेगा। अगर उसकी सोइंग टाइम से हुई तो आगे उसको प्रोडक्शन भी अच्छा मिलेगा।
तो अभी हमारा बढ़िया चल रहा है। अगर पर्सनल तौर पे देखें तो मैं भी एक मार्जिनल किसान हूँ, मेरे पास 3 एकड़ की ज़मीन है। तो पहले मैं चाहता था कि मैं अपना ट्रैक्टर ले लूँ और ये वो करूँ, लेकिन फिर इनके साथ जुड़ा तो फिर मुझे समझ में आया कि 2-2.5-3 एकड़ में ट्रैक्टर लेने का हमें कोई बेनिफिट नहीं है। तो हमने ये प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी के जरिए अपन मशीनरी बैंक पूरा लिया, तो हम अभी सारा काम इसी से करवाते हैं। जैसे अगर 3 एकड़ में हम रेंट पे काम करवाते हैं तो 5-7 हज़ार का खर्चा आता है। अगर हम अपना ट्रैक्टर ले लेते तो 5 लाख का आप 1 साल का उसका इंटरेस्ट ही लगा लो तो भी 40-45 हज़ार रुपये बनता है। तो हमारा बहुत सभी बचत हो रही है जी।
हमारा बहुत ब्रॉड विजन है इसके बारे में। ये नहीं कि हमने इसको स्टार्ट किया यहाँ पे छोड़ देंगे। हम अगले 5 साल में 8 साल में चाहते हैं अभी हमारी प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का टर्नओवर इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में ऑलमोस्ट 80 लाख के आसपास होगा। हम इसको देखना चाहते हैं कि अगले 3 साल में कम से कम इसका 3 करोड़ रुपए तो लेके जाए।
नहीं, ये बहुत बढ़िया कंसेप्ट है जी। ऐसे कंसेप्ट अगर पूरे पंजाब में तो पूरे इंडिया में होने चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारा किसान पीछे जा रहा है। तो अगर उसको आगे लेके आना है तो उसके लिए ये वाला जो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का, प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट है, ये बहुत बढ़िया है। इसके जरिए जो किसान नीचे जा रहा है उसको हम ऊपर लेके आ सकते हैं।
Green Tea Factory, owned by small-scale tea growers in Wayanad, is one of the finest projects supported by National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Wayanad Green Tea Producer Company Limited is a non-government company incorporated on July 5, 2013. Before the establishment of green tea factory, small-scale farmers were exploited by the middlemen and monopolizing lobby of big brands in tea sector. Factory started production in the year 2018 and has produced the finest quality green tea which has been tested to be free from chemical pesticides and biological impurities. The CEO and the board of directors are working towards achieving complete organic certification of the company, which is assisted by Upasi Tea Research Center and NABARD. As of now, 46 farmers have been certified for organic green tea production.
അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഓർഗാനിക് ലൈസൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അത് കിട്ടാൻ ഈ വർഷം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അത് കിട്ടും. 4 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് മാറിയിട്ട് 46 ആളുകൾ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് വന്നു. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർക്ക് ക്ലാസ് കൊടുത്ത് അതിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങളെ സംഘത്തിൽ 210 അംഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ ഈ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് വന്ന ആളുകൾ 162 അംഗങ്ങൾ അതുമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഏതായാലും ഞങ്ങളൊരു 2 കൊല്ലം കൂടി ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് ഓർഗാനിക്കിലാവും. ഇപ്പോഴും ഉള്ള ഈ ആളുകളെ ഓർഗാനിക് മാത്രം നോക്കിയിട്ട് അവർക്ക് നല്ല വിലയും കൊടുത്തിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളിത് ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്.
The factory has been set up at a cost of 83 lakh, out of which 45.8 lakh was loaned from NABARD.
The farmers have just shared much, and now about more than 42 lakhs rupees is raised by shares from 168 members. Per kilo we are giving 40 rupees nowadays, and any profit, everything goes to the farmers.
Factory has the capacity to process 1200 kg of green tea leaves per day. NABARD also sanctioned a grant sum of 6.48 lakh as a startup grant from the State Industries Department for the promotional and training programs. NABARD, along with Tea Board of India and Upasi Tea Research Foundation at Mepadi, have contributed in major ways in bringing up the technology transfer to the farmers' community and have provided close assistance in training the staff of the factory for the production of green tea. The factory has also provided employment opportunities for the local population in this venture.
নমস্কার, আমার নাম জলমণি মাঝি, গ্রাম হচ্ছে চিরুগুড়া, দলের নাম হচ্ছে জীবন ঝর্ণা স্বনির্ভর মহিলা সমিতি, থানা বাঘমুন্ডি। আমাদের গ্রামটি আদিবাসী গ্রাম। ওই যে অযোধ্যা পাহাড় কোলে দেখা যাচ্ছে দাদা, ওই নিচে আমরা বসবাস করি। আর আমাদের এখানে 9টি দল আছে, স্বনির্ভর দল। আমরা দল গঠন করেছি 2009 সালে। প্রধান সংস্থা দাদা এসে আমরাকে গ্রুপ বাঁধায় শিখালো। তারপরে আমরা সঞ্চয় করতে শিখলাম। সঞ্চয় করে করে আমরা ব্যাগ ব্লক যাওয়া আস্তে আস্তে শিখলাম। আগে আমরা ব্যাগ ব্লক কোনো জানতাম না, কোনো দেখি না। তারপরে আমরা নিজেরাই দিদিরা নিজেই ব্যাগ যায়, ব্লক যায়, সব কিছু করতে পারলাম। আমাদের সাহস বাড়লো। সাহস বাড়ার পর নিজেরাই যায়। গ্রামের দাদারা আমাদেরকে বলে যে দিদিরা, মহিলা দিদিরা মাস্টার হয়ে গেছে। আমাদের গ্রামে আগে ভালো চাষ হতো না, পরিস্থিতি খুবই খারাপ ছিল। বর্ষাকালে ধান আর কুর্তি চাষ হতো। বাকি সময় আমাদের বন জঙ্গলের কাঠ বিক্রি করতাম বল্লামপুর বাজারে। তারপরে আমাদের গ্রামের উন্নয়ন কাজ করি। তার জমিগুলো দেখছি ফাঁকা আছে, ফাঁকা রয়েছে। আমরা দিদিরা কি আম বাগান করতে চাইছি। আম বাগান করলে জলের সেচ দরকার। জল কোথায় পাবো? আমরা হাপা করলি, হাপা করার পর দিদিরা দেখছে তাহলে কী করা যায়। আম বাগান ভিতরে আমরা চাষ করতে হবে, কোনো হোক চাষ করতে হবে। তারপরে কি চাষ পরে আমরা আরও অভিজ্ঞতা বাড়ালি যে মাচা করব, মাচায় উপরে চাষ করলে কত আমাদের আয় উপায় হবে। আয় উপায় এই মাচায় আমরা করছি, আমরা দুটো ফসল পেয়ে যাচ্ছি, দুটো ফসল। এই যে আমরা মাচা, একটা মাচাতে আমরা নানুয়া, ঝিঙ্গা, লাউ, করলা, ক্ষীরা এইগুলো আমরা চাষ করি। তারপরে সিম থাকে। আমরা এই যে মাচা প্রায় 15 থেকে 20 হাজার উপায় করি। দেখছি মাচায় আমরা বেশি লাভ হচ্ছে। তার জন্য এখন আমাদের গ্রামের প্রত্যেকটা পরিবার মাচায় চাষ করে। আমি দাদা বিলাতি চাষ করেছি, আগে এরকম আমি চাষ করতাম না। এখন দাদার এসে নতুন শেখাইলো এই যে ঝাঁক দেওয়া হয়েছে। আগে আমরা গরমকালে চাষ করতে ভাবতেছিলি না যে চাষ হবে বলে, অত রোদে আমরা জল কোথায় পাবো। এখন আমরা ইডিও অফিস থেকে স্প্রিংকলার পেয়েছি, তার জন্য কম জলে আমাদের গ্রীষ্মকালে চাষ হচ্ছে। সাড়ে 4 বিঘায় মোটামুটি আমার গাছ লাগা হয়েছে 12,000। বর্তমানে বিলাতি বিক্রি করেছি 10,000 টাকা। এখন আমাদের কৃষক সংগঠন করে নিয়ে আমাদের গ্রামে গাড়ি আসবে, বড় বড় মার্কেটে সবজি পাঠাবো। আমি মনে ভাবছি এই 12,000 গাছ দিয়ে আমি প্রায় আমার ইনকাম হবে 1 লাখ উপরে। আমার কথাটি শোনার জন্য ধন্যবাদ।
अरे रमेश भाई, तुम यहाँ आराम कर रहे हो?
हाँ भाई, लेकिन तुम बहुत बेचैन लग रहे हो, क्या हुआ?
भैया सभी तो चिंतित ही हैं, तुमको छोड़कर। बुवाई का टाइम आ गया है और समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है कि कौन सी फसल लगाऊं। पिछली बार मैंने जो फसल लगाई थी वो जब बेचने गया तो कुछ भाव ही नहीं मिला। बड़ा नुकसान हो गया भाई।
देख भाई, बात तो सही है, इसीलिए इस बार मैंने सरसों लगाई है और साथ ही NCDEX पर अप्रैल महीने का सरसों का पुट ऑप्शन भी खरीद लिया है। इससे अब भाव की मुझे कोई चिंता नहीं रही और अब अपना पूरा ध्यान मैं सरसों का उत्पादन बढ़ाने पर लगाऊंगा।
पुट ऑप्शन ये क्या है?
दरअसल NCDEX ने ये एक बहुत ही बढ़िया चीज शुरू की है, जिसका इस्तेमाल कर कोई भी किसान बुवाई के वक्त ही अपना कम से कम एक भाव तो पक्का कर ही सकता है और साथ ही उससे ज्यादा भाव मिल जाए तो उसका फायदा भी उठा सकता है।
भाई ये तो कुछ बढ़िया चीज लग रही है। थोड़ा और समझा के बताओ तो कुछ पल्ले पड़े।
देखो, मैं तुमको अपने उदाहरण से समझाता हूं। मैंने अभी सरसों की बुआई की और मुझे लगा कि अगले साल अप्रैल में जब कटाई होगी तो मुझे कम से कम 5,000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल का भाव तो मिलना ही चाहिए। तो मैंने सरसों का अप्रैल का 5,000 का पुट ऑप्शन खरीद लिया। मतलब ये हुआ कि मुझे 5,000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल के भाव पर अप्रैल में अपना सरसों बेचने का अधिकार मिल गया।
अच्छा, मतलब ये कि 5,000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल का भाव तो हमको मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, तब भी जब भाव 4,000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल हो जाए।
बिल्कुल, यदि भाव 1,000 रुपए कम होकर 4,000 हो गया तो 1,000 रुपया हमको NCDEX से मिल जाएगा। लेकिन मजेदार बात यह है कि मान लो कि उस समय अगर बाहर बाजार में सरसों का भाव 1,000 रुपए बढ़कर 6,000 प्रति क्विंटल हो गया हो तो भी तुम्हारी मर्जी। NCDEX का अपना कॉन्ट्रैक्ट छोड़ दो और मंडी में बेच आओ, यानी एक बार फिर तुमको 1,000 रुपए का फायदा।
लेकिन भैया एक बात और बता दो, इसे खरीदने का खर्चा क्या होगा?
हाँ, खर्चा तो है। इसे कहते हैं प्रीमियम। जैसे मैंने 5,000 का पुट ऑप्शन खरीदने के लिए 200।
আমরা কিন্তু 3টের সময় স্টার্ট করব আমাদের নেক্সট সেশনটা 3 o'clock।
पिछले रबी सीजन में जब हमने बुवाई की तो क्या भाव चल रहा था, और फिर जब बेचने गए तो उसमें 1,000 रुपए प्रति क्विंटल की गिरावट आ गई। तो हो गया ना क्विंटल पर 1,000 का नुकसान। तो भाई जैसे तुम बीज, खाद, दवाई खरीदते हो उसी तरह ऑप्शन भी समझ लो। वे उत्पादन बढ़ाते हैं और ये भाव को पक्का कर देते हैं।
हाँ, ऐसे तो हमने सोचा ही नहीं। मतलब रमेश भाई, ये एक तरह से बीमा की तरह हो गया ना। जैसे मैंने अपना ट्रैक्टर खरीदा था तो उसके साथ ही बीमा की रकम भी दे दी थी, वैसे ही खेती की लागत में ही पुट ऑप्शन का खर्चा भी जोड़ लो।
अब कही ना तुमने समझदारी की बात। सारी मेहनत तो भाव के लिए ही है ना। तो जब फसल पर इतना खर्चा कर रहे हो तो भाव सुरक्षित करने के लिए थोड़ा खर्चा और करना समझदारी की बात है।
ये पुट ऑप्शन तो सचमुच कमाल का ऑप्शन है भैया। मैं तो चला, बहुत काम है। पुट ऑप्शन देखना है और फिर बुआई की फसल तय करना है। फिर मैं भी तुम्हारे जैसा निश्चिंत होकर अखबार पढ़ सकूंगा।
हाँ।
Technology-based Bangla Shashya Bima Scheme, BSBS. The satellite remote sensing is exponentially making use of AI/ML models for various agricultural applications like crop mapping and productivity analysis. Leveraging this technology, Bangla Shashya Bima Scheme, BSB, has transformed crop insurance, first of its kind in the country and perhaps worldwide. The scheme has covered over 6 million farmers of West Bengal. In collaboration with the Agriculture Insurance Company of India and the National Remote Sensing Center, ISRO, the government of West Bengal is implementing the scheme in the state for the last 3 seasons since Kharif 2020. Data from Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 satellites of the European Space Agency's Copernicus program transmit data up to a 10-meter resolution once in 5 to 12 days. Data from almost every field is continuously monitored from sowing to harvesting. Attributes like chlorophyll content, water content, soil moisture and crop structure are monitored through various remote sensing parameters obtained from the satellite imagery. Chlorophyll in the vegetation reflects near infrared and absorbs red light. The normalized difference vegetation index quantifies the chlorophyll content by measuring the difference between near infrared rays reflected and red rays absorbed by the crop. Higher this index, higher the greenness of the crop and better the crop health. Crop wetness is measured by the land surface wetness index, which indicates the total amount of water in the vegetation and the soil. It uses short wave infrared and near-infrared regions of the electromagnetic spectrum. Biophysical attributes of the crop are measured by the backscatter ratio. Transmitted microwave pulses are scattered back to the satellite to form an image indicating the height and structure of the crop. Crop health factor, a composite index of these parameters, has a very strong correlation with the crop condition and crop yield. The crop health factor is supported by extensive ground truthing experiments. These experiments are conducted across the state throughout the crop life cycle. Inputs from ground truthing continuously validate and fine-tune the model. When harmonized with ground truthing and weather data, the crop health factor is an accurate, scientific and objective measurement of crop loss. The methodology is devoid of manual interference. Claims are computed and finalized within 30 to 45 days of the harvesting, as against 6 to 10 months under earlier yield-based schemes. The farmer is indemnified immediately after the loss when it is required the most.
2020 में जो खरीफ सीजन में जो आपने कौन सा फसल लगाया था? मक्का लगाया था ना? उस टाइम में आपका जो मक्का लगाया था डैमेज हुआ था?
यस, डैमेज हुआ था। सूखा की वजह से, तो बारिश में ही हुआ, इसीलिए सब सूख गया था।
इसलिए आपको ये डैमेज हुआ ना? इसमें आपको AIC की तरफ से, इंश्योरेंस की तरफ से कुछ क्षतिपूर्ति का सहूलियत मिला है आपको?
मिला है, इस बार मिला है, अकाउंट में ट्रांसफर किया है, हमारा अकाउंट में घुस गया।
आपको मिल गया है ना?
हाँ।
इससे पहले आपको इंश्योरेंस की तरफ से कुछ ऐसा क्लेम मिला था?
नहीं मिला था, कभी नहीं मिला। इस बार फर्स्ट टाइम हो गया।
रूपनगर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी, जो कि किसान, रोपड़ ज़िले के किसान है, इसने एक प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी बनाई हुई है। उसका नाम रूपनगर प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी है, RPCL हो।
हमारे पंजाब में अभी किसानों के ऊपर कर्ज बढ़ रहा है बहुत ज़्यादा, क्योंकि यहाँ पे लैंड होल्डिंग बहुत कम हो रही है दिन प्रतिदिन आगे जाकर। तो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी के जरिए हमने एक यहाँ पे मशीनरी बैंक लिया है, क्योंकि जो पहले हमारे किसान होते थे 1 एकड़ 2 एकड़ वाले भी, वो भी अपनी मशीनरी ले लेते थे। तो 1-2 एकड़ वाले किसान के लिए एक ट्रैक्टर और उसके साथ जो इम्प्लीमेंट लेने हैं तो 4-5 लाख के आसपास उसका खर्चा आ जाता था। तो हमने ये प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी में एक ट्रैक्टर और उसके साथ इम्प्लीमेंट लिए है। सो वो बहुत ही कम और जायज़ रेट पे किसानों का काम कर रही है जी अभी। तो इससे किसानों को डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट होगा।
फार्मर्स के पास मैकेनाइजेशन नहीं होगा, वो अपनी फार्मिंग को ज़्यादा अच्छे से नहीं कर पाएगा। आज हम कहते हैं कि सुबह बारिश का शेड्यूल है 10 बजे का और फार्मर को अपनी सोइंग करनी है 10 बजे के पहले। अगर उसके पास में फार्म इम्प्लीमेंट्स नहीं होंगे, इम्प्रूव्ड इम्प्लीमेंट्स नहीं होंगे, तो वो उसको सोइंग को नहीं कर पाएगा। अगर उसके पास एसेसिबिलिटी है तो उनको हायर करके उसको वो अपनी सोइंग कर सकता है। और उसका फ़ायदा ये होगा उसको कि उसका टाइम बचेगा। अगर उसकी सोइंग टाइम से हुई तो आगे उसको प्रोडक्शन भी अच्छा मिलेगा।
तो अभी हमारा बढ़िया चल रहा है। अगर पर्सनल तौर पे देखे तो मैं भी एक मार्जिनल किसान हूँ, मेरे पास 3 एकड़ की ज़मीन है। तो पहले मैं चाहता था कि मैं अपना ट्रैक्टर ले लूँ और ये वो करूँ, लेकिन फिर इनके साथ जुड़ा तो फिर मुझे समझ में आया कि 2, 2.5, 3 एकड़ में ट्रैक्टर लेने का हमें कोई बेनिफिट नहीं है। तो हमने ये प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी के जरिए अपन मशीनरी बैंक पूरा लिया, तो हम अभी सारा काम इसी से करवाते हैं। जैसे अगर 3 एकड़ में हम रेंट पे काम करवाते हैं तो 5-7 हज़ार का खर्चा आता है। अगर हम अपना ट्रैक्टर ले लेते तो 5 लाख का आप 1 साल का उसका इंटरेस्ट ही लगा लो तो भी 40-45 हज़ार रुपये बनता है। तो हमारा बहुत सभी बचत हो रही है जी।
हमारा बहुत ब्रॉड विजन है इसके बारे में। ये नहीं कि हमने इसको स्टार्ट किया यहाँ पे छोड़ देंगे। हम अगले 5 साल में 8 साल में चाहते हैं। अभी हमारी प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का टर्नओवर इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में ऑलमोस्ट 80 लाख के आसपास होगा। हम इसको देखना चाहते हैं कि अगले 3 साल में कम से कम इसका 3 करोड़ रुपए को लेके जाएं।
नहीं, ये बहुत बढ़िया कंसेप्ट है जी। ऐसे कंसेप्ट अगर पूरे पंजाब में तो पूरे इंडिया में होने चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारा किसान पीछे जा रहा है। तो अगर उसको आगे लेके आना है तो उसके लिए ये वाला जो प्रोड्यूसर कंपनी का, प्रोड्यूसर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का, गवर्नमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट है, ये बहुत बढ़िया है। इसके जरिए जो किसान नीचे जा रहा है उसको हम ऊपर लेके आ सकते हैं।
Green tea factory, owned by small-scale tea growers in Wayanad, is one of the finest projects supported by National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development. Wayanad Green Tea Producer Company Limited is a non-government company incorporated on July 5, 2013. Before the establishment of green tea factory, small-scale farmers were exploited by the middlemen and monopolizing lobby of big brands in tea sector. Factory started production in the year 2018 and has produced the finest quality green tea which has been tested to be free from chemical pesticides and biological impurities. The CEO and the board of directors are working towards achieving complete organic certification of the company, which is assisted by Upasi Tea Research Center and NABARD. As of now, 46 farmers have been certified for organic green tea production.
അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇതിൻ്റെ ഓർഗാനിക് ലൈസൻസിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കൊടുത്തിട്ട് അത് കിട്ടാൻ ഈ വർഷം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അത് കിട്ടും. 4 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞു ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് മാറിയിട്ട് 46 ആളുകൾ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് വന്നു. ബാക്കിയുള്ളവർക്ക് ക്ലാസ് കൊടുത്ത് അതിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ സംഘത്തിൽ 210 അംഗങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പോൾ ഇതിൽ ഈ ഓർഗാനിക്കിലേക്ക് വന്ന ആളുകൾ 162 അംഗങ്ങൾ അതുമുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഏതായാലും ഞങ്ങളൊരു 2 കൊല്ലം കൂടി ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് ഫുള്ളായിട്ട് ഓർഗാനിക്കിലാവും. ഇപ്പോഴും ഉള്ള ഈ ആളുകളെ ഓർഗാനിക് മാത്രം നോക്കിയിട്ട് അവർക്ക് നല്ല വിലയും കൊടുത്തിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളിത് ഉൽപ്പാദിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്.
The factory has been set up at a cost of 83 lakh, out of which 45.8 lakh was loaned from NABARD.
The farmers have also shared much, and now about more than 42 lakhs rupees is raised by shares from 168 members. Per kilo we are giving 40 rupees nowadays. and any profit, everything goes to the farmers.
Factory has the capacity to process 1,200 kg of green tea leaves per day. NABARD also sanctioned a grant sum of 6.48 lakh as a startup grant from the State Industries Department for the promotional and training programs. NABARD, along with Tea Board of India and Upasi Tea Research Foundation at Mepadi, have contributed in major ways in bringing up the technology transfer to the farmers' community and have provided close assistance in training the staff of the factory for the production of green tea. The factory has also provided employment opportunities for the local population in this venture.
नमस्कार आमार नाम जलमणि माझी ग्राम हे चिरुगुड़ा दलेर नाम हे जीवन झरना स्वनिर्भर महिला समिति थाना बागमुंडी। आमादेर ग्रामटी आदिवासी ग्राम ओई जे अयोध्या पहाड़ कोले देखा जाच्छे दादा ओई जे ओई नीचे आमरा बसबास करी और आमादेर एखाने 9टी दल आछे स्वनिर्भर दल। আমরা দল গঠন করেছি 2009 সালে। প্রধান সংস্থা দাদা এসে আমরাকে গ্রুপ বাঁধায় শিখালো, তারপরে আমরা সঞ্চয় করতে শিখলাম। সঞ্চয় করে করে আমরা ব্যাগ ব্লক যাওয়া আস্তে আস্তে শিখলাম। আগে আমরা ব্যাগ ব্লক কোনো জানতাম না, কোনো দেখি না। তারপরে আমরা নিজেরাই দিদিরা নিজে নিজেই ব্যাগ যায় ব্লক যায় সব কিছু করতে পারলাম। আমাদের সাহস বাড়লো, সাহস বাড়ার পর নিজেরাই যায়। গ্রামে দাদারা আমাদেরকে বলে যে দিদিরা মহিলা দিদিরা মাস্টার হয়ে গেছে। আমাদের গ্রামে আগে ভালো চাষ হতো না, পরিস্থিতি খুবই খারাপ ছিল। বর্ষাকালে ধান আর কুর্তি চাষ হতো, বাকি সময় আমাদের বন জঙ্গলের কাঠ বিক্রি করতাম বলরামপুর বাজারে। তারপরে আমাদের গ্রামের উন্নয়ন কাজ করি। টার জমিগুলো দেখছি ফাঁকা আছে, ফাঁকা রয়েছে। আমরা দিদিরা কি আম বাগান করতে চাইছি। আম বাগান করলে জলের সেচ দরকার, জল কোথায় পাবো? আমরা হাপা করলি, হাপা করার পর দিদিরা দেখছি তাহলে কি করা যায়। আম বাগান ভিতরে আমরা চাষ করতে হবে, কোনো হোক চাষ করতে হবে। তারপরে কি চাষ পরে আমরা আরও অভিজ্ঞতা বাড়ালি যে মাচা করব, মাচায় উপরে চাষ করলে কত আমাদের আয় উপায় হবে। আয় উপায় এই মাচায় আমরা করছি, আমরা দুটো ফসল পেয়ে যাচ্ছি, দুটো ফসল। এই যে আমরা মাচা একটা মাচাতে আমরা নানুয়া ঝিঙ্গা লাউ করলা ক্ষীরা এইগুলো আমরা চাষ করি। তারপরে সিম থাকে। আমরা এই যে মাচা প্রায় 15 থেকে 20 হাজার উপায় করি। দেখছি মাচায় আমরা বেশি লাভ হচ্ছে। তার জন্য এখন গ্রাম আমাদের গ্রামের প্রত্যেকটা পরিবার মাচায় চাষ করে। আমি দাদা বিলাতে চাষ করেছি, আগে এরকম আমি চাষ করতাম না। এখন দাদার এসে নতুন শেখাইলো এই যে ঝাঁক দেওয়া হয়েছে। আগে আমরা গরমকালে চাষ করতে ভাবতেছিলি না যে চাষ হবে বলে, অত রোদে আমরা জল কোথায় পাবো। এখন আমরা ইডিও অফিস থেকে স্প্রিংকলার পেয়েছি, তার জন্য কম জলে আমাদের গ্রীষ্মকালে চাষ হচ্ছে। 4.5 বিঘায় মোটামুটি আমার গাছ লাগা হয়েছে 12,000। বর্তমানে বিলাতি বিক্রি করেছি 10,000 টাকা। এখন আমাদের কৃষক সংগঠন করে নিয়ে আমাদের গ্রামে গাড়ি আসবে, বড় বড় মার্কেটে সবজি পাঠাবো। এই আমি মনে ভাবছি এই 12,000 গাছ দিয়ে আমি প্রায় আমার ইনকাম হবে 1 লাখ উপরে। আমার কথাটি শোনার জন্য ধন্যবাদ।
সকলকে রিকোয়েস্ট করব একটু কাইন্ডলি সেটেল ডাউন করবেন, আমরা খুব শীঘ্রই শুরু করব। যারা বাইরে আছেন কাইন্ডলি একটু সেটেল ডাউন করুন, আমরা শুরু করব। Requesting all guests to kindly take your seats, please. We'll commence shortly. যারা বাইরে আছেন একটু কাইন্ডলি ভেতরে চলে আসবেন, আমরা শুরু করব।
That we have to place the solution in the black box. Welcome back. We will now begin with a panel discussion on financing needs of FPOs, innovative funding approaches and risk management. The session will be moderated by Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty, Chairperson, Agriculture and Rural Development Committee, the Bengal Chamber. Sir, kindly take your seat on stage, please. The panelists are Shri K.C. Badatya, J.D., Bird, Kolkata. Requesting you to kindly take your seat on stage, please.
The next panelist is Dr. Daisy Shah, Farm Sector Technical Officer, State Bank of India. Requesting Dr. Shah to kindly take your seat on stage, please. The panelists who would be joining us online are Shri K.S. Mahesh, CFO, Nabkishan Finance Limited, and Mr. Ganesh N., Senior Vice President, Business and FPO, Shomunnati. Welcome, panelists.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think post-lunch session always remains a challenge, and but these sessions will keep you awake, I am sure, because so I welcome all the panelists here. Sri K.S. Mahesh, CFO, Nabkishan Finance Limited, who is joining online. Sri K.C. Badatia from BARD, Calcutta. From Dr. Daisy Shah from State Bank of India, and Mr. Ganeshan N. from Samunnati. The topic is financing needs of FPOs, innovative funding approaches and risk management. I think since last 2 days, we are discussing on many aspects of FPOs, be it agronomic practices, be it NABARD Chairman, Dr. Chintala, be it SFIC Managing Director, Srimati Nilkamal Darbari, be it Director General Manager of APEDA, even our Honorable Mr. Pradeep Majumdar of Advisor to Chief Minister of Government of West Bengal on agricultural allied subjects, be it Malay Poddar of AIC, everybody has highlighted one thing, that is availability of finance to these FPOs. Because without these, and moreover, customized finance to these FPOs, otherwise the other buckets might get derailed from their objectives also. So I think this is, there will be no other better panelists than today we have from State Bank, from BARD, from Samunnati, and of course from Nabkishan Finance Limited also. And really it is a privilege to welcome them all. So straight away I will request Sri K.S. Mahesh, CFO Nabkishan Finance Limited, to give his messages to the audience and also to those participating through online or through Facebook Live and YouTube also. Over to Sri K.S. Mahesh.
Mr. Badatia, Mr. Ganesh, Dr. Daisy Shah and other co-panelists, and all the members, FPOs who are participating in this particular event. It's great to be part of this conclave, FPO conclave. In fact, about 2 months back, we also had a discussion with many of the FPOs in West Bengal. West Bengal has a unique, position because of the large number of well-rated FPOs in the country, but not really exploited to the extent by the financing institutions. So that offers, I think, very good potential for financial institutions also to step in and fund these FPOs. So when we look at FPOs, our experience, Nabkishan has been doing this since 2012-13. So almost like last 8 to 9 years, we have been funding FPOs. And over the period, we have really seen that the typical life cycle of an FPO, if you look at, most of the FPO, when they start in the first year to second year, they tend to go into sort of on-lending mode. Because the first question asked by any member of the FPO is like, I am giving a share capital of say 500,000 rupees, what would I get in turn? That's the first question anybody asks for. So they get into mode of say, I will give you funding. So that is how the FPO starts building the relationship with the members, and that really graduates into next level of input businesses. On lending per se as a business, at least from Nabkishan Finance Limited, we don't encourage, because FPOs even today all said and done, they are not good at financial intermediation. So we are not really keen that the FPO should do on-lending business unless and otherwise their core business is related to that. For example, if there is an FPO which is into dairy and they require a lot of pouring members. So if that is a requirement, if the cattle population or the pouring members are not sufficient enough to meet their demand, probably they need to help the members to acquire animals. So that could be one area where you can look at on-lending model. Otherwise, per se, we would discourage, because there are 2 points which cause us a worry for all the lenders. One is when you actually do on-lending does not add to your turnover to a greater extent. It's because only interest income adds to your turnover. The second thing is the risk of non-payment or repayment delinquencies are quite high when you are actually doing on-lending business. So that's why we are not really encouraging that on-lending model, but all said and done, the trust building in the initial stages of any FPO's performance is through this model, on-lending model. Subsequently, when they realize that there are sufficient members are now inclined towards the functioning of the FPOs, they get into a business of input procurement and bulk sale to the bulk procurement and sale to the members. This is how it moves. What I am telling is the way when a typical FPO moves in the financial needs, how they meet the requirements of members. Then they get into sort of output procurement from the farmers, and they may just procure and sell it to a trader. Earlier, individual farmer members were directly selling to a trader, but now the FPO will do a procurement and then sell it to a trader. And when they grow a little bit more into that age, when they get little aged, they also get into a business of procuring, then storing it, then selling it at a higher price than the glut season, which is the marketing season. And some of them also graduate to a level where they procure, store, and also avail warehouse financing, because the raw material is locked in the godown. So they would pledge it and take financing and also do the further businesses. And then they move into sort of creation of infrastructure. Now they have got enough experience in both input and output procurement. Basically, I would say dealing of commodities, like both input and output. Then they come to a stage where they wanted to have some infrastructure in terms of customizing center, in terms of godowns, warehouses, cold storages. Then they also do sort of a processing machinery, processing and value addition equipments and all those things. Then once they have done that, they will come to a level where they will procure, store, value add or process, then they actually do the business. This is a stage where actually they get more share in the consumer rupee. Till the time they are at the mercy of somebody else, because they are dependent on somebody else for marketing their products. So this is how a typical FPO moves in their life cycle. I think to reach this type of stage, depending on the capability of the board of directors, the CEO, and the supporting organizations, support organizations, it may take anywhere between 3 to 5 years to come to this stage, and some of them even much more than that also. So during this phase, the FPO has to be cautious on two fronts. One is whether we have a clear objective, what we are going to do 5 years, like vision, sort of vision what the FPO has got, whether to what extent I'll be doing after 5 years. If they have got such type of a vision which is guided by their action, definitely they are through. And the second point is, whenever you are moving in that direction, you always have to build things for your sustainability. When you talk about sustainability, I would put simply three conditions. For any company to grow, you require funds. The fund can come from only two sources. One is your debt part, the other is the equity part. So you have to constantly increase your equity, which will help the financial institution, because most lenders are comfortable lending at a debt-equity ratio of 3:1 or not beyond 4:1. So most bankers would do that. So look at that. So unless you increase your equity, you will not be able to do businesses. Because if you take a typical, the lowest valued produce, I would say not in terms of value, but even in a marginal land, when your members are growing, say millets, even the worst kind of situation, they would get something around 25,000 rupees as a produce value for an acre. If you have about average of 500 members, the produce value of these 500 members would be something around 1.25 crores. So that's the produce value we're talking about. So if you want to really procure and market, you require sizable funds. I don't say you require 1.25 crores. You can have even as low as 10 lakhs and rotate it multiple times. So when we really talk about businesses, we would look at how quickly they are able to turn around. In the sense, you don't lock your money in inventory in terms of raw material, in terms of stock or finished goods. How you are able to make cash cash cycle as short as possible. If they're able to do it, which I know for a startup FPO is very difficult because you are all at the mercy of somebody else. So naturally, the terms will not be very favorable to you. But over the period, when you gain confidence, when you grow volumes, when you have more members supporting you, patronizing you, then naturally you should also be able to command more from the traders and other intermediaries and even the processing units. So then you'll be able to have a favorable, terms. So till the time, what I would request all of you is to look at your equity. You have to constantly infuse equity from the shareholders. Then look at your turnover. Your turnover is the most critical part. Anybody would look like, if an organization is growing, they will look at whether you are growing in turnover. If you grow top line, your top line grows, naturally you expect your bottom line also to grow. So your profitability, whether profits may not be very high, but you have to make a reasonable profit, decent profit. The turnover, profit and your equity has to go year on year. If it doesn't grow, that shows a question mark on sustainability of the FPO. So this part has to be ensured. Once you ensure this, then financing comes next. Now, as I told you, your requirement is 1.25 crore is what the procurement value of a particular FPO with the 500 members, and they all are growing millets with average produce value of 25,000 per acre. There could be somebody growing grapes, somebody growing banana. So the value could be much, much higher. So what I was talking is a bare minimum what you require. Now, with that, if you look at our experience in the past, if any startup FPO hardly requires 5 to 10 lakh rupees, because they are initially wary of taking finances. So they start with something like 5 to 10 lakh rupees, graduate to a level of 20 to 25 lakhs in the next year. By third, fourth year, they are touching close to crore of rupees. That's the requirement. This is for a very, very normal current Indian FPO, I would say. There could be some exceptional cases. We are not taking that. The normal average FPO which is doing business in India would require something like this. So by 3 to 4 years, they would require something around 1 crore rupee to do business. So when you require 1 crore, you should have something. If you talk about 3:1 or 4:1, you should have something around 20-25 lakhs of equity. So SFAC is also providing equity grant up to 15 lakh rupees. So if you can mobilize, if you have 1,000 members, mobilize 1,000 rupees the first year, you get 10 lakh rupees. Then you have 15 lakh coming from equity grant of SFAC. You have 25 lakh. With that, you can mobilize 1 crore loan. Oh, that's good. But next year, you have to increase the 1,000 to 2,000. That's how you grow. As you grow every year, you add up 10 lakhs, then you have profit, which is flowed back into your reserves. So naturally, you build your balance sheet. Then you have resources to do businesses. Then you'll be able to get funding also quite easily. So any lender, be it me, bank, or NBFCs, other NBFCs like Samunati, we will all look at your growth in terms of these 3 parameters on equity front or net worth. On net worth growth, your profitability, and also your turnover. When we do this, I would also caution some of the FPOs. There will be temptation on most of the FPOs to acquire infrastructure in the initial years. Infrastructure is required, but not in the initial years when your own funds are very limited. You have about 10 to 15 lakh rupees of own funds. Don't block your funds for creating assets which will prevent you from doing business, because for business you require working capital. If you block your entire funds into infrastructure, which is not going to earn you anything till you put in working capital for utilizing that asset. So don't block your funds unless you get some infrastructure which is largely subsidized or under a grant-based program, and that too if it is need-based. I can give you several examples. There are some governments, state governments, where they provide grant assistance for seed processing units, for oil milling units, for dal mills, and several other processing equipments infrastructure. You should take up only such infrastructure which is essentially in your business plan. Just because government is offering you a seed processing unit, just because government is offering you oil milling, and if you are a dairy FPO, you should not get into that business. It's not your core business. So don't lock your money into infrastructure, because this we have seen in many cases who have diverted their funds into infrastructure which is not exactly connected with their normal functioning. They get stuck and they are not able to survive long. This is a caution which any FPO in the initial stages have to do it. I understand there are many good FPOs in West Bengal. They have got a lot of customizing centers in Punjab National Bank has funded several of those FPOs in West Bengal for customizing center. So whenever you do a business planning, also look at what is called as contingency planning. What if my business fails? What if my main business is not going to work? whether I'll have alternate sources of funding, alternate sources of income. How will I repay this? Second question is margins. Typically, if you look at some of the input businesses, people get as low as 1 to 2% margin. With 1 to 2% margin, whether I will be able to even repay the interest part of what I'm getting as a loan. So that point also have to be seen. If you're able to rotate the money maybe 10 times in a year, probably with 1 to 2% margin, still you can work, because you will get almost like 10 times of 1 to 2%. So you have to look at, when margins are low, you need to rotate the cash quite fast. But if you're seasonal, like you have only one season or two seasons, like I only do Kharif and Rabi, I don't have other seasons, then naturally your margins have to be high. Otherwise, you will all face a problem of liquidity. And second thing is not enough money to repay your debts. So this point has to be taken care of by the FPOs. Coming to the actual financing part, if you come, today we have institutions like NABKisan, Samunati, who are all funding FPOs. By and large, I think we are the largest lenders today to the FPOs, and the commercial banks have also stepped in now. State Bank of India is funding Punjab National Bank, Canara Bank funds, Bank of Baroda also has few entities. Some of the small finance banks like ESAF Small Finance Bank, they are also into funding of FPOs. Today, what I can quote is, today is the 1992 moment of SHG, self-help groups. When the initial self-help group movement started in 1992, many lenders were averse of funding them. They were thinking that that's an alien animal altogether. Today, you have more than 1 crore SHGs in the country. So today is that 92 moment of SHGs for FPOs. Probably down the line, 5 years down the line, I would say that all mainstream banks will be flooded with FPO proposals and they would have FPO clients. That's what we look at. And if you look at even the FPO ecosystem, when we started this in 2003, when the FPO was first formed, the Companies Act was amended. Then subsequently in 2013, the amendment came, and 2020 September, again the Companies Act got amended. If you look at this phenomenon also, there is a lot of legal provisioning which has come into the formation and nurturing of FPOs. Then this Government of India has come up with a lot of policies. Various state government has come with policies. This new 10,000 FPOs of the centrally sponsored schemes is also coming as a big way. So if you look at today, India has got close to 11.5 crore farmers. We have farm households, I would say, yes, smaller marginal farm households. And what we are talking is currently about 8,000 odd FPOs, which is not even catering to 1 crore farmers. So if you look at the real size of how many FPOs could be there, like what we talk of SHGs, 1 crore, more than 1 crore SHGs today, each having, if you talk about 12 members, you are covering something around 12 crore women. But the active women in their active life cycle is about close to 30 crores, 30 to 40 crore women are there. So similarly, if you look at the farmers, what we are covering today is not even 10%. So there is tremendous opportunity for FPOs to be formed. The only thing is, SHG is a different movement altogether. FPO is a different movement. We should not start looking at mingling both the things. And I'm seeing a lot of SHGs getting converted into FPO members and all those things. A lot of hybridization is happening. But the concept behind SHGs and concept behind FPOs are slightly different. The women are also farmers, and I don't doubt about it. But where the objective was to have savings and internal lending, the Panchasutra, what we call it in for SHG movement. But FPOs are purely business organizations. So you have to look at as a business more than development. Today, if you look at most of the promoting institutions are basically NGOs who have more of a social objective, whereas the FPOs are largely commercially driven business organizations. So we need to look at them as a different entity, different animal altogether, and we should finance. When it comes to financing, there are a few issues which we always face. Every FPO thinks that I'm not getting funding, adequate funding. But at the same time, financial institutions also face several problems. The first and foremost problem is lack of credit history. If you go to a bank, the bank would ask, it's like asking an experience certificate for joining a job. The first person, when he goes to, after his college or graduation, if he goes to a company, they will ask you, give me an experience certificate. Where will he get it? Unless somebody gives him a job. It's similar to that. If you look at our history, what NABKisan has funded today, we have funded more than 800 FPOs. If you look at 95% of them are those FPOs who have not been funded by anybody else. They are first timers to us. So we have created the credit history now. By offering them loans, we have created a whole lot of 700 odd FPOs who are first time credit linked to NABKisan, and now they are ready with an experience certificate. Yes, I have taken a loan, I have repaid in time, and now I'm eligible for higher funding. So that's the first and foremost point which any FPO lacks, and many financial institutions don't come because of that reason. The second point is about the business planning. If you look at the business plans are very, very loosely built. Not a professionalism has to come in, because that is a crux. I would say that's the axle of your entire drive, your entire vehicle. If that is not done properly, it's like planting a tree wrongly and expecting beautiful fruit after 10 years. So that's how it should be. So your planning of your business planning is very, very critical to your whole functioning. So that requires a lot of effort and direction, and also you require contingency planning, as I told you initially also. Third thing is low capital base and financial strength. As I said, most of the FPOs talks about 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees shareholding from members. So which is a small amount, which is not sufficient enough to attract more of debt funding. And initial years, if you look at the first 1 or 2 years, probably debt funding is too difficult for an FPO to get. And even if they get it, they will find it very difficult to meet the requirements in terms of obligations. Then now another issue comes up is like many of the directors of these FPOs are defaulters to banks and other institutions. So when you go into the credit scores, be ICRIF for CIBIL, you have all these problems. Either the FPO, wherever the FPO is new, will not have a problem. Wherever some FPOs are drawn loans from any institution and they're not repaid in time, then they'll have a bad credit score, and also many of the directors would have a very bad credit score, which many of the lending institutions may not find it very attractive for funding. Then there will be management issues, because after all these, most of these shareholders, directors are all farmers. So everybody has got a different background. Their brought up is different. So naturally, they may not have the wherewithal, the skills to really manage a company, like typically what you expect from them. So there could be management issues between the CEO and the board, and within the members of the board, within the member board and the shareholders. Because it's a huge congregation, 1,000 members coming together. It's not a simple thing. You're talking about social mobilization, then into sort of a business. Then active membership. If you come across, I'm coming across a lot of FPOs where the active membership is not more than 40 to 45%. How do you make the members active? Because you should never go into a membership drive without actually making them understand the importance of this FPO to them. Otherwise, it will be just members for the sake of members, but absolutely there will be no contribution from those members, and there will be no patronage from those members to the FPO. Then coming to the very crucial part is the handholding support. Under what scheme they are formed, who is their mentor, who is handholding them, and whether after handholding, when they exit, they are creating a really a capable FPO, or when the handholding agency exits, the company also collapses. So that is another critical information. Critical information has to be seen by a lender. Then there are a lot of compliances, be it related to ROC and several others, company affairs, several compliances, taxations, GST, IT, so many compliances are there, which for a typical FPO, it's very difficult to do it. So these are the challenges which typically an FPO faces. But we can assure from NABKisan, with our experience in the past, when we have lent, every year we are lending close to 250 to 300 FPOs on an annual basis, and cumulatively more than 800 FPOs we have lent. Funding is not a constraint for this FPOs who are fulfilling the basic eligibility criteria which we have kept. You should be in existence at least for 6 months' time. At least 6 months with one audited balance sheet. You should have minimum share capital 2 lakh rupees. That's what we expect. We are very, very flexible, because we want to create an experienced FPO, which other lenders can take care of. Okay, these should not have defaulted to anyone. All the compliances like basic, like GST, PAN number, TIN number, whatever is required, you should have a regular CEO in place. If you have a regular CEO in place, probably the direction of the board of directors can be actually implemented. Then a business plan, at least for the duration of your loan. Suppose you require working capital for 12 months. You should have at least a business plan for 12 months. If you're talking about putting up a processing machinery, processing unit for 3 years, at least you require a business plan for 3 years.
Mr. Mahesh, Mahesh, one humble request, if you could finish it in coming 2 to 3 minutes, that will be wonderful.
I finished. I'm only telling the last eligibility criteria so that they can avail them. And you should not default to any organization. If you can fulfill this eligibility criteria, lending is not a constraint, I can assure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahesh, for a detailed presentation. I think it is a true learning for all the participants here. And I think if I take few of the important points you have highlighted, that the lending comes during the procuring, then storing, then value addition, and then sale, where is the major intervention of finance comes into play also. And you have made it very, 2 points very pertinent, that equity part should be given the most priority, that continuous basis equity portions should be strengthened so that more and more capital could be made available for the business also. And you have also highlighted that turnover is also a benchmark, because if the turnover is more, obviously we expect that the bottom line will also grow, which will make your balance sheet more robust also. And the turnaround ratio of your capital should be higher, so that your capital should not remain in the inventory or in the credit, so that it should go movement. And unnecessarily, you have put a word of caution to the FPOs that unnecessarily they should not block their capital in the infrastructures in the beginning, which is not in the core business area of their domain also. And you have also guided them that contingency plan should be in place, so that how they should tackle all those things. So really it is a good learning session for this thing. So what we will do, we will go forward with the next speaker, and at the end of the session, we will have the question answer session also. Thank you once again very much, Mr. Mahesh.
Thank you.
Now I request Sri K.C. Badatia, BARD, Kolkata, for his presentation. Sir, if you could confine within 10 to 12 minutes, that will be wonderful actually.
Yeah, I will try my best to finish it fast. Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Even when I look at a very good afternoon to all of you. When I look at the panel, I just feel I am just an odd man out. Why? Because I belong to an institute where generally we give training to the bankers, and very recently also we have started training to FPOs also. But when I look at the panelists over here, there is Sanunmati, who is mostly deep into value chain financing with newer and newer products. Then one of the public sector banks, State Bank of India, is there with a corporate push, how to finance in a big way to the FPO and all. And we have my friend Mahesh was there, Dr. Mahesh was there, and how NABARD as an NBFC arm of NABARD has tried its level best to push finance as far as FPOs are concerned. But coming to all these things, what I want to say is that if we look at the FPOs, basically certain factors certainly govern their role. Most important, we know that if I categorize them into the most important, the social capital. When I look at the FPO, how is the social capital, what kind of cohesiveness is there, and how they have come up to the level of true functioning and active functioning, that is most important. And that lies actually at the end when they require credit, how they will utilize, how they will spend, how they will prepare the development plan, and automatically the business plan will go on, and then they will start spending on creating different kind of infrastructure, and also regularly spending on working capital. All these will depend on that. So most important thing that several times we are missing is social capital. We have seen that when we 3 decades back we promoted our self-help groups, how we have given due emphasis to the group dynamics. That group dynamics in the form of social capital has to be inbuilt into this FPOs also. If that is not there, then I can say that the FPO has a very weakest structure as far as its long-term growth or forward-looking opportunity is concerned. Coming to second is basically its governance structure. That is also most important. We all know that, because if we look at an FPO, you see when it is registered under different acts. If it is registered under Companies Act, we call it APC, Farm Producer Company, and it operates like a business entity, corporate entity, having all kinds of corporate and company culture. When it is registered under the cooperatives and other forms of act, they are organizations that are governed by all kinds of norms, guidelines, all these things of the act concerned. So if we look at all these things, the governance plays a big role. How the CEO is operating, how the CEO is taking the FPO forward, and how at what time the business plan will be made, at what time what kind of credit we require, all these things will follow. So CEO, along carrying the board members, and also conducting meetings regularly and all these things that play a very big role, and how to prepare the business plan, and automatically that will reflect in the requirement of credit, and when the credit is obtained, then how they will utilize that will keep a very big role. So corporate culture, and also along with that the governance and the regular meeting and all these things of the board and all these carry a long meaning. Coming to third is basically the turnover business. Once this the corporate governance is set in place, third is basically the business process, value chain system and all these things. If we look at that, we will see that yesterday you might have heard, I also got an opportunity to listen to Vilas Sindhe, because I myself is deeply involved conducting a study of Sayadri farms, and 2 years back when I was in Pune, I had visited his unit. It is one of its kind. If you remember that, if I remember because I had visited even Germany and Netherlands, I have seen that when I entered into Vilas Sindhe's company, I found that whether I have entered into Netherlands. So that is a farm producer company. How they have come up? They have come up with 6,000, 7,000 farmers. They have integrated with 11 to 12 FPOs. They have come together and created such kind of a company where the value chain system from the pre-production to the level of it reaches to the consumption. Everything is there. Even now that the latest technology, that is blockchain technology, is under implementation. Even your coriander leaf that is packaged in such a way that when it is exported to Netherlands, Germany or USA or Arab countries, the particular consumer is requesting that I require this kind of coriander leaf from this fellow farmer. So that kind of blockchain technology is also there. So how is it possible? That is because of the governance, the leadership of Vilas Sindhe. So I several times I keep on telling wherever I get the chance to speak, that the leadership basically plays a very big role as far as the functioning of FPO is concerned. So credit will automatically follow. When the FPO functioning in a very active way with all its other parameters in place, then a credit will automatically come. So then fourth is obviously equity and credit structure. Now I think my friend Mohesh has already detailed you that how in the beginning stage, when the FPO comes into force, about almost till 1 year, it is the age of poverty, where it takes its shape, and members are coming together, they form, they unite, then they discuss, they meet, they conduct meetings and all things. They don't feel that what exactly credit we require and how much we require and what we will do with that. So initial 1 or 2 years, there is no requirement of credit, but they require equity fund is there. With that fund, they will take all things forward. But once this stage comes, second stage, basically in the middle stage, they have to come up with a very, very active business plan. That if that is lacking, then whole thing will be not in a good shape. So once the business plan starts, automatically, accordingly, we require credit. So basically, after 3 years, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, the credit demand for different kinds of activities will follow. Initially for working capital, but your equity fund support is not quite good enough because you are collecting only 1,000 from the farmers. That is why sometimes I say that size matters. If the FPO has 50 members, 100 members, with just 1 lakh it is not enough, collecting 1,000 from the farmers. Size always matters. So that is why if you will see that SFSC promoted FPOs they have a target that 500 members are there, then they will give that credit guarantee support scheme and all equity grant support scheme and all these things are there. So 500, if we take the yardstick, 500 and above, 6,000, 7,700, 1,000 member FPOs are quite good enough, active enough to sustain, to face any kind of adversaries in the future. So as they reach the middle stage and then the maturity stage, gradually the demand for credit will go up, and their business plan is ready. Credit will come automatically follow, and they will start making investment in different way. But most important thing is that how they will get the credit. The equity support is not enough, and the grant that the credit guarantee fund that will require automatically that equity grant they get, that is also not enough. So what they will do, their physical infrastructure with them is also not quite good enough, so they are not able to give show collateral to the bank. There lies the problem. They don't have physical assets to show them as a collateral. Bankers again require 3 years balance sheet, very active balance sheet. So there lies the problem. How will they do? So commercial banks are ready to, if I give an example, 2 years back I had conducted a study in Maharashtra itself. I visited 15 to 20 FPOs. I found only 2 FPOs got credit. That too from NBFCs. NBFCs are coming in a very big way. But question lies is that when they go to public sector bank, they will get credit at software rate, loan interest rate is little maybe 10 to 12%. But when they go to NBFC, they will get at 20%. So where they will choose? They will choose a commercial bank or they will go to the NBFC. But they have no other option. I will give another example. When I visited one of the branches of the commercial bank, I am not taking the name, the branch manager had kept the loan application pending for 2 months. When we approached the branch, he told, sir, one of the board member who has signed the application is a defaulter. He has an account with us, but he is a defaulter. So we are yet to process the application. Then we asked, then you should have contacted the FPO and told them that this is the thing that you are not able to process it. So that kind of awareness is also not there among the FPOs. So one of the board member is a defaulter, he has signed the application, so but bank branch is not able to process it, and FPO is not aware that they should not have taken that member's signature into cognizance for filing the application for loan. So that kind of knowledge, awareness is also not there with the FPO. So most important thing here lies is that even though how mature enough the FPO is, creating all kinds of training, capacity building and awareness, skill building, all these things are a continuous process as far as FPO is concerned. That is most required. And most importantly, here what I want to say is that when they reach that stage, spending all kinds of credit, they require different kinds of business plan in itself, as I told you. But they have to see that how properly they are making it active enough and they process the application. If I want to say that, in the beginning I told you that greater sensitization is required. Most important is that yesterday, you know, our chairman sir has told that many of the RRBs are coming forward for financing FPOs. But most important is that there has to be a corporate push. Many of the banks are not coming forward, but if there is a corporate push from the top, obviously branch manager will be active enough to taking up the financing FPO in a very big way. I visited one branch, not able to recollect, but there I found the FPO is quite good. Their turnover is 50 crores almost. They require 1.5 crore loan immediately, in a week's time. So they filed the application with the branch. Branch manager waited for quite some time because he doesn't know what will he do with that application. He could have contacted the regional office, he could have contacted the zonal office that I have received an application like this, I have to process it, but I don't know how to go about it. He didn't do anything, he just kept it pending with him. So when we approved, we found that that is lying with them. That FPO told me, sir, we are waiting for that they are doing that, but we are in dire need of 1.5 crore. So when we approached that, I don't know anything, I have not received any circular, I don't have any kind of idea how to go about it and all. So what happened, the next day, FPO approached one of the NBFC and they got the loan in just in half a day with a 20% interest. So the FPO has to choose. If he had gone for, he would have gone for commercial bank, but he would have got at 10 to 12%, but he is waiting for almost 1 week. His business is getting murdered. So he has no other option. He went to the NBFC and NBFC gave him a loan at the rate of 20%. Just imagine. So he has a choice here, but he has to go for a very, to spend a lot in terms of interest, paying interest out from his business, then choosing a commercial bank. So commercial banks are quite good enough in financing, but most important is that there is a business corporate push is required. Yes, sure. Then another thing is that as far as FPOs are concerned, standardizing rating tool is involved. So here we have to choose. You see, FPO is a company, FPO is a corporate body, but with a social angle in it. It is a community-based organization working for farmers. That we should not forget. So social obligation is there. Again, corporate company culture is there. We have to create a balance in between these two. So there we have to make a tool, a rating tool in such a way that all these parameters are there. There are company culture, so that kind of parameter is there. There are also some parameter has to be there that they are a social organization, they are working for the community, they are working for the village, they are working for the farmers. That kind of approach has to be there. So how will we go about it? Maybe we can think of a different approach. Maybe paradigm shift is required. Some of the norms that is required as per the Company Act can be tweaked into so that we can go for a different model of rating. Similarly, now as far as infrastructure is concerned, many of these government subsidy schemes are coming. So some kind of convergence is required with the government, different kinds of schemes, so that they will take the subsidy and create their own infrastructure. So greater convergence is very much required. And you can think of even single window scheme as far as the licenses are concerned. Because the farmer is, the FPO is rushing to, for seed license, he is going to a different, for fertilization he is going to somebody. Again for other licenses, they are moving from different to different places for different kinds of licenses. Can you think of a single window where all kinds of licenses are offered? So what I want to suggest, these are some kind of suggestions I want to make. Again, hand-holding support is very much required, but how long? Once hand-holding support is gone, FPO is become dormant, FPO is become inactive, FPO is simply missing his direction and leaves the business. So all these things have to be kept in mind when we think of credit requirement. Most importantly, even though they are corporates, we have to think in mind that they are also social entities. So that thing we have to keep in mind while thinking of it. So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Badatia, for your excellent deliberations. I think synopsis-wise, if you take, I think you have highlighted on governance structure, business process, value chain development, and of course you have highlighted on the leadership, which is very key factor for getting the business done. And credit will follow once the business plan starts and leadership and organizations are in place also. And you have very important, you have highlighted that size matters. Only with 100 or 200 you cannot take up the scale. You have to go for a scale also. And you have to take a decision whether you go for NFBC or National Bank loan, for which documentations, process, compliances are to be taken. So altogether it is a big message for the FPOs for the future forward also. Thank you once again. Now I request from the biggest bank of India, that is State Bank of India, Dr. Desi Saha, to give his messages. Ma'am, I shall appreciate if you could manage it in 10 minutes and 12 minutes.
Good afternoon, our panelists and dignitaries here, present here, and our FPO friends. Bank, everybody is looking for the bank who is going to finance FPO or FPC. So first, I would like to highlight FPO. We usually come across the word FPO and think, what is FPO? If any proposal is coming to any branch, proposals are not coming to LHOs, generally going to the branch. Everybody think FPO, what is FPO? FPO is a farmer producer organization. So first in our mind it will come that producer organization. So producer can be of anything, and we are adding the farmer producer organization. That means the produce must be any agricultural produce. So if farmer producer organization, anyone is farming 20 people, 25 or 50, any number is coming to form FPO, they must be doing any agriculture activities. So this comes to our mind first. In our West Bengal, 3 or 4 years back, I think we usually started commercially forming FPOs by few NGOs. In 2016, probably few NGOs come up for formation of FPOs. And at that time, few FPOs, 1 or 2 were very strong because they were, while discussing all the things, while organizations are going to make some new thing, FPOs and FPCs, so they were aware that that's why they formed the good FPOs, and they were aware of everything, what the work they are going to do in future by the formation of FPOs. Means they formed by 50 or 100 members. Within 6 months they reached by number of 500, they turned into the company by registering into Companies Act, and after 1 year, they went to bank for taking loans. At that time, we visited the FPO office, we visited the village, and we have found that they are working very nicely, but what is the planning of that FPO was, first we'll form the FPO, and what individually we are doing, the members were doing, so that individual work will be done together. So let's see, if one farmer is producing, actually they were doing flower business, so if one farmer is producing 2,000 of flower, so it will be difficult for them to carry in a small vehicle up to Kolkata or up to Havra or up to different distance places for selling it. So if 50 or 100 customer or 50 or 100 farmers are coming together, they can sell it together by taking a hiring or purchasing a van, and together they can sell it to the distance places. So what is the benefit? The benefit is they are hiring a vehicle or they are purchasing a vehicle, they can divide it into 50 or 100, whatever the number of member each. So this is the benefit. So why they form the FPO? To get benefit, because they are cropping the same thing, they are raising the same thing. By formation of FPO only, they are come across the marketing, or they are come across the thing that can increase their profit. So to increase the profit of the farmers together, we are forming FPOs. So we want loan, we want credit. So now there are lots of FPOs in the West Bengal, and we are also looking Andaman and Sikkim, and there are lots and lots of FPOs. But I think there are lacking in the members of FPO one thing, the integration and coordination. Because whenever I used to visit any FPOs in any corner of the state, I found 10 and 20 members among the FPO or FPCs, they are aware of what activities they are doing, why they have formed FPOs, but rest of them don't know why we formed FPO, whether we have formed FPO or not, why we signed that document, why we are holding the share of for so and so an FPO of rupees 100 or rupees 200, whatever. So basically the 500 or 200 members of FPOs or FPCs are run by directors, not in every case. In many cases I found that one. So whenever any proposal is coming to the branch, first criteria is to visit the FPOs or FPCs, what they are working, what they are doing. So first, this is the loopholes where branch managers are getting ki everybody is not aware of the activities or what they have, why they have formed the FPOs, what functioning they are going to do, why they want to take the credit from the bank. So everybody is not aware of. It is not so. Actually, we are forming the FPOs to work together because we have many opportunities. As Mahesh sir told, first is the when we are cropping anything, we are producing any of the agriculture produce, we need to procure. Procure means either we are raising the crops or we are purchasing the crops from the locality, we are collecting it together. If we are more than 500 members, we are collecting so many produce, and after collecting this much of produce, what we are going to do? We must be clear about those things. So what we are going to do, either we will store somewhere or we are going to sell somewhere. So if we have any selling arrangement with any market yard or government or anything, we are directly collecting and selling. But we need, if we are keeping something, any produce to us, these are perishable things, these are perishable goods, we all know, so we have to store these things. So we need any storage facility, whether we are going to store in a normal godown or what is the produce, we need cold storage. So we need that infrastructure to produce because we are going to sell the things together. Why together? Because we are going to get the good price. When we are going to sell individually, we are not going to get the good price. So we need that storage facility. Third one is the processing part. We cannot process a small amount of produce, but we need a large amount of produce to process anywhere. So for processing part, we are collecting the produce together and we are making a processing plant. We can process it together and after that we can market it. So for processing plant, we also require credit. And last one is the marketing part, which all we know, the marketing part. So these are the points where we need credit. But I have come across the proposals. The proposal comes to us mainly for trading activity. So if we want to give the loan for the trading activity, there is my suggestion, because keeping on the practical point of view, I would suggest if there is any project report for investment credit, either for storage or for processing or for the marketing, we can go for the finance project to project basis. But if we require credit for the trading activity, we need CC limit, any working capital to the person. So where is the clash in this process is we need the credit requirement for the trading activity. So we can ask for 1 lakh also, we can ask for 1 crore also. So cash flows, we go with the our purchasing, what we want to purchase, what activity we are doing, and how many amount we are going to purchase and we are going to trade. So they will give the project of that, keeping in that scenario. But while calculating the CC limit, I think other banker will also say, while calculating the CC limit on that cash flow, there is a clash between normally we are giving the CC limit for the SME activity and we are going to give this CC limit for the crop. So my suggestion was whether we can formulate a scheme like we are financing the SHG and in other cases that the such and such FPO has the member of capacity of 500 and above or 200 and above, and according to the number of members or the amount of equity, either of considering either of that, we can fix the CC limit. So this FPO having the 500 member, we can give the CC limit of 10 lakhs. Or this is having the equity of 15 lakhs, so we can give the credit CC limit of 30 lakhs or 20 lakhs. So I think making a policy on CC limit would benefit more and more FPOs in future, because project finance and investment credit finance is a long term, it is a vague word also. We are going to assess what he is going to do, whether he is having some agreement with marketing facilities or government or any other body or not, whatever activity they are going to do, so everybody is aware or not, their civil or correct is good or not, they are having profit for the last 2 years or not. So I think my suggestion was for CC limit, whether we can do this or not. Second thing, I would like to highlight that presently we have this scheme for financing only FPCs. We cannot finance FPO till date. State Bank is working on it, and probably by the next month we are come with the proposal of FPO financing also. But presently we are only financing FPCs. The reason behind this is we are not getting SFSC guarantee in case of FPO. In case of FPC2, SFSC is giving credit guarantee only to the FPCs who are having 500 number of members and more, who are for the profit in last 2 years, at least 1 rupees profit in last 2 years, and their equity must be more than 5 lakhs. So these are the criteria. There must be small and marginal farmer. These are also the criteria. They must have the permanent director and CEO in the FPC. These things they can fulfill. But the number of 500 and more members and the equity, these are not fulfilled by all. And FPO might be registered other than FPCs, other than Company Act. So why they will not get, why will they get deprived of getting credit facility? So we are working on it, but I think if we get some help from the committee to finance them, to the FPOs other than FPC. So we are interested in financing. And for guarantee part also I can tell, SFAC guarantee itself giving guarantee coverage of SFAC is very difficult. It's my view, because whatever loan we has given in FPCs for credit guarantee itself, I have to hire one person from SFAC every time. Because what document they want for SFAC guarantee, it's very difficult. We have mailed 10 times to chartered accountant, we want this, and we are waiting for the document we didn't get, and many times it happened, and lastly we have decided, we used to hire one person from SFAC to come out to our branch and upload the SFAC guarantee, whatever are the criteria to fulfill. So why it is not like CGFMU like Mudra or CGTSME? We can do online in a click of a button. So it would be like that, and up to 10 or 20 lakhs we can think other guarantees which NCDC and NABARD would like to give, I think, in coming days. So we can work on that, and we are looking forward to finance FPOs mainly, because FPCs are getting finance from many sources. So would like to tell you, we are looking forward for FPOs finance in next coming 1 or 2 months only by SBI. So thank you.
Thank you, madam. I think very well said on the credit front, and you have highlighted member of farmer should be a benchmark for availing this credit facility, and also knowledge of the member farmer is also very important for going ahead also. And infrastructure, processing, marketing, you have touched upon, and priority should not only for the trading, it should be also on the other arenas also. And you have mentioned that for SFAC sponsor guaranteed loan, there are some challenges there, but I think times coming, we expect that sorts will be used to a great extent. But once again, thank you very much for your presentations. We have the last presentations from the panel discussions. Representative from the Samunnati, Mr. Ganeshan, please.
And other panelists, Mr. K.S. Mahesh, my friend, Mr. Bharatia and Dr. Sahab, who have done a wonderful job in telling us all the challenges and the various opportunities that the FPO financing offers. So my talk, I would like to split. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
I like to have this 10-12 minute discussion split into 2 or 4 parts. The first is a little bit about Samunnati, and second part about the value chain financing, that what are the concept of value chain financing, and then they stick to the topic on what are the innovative funding opportunities and the risk management that comes along with in financing for FPOs. Samunnati is an agri value chain enabler that offers innovative and customized financial and non-financial solutions, and we've been in the space. We do agriculture and nothing other than agriculture, and we believe in the concept of value chain financing. I'll come to what value chain financing is, what we mean. We work with a single mission of making markets work for smallholder farmers. That's at the core of what we do, right? And we operate both at the demand end and the supply end of the value chain, agriculture value chain. The demand end, as you know, comprises of traders, processors, manufacturers, and the consumers, essentially consumers of agri commodities. And the supply end of the value chain comprises of farmers and aggregators of farmers. As you all are aware, there are 147 million farmers in the country, 146 and 157 million hectares of land, with 1.08 hectares as average land value, land holding, right? And what FPO ecosystem that has really taken off in the last 2 decades has done is to negate the inefficiencies that can possibly come with low land holdings, and FPOs act as an aggregator of both demand and supply. Demand of the farmers for the inputs that they do, and supply of all the produce that the farmers have. Right? And essentially, FPOs, as you're all aware, I don't need to emphasize, work on the concept of collectivization and how the economies of scale and better bargaining with the markets can be leveraged and can be put to the best use, and how it can impact the livelihoods of various farmers who are members of the FPO. The concept of value chain financing, as you're aware, we strongly believe that that the approach to agriculture financing or approach to financing specific agriculture value chains is through the value chain concept, and how value chain is defined as the sequence of all value adding activities from production till consumption to processing and commercialization, and each member of the chain or each segment of the chain has both backward and forward linkages. And as you know, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link, right? And if you look at the entire food chain or agriculture chain, I would believe the demand end is reasonably well knit. You have many traders, processors whose skin in the game are very strong. The weak link, I would believe at this point in time, are the aggregated farmers network, which are farmer producer organizations, right? So what's the concept of value chain? Why is it better than looking at a standalone financing, how a typical bank would do? So a farm to table integration or value chain concept basically increases efficiency and the value through reduction of wastages, ensuring food safety, preserves freshness, decreases consumer prices, and improves the farmer prices as well, and the increase income. So efficient value chains also reduce the use of intermediaries in the chain. It strengthens the value added activities because of better technology and inputs, farm gate production, upgraded infrastructure, and increased price opportunities through demand driven production, which the value chain can bring. Okay, and also it facilitates more secure production for procurement for food processing and exports. So how it is very different from a typical standalone financing is that it recognizes the power of multiple players and the strength of the various buyers and sellers, right? Mr. Bhattacharyya talked about the social capital, right? So in a value chain, a well-integrated value chain concept, you have strong buyers who ensure that the entire value chain sustains, right? And therefore, the decisions of credit, which is what we are discussing today, is dependent on the strength of the entire value chain, not just the player. For instance, the cornerstone of our financing, an agriculture buyer and seller, if FPO is a seller and if there is a buyer, for us, the buyer has to be strong, right? And buyer has to, is a strong buyer. The seller being strong or weak or nascent or new hardly matters, and that's because the risk mitigants ensure that the payables are done through an escrow mechanism, which is a risk mitigant for us. And therefore, our model in that sense is little different and if I may so, a little bit unique. So let's come to the topic on there are various challenges that the FPOs face. Mahesh, Mr. Bhattacharyya and Dr. Saha have detailed the various challenges. I'm not going to go into the challenges that the FPOs face. We all know it's and what I like best about what Mahesh said was this is a 1992 movement for FPOs. The 92 movement was the SHG movement. In 10 years and in close to maybe 15-20 years, the kind of SHG bank linkage which really has taken huge proportions. Today, the entire MFI market banks on that initial foundation which NABARD set it through MyRADA, and it's now a 3 lakh crore market. FPO ecosystem is essentially in that movement where there is a lot of action that's happening with a new 10K FPOs that are being promoted, with government focusing on several measures to strengthen them. There is a separate budgetary allocation, and we have the CBBOs and 3 large institutions, SFSC, NABARD and NCDC actively pursuing this agenda of how to increase the incomes of the farmers. With all this tailwinds that is coming to the FPO ecosystem, I strongly believe like what Mahesh said is happening, where FPOs are going to the future. And as Mr. Chintala said yesterday in this forum, I believe is that FPOs are going to be much stronger and are arriving in India. Now let's come to the innovative financial structures, right? So as I said, there are challenges on member engagement, the challenges on governance, the challenges on equity mobilization, there are challenges on access to finance, the challenges on value addition, productivity of the farmers, how do they operate, how do they efficiently operate their organization, and most importantly, the market linkages. While Samanati recognizes all of these, but access to finance is the single most, if not the largest issue about how FPOs can graduate to the next level, right? And therefore, we have identified that there are 4 key needs of an FPC, 3 of which are needed for the FPC as working capital and 1 for its farmer member, right? And the first one is access to inputs, right? So the FPO, because of low equity, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakhs, up to 5 lakhs, they are not able to purchase inputs at the right quality, in the right quantity, at the right time, and at the right price. Okay, and hence the farmers, it's a chicken and egg story. Only if the FPO offers its services of input and output, farmers would join them, right? Because FPO has low equity, they are not able to buy inputs in bulk, and hence they are not able to offer the right quality and the right quantity of inputs at the right price, and therefore the social capital which Mr. Badatia mentioned about is very difficult to form by. Right? The second need for access to finance is when farmer comes with output and expects the FPO to buy them and offer them better prices. If FPO has capital, it would buy that output and be able to pay the farmer immediately, right? While the output can be stored, processed, and linked to a buyer who would probably need a kind of a credit. Now, these two are working capital needs of the FPO, the gap between actually paying the supplier and getting money from the buyer, right? That's the working capital gap that institutions like NABKisan and Samunnati really, address. The third kind of need that an FPO has, which a few of the panelist members really want, was we don't invest much in infrastructure, but then we are looking at small catalytic infrastructure. If it's about sorting and grading machines, if it is about a small milk chilling plant, if it's a small, a dal processing unit, which will substantially add value to the produce, can that be financed and that can be funded? Right? And that's a term loan that can be offered. Right? And the fourth, even though Maher did speak about the fact that the FPO should not be doing on lending, and I completely believe and trust that they should not be doing on lending, because one, they are not as a structured organization, they're not supposed to be doing, and secondly, like he said, they do not have the capability to manage that particular function. But nevertheless, we believe that Samunnati believe that offering a small ticket size loan to the farmer through the FPC under the guarantee of the FPC, with a clear end use how that particular finance is going to get used, is an important element in ensuring that they integrate with the value chain. For example, if a dairy value chain, a dairy producer company for which I was associated earlier, has its farmer members and would like to increase assets like milk animal, can we ensure that can the FPC connect with institutions like NABKisan and Samunnati, and we give a loan to the member acquires assets, milk production increases. With the same labor, the poor woman is able to earn a substantially larger income, the dairy company is able to fulfill its capacities, and the additional income of the FPC can go back as retention prices and patronage bonus.
Mr. Ganesh, humble request if you could finish within coming 2 to 3 minutes.
Right, sir. Sure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So that's about the innovative structure. So risk management for us is about, one, believing and trusting that the FPOs and the farmer members would put all earnest effort in fulfilling their obligations, right? So and therefore our structure has 3 kind of categories of lending. One is a small ticket size up to 5 lakh rupee loan. We call it the SAM IPL, the instant pre-approved loan, right? No questions asked, very minimal documentation, 5 lakh loan, straight process. Then we have a simplified assessment norm for loan from 5 lakhs to 25 lakhs. Again, very basic criteria like what Mahesh said, increased in profits, looking at the turnover, and a calculation on how much limit can be created. And third is more than 25 lakhs. So these are the 3 categories of lending solutions that we may offer to them. Our risk mitigation, the last minute I will take on mitigating the risk is, we lend to the FPO, send the money to the input supplier supplies the goods to the FPO gives some credit to the farmer gives the produce back to the FPO, This financing also is done by Samunnati to ensure that the FPO is able to procure the entire set of produce. FPO sells it to a buyer. Buyer pays the money in an escrow account. Samunnati takes its capital and the interest and pays back the rest to the FPO. So the risk for us, the way we see the risk is how is the entire chain integrated, is cohesive, and the buyers are strong. So with that, I would like to thank the organizers for giving Samunnati an opportunity, and the Bengal Chambers and NABARD for inviting Samunnati in this wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh, for a wonderful presentations. I think in the morning, Anilji has given a iconic speech, which was really revealing to a great extent, and followed by your presentations, and where you have highlighted mainly the value chain versus the individual crop. I think that is the biggest advantage for the FPOs to play, because individual farmer cannot go to value chain creation, but rather FPO can venture into that segment also. You have highlighted the lending solutions in detail, options of lending solutions, which solution should fit to the which group. I think that is a wonderful, I should say the flexibility is there, which people can go for. And lastly, not the least, I think risk mitigations you have highlighted, that how we could, they could address these issues also. So once again, heartiest thanks to you for your presentations. We are sorry for interrupting you in between, but it will be our pleasure to seek your suggestion, advices and guidance in upcoming days also, for the benefit of the FPO members also. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir.
So we have come to a close. So if I think we are running little bit short of time. So what we suggest, whatever questions you have, you can give us in writing to a pad, and we will forward it to the speakers for their replies, and we will forward to you for your satisfactions also. And we will keep in touch with you for constant touch, for upgrading you about the facilities available by the thing. And sincere thanks to speakers for your wonderful presentations. It is a learning for us also. I thank you. Now I hand over to Sharnali for closing the session also.
Thank you very much. As a mark of our respect, we would like to hand over mementos to our esteemed panelists present on stage. Those who have joined us online, will send it across to your offices. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Should we go for the next one?
The next panel discussion is on leveraging technology for enhancing productivity, value chain efficiency and scalability, nurturing agri-tech startups. The session will be moderated by Shri Kamalesh Kumar, GM NABARD, Kolkata. Requesting Mr. Kumar to kindly take your seat on stage, please. The panelists are Professor Dr. H.N. Mishra from IIT Kharagpur, who will be joining us digitally. We also have representative from Guru Nanak Institute of Technology, GIS Group, Dr. Deboshi De. Dr. De, kindly take your seat on stage, please. The third panelist is Ms. Kakoli Bandopadhyay, who would also be representing GIS. Ms. Bandopadhyay, can you kindly take your seat on stage, please?
Well, I'm in online.
Okay. So she's also joining us online. My apologies. So over to you, sir.
Thank you and good afternoon. Can I have a water, please? Before I start, I would like to take you a little back. I think people have forgotten one thing, or it is a rare thing that we find today, is the joint family system. সংযুক্ত পরিবার যেটা প্রায় 20-25 বছর আগে 20-25 years back, it was the norm. And if I take the journey of the joint family system and the land size that we have today, if we make a corollary, the joint family disintegrated, and along with that, the land size also disintegrated. The disintegration of the joint family into a nuclear family, maybe it was good for some, but overall, if we take the societal view, it came with a lot of problems, which perhaps we are realizing now, though quite belatedly. At the cost of repetition, I would just like to highlight the state of agriculture in our country and especially in Bengal. As many speakers have said, the land holding size has come down. The average is 1.08 on the national level. In terms of Bengal, it is even much less. It is around 0.77 hectares. Can I have some water, please? The disintegration of the joint family system, if people can recollect, in a joint family system, we hardly had any problem of labor. We hardly had problem of, say, distributing the work. We now have a problem of labor. We need machines to do our agriculture. Earlier, it was a collective job of the family which was doing agriculture. Now we need machines. We hear that we have shortage of labor, they have migrated, we don't have labor to, the crops are ready, we don't have labor to cut them. We need machines to cut them. And when we use machines to cut them, we have the problem of stubble. Then the farmers burn the stubble, then we have an environmental problem. So the problems keep on escalating. So coming back to the scenario in Bengal, we have 2.75% of the geographical area of the country, but we have almost 7.5% of the national population. So the density is almost 3 times. 1,000 plus is the per square kilometer population density. This poses challenges. Challenges in terms of providing food for these people, providing employment for these people. What we see is constant migration to the cities in terms of search for livelihood, search for better opportunities, and whatnot, maybe education. In fact, when we talk of education, Bengal has a very decent literacy rate. It is above the national average. The literacy rate is above 76%. So this also, apart from being an asset, is also a challenge in terms of that. I won't be wrong in saying that if a person is educated, if he is highly educated, he moves away from agriculture, especially if he is from a village. He doesn't want to stay in the village. So education in a way is migrating people from the villages. The challenge lies in how do we retain our youth in the villages. Even if we have people or the youth staying in the villages, they are not interested in agriculture. So how do we make them interested in agriculture? Because everything has a chain reaction. Our cities, they cannot expand exponentially. There is a limit how much a city can expand. And the cities have their own problems. So the challenge lies in helping the youth in finding meaningful lives in the villages. The small land holdings in West Bengal especially have its own challenges. We need increased production, we need increased productivity. We also need surpluses so that we can sell them, so that we have income. So if a farm family just produces for self-sustenance, so he won't have any surplus so that he can earn some more money. So to address all these issues of small land holdings, migration, retaining of the youth, and providing gainful employment in the village, and also to provide a remunerative price for the farmer's produce. Perhaps FPO is the in thing now that we are all looking for. When we talk of FPOs, there are many challenges. The first challenge comes in bringing a group of people together. We as families, we don't live together now. We have differences. How do we bring 500,000 families together? So this is one of the biggest challenges. Then, how do we try to engage them in an activity that will be collectively helpful to each of the families? This is another problem. Then the question of equity contribution. If we see in many FPOs, the equity contribution is not uniform. Ideally, it should be uniform, so that each member has an equal say in the FPO's functioning. But if you go to the field, this doesn't happen, or it's not happening right now. Then input supply is another issue. There are many players who are interested in input supply, and the issue is they provide the input on credit, which is a very interesting bait for the farmer, because he doesn't have to pay when he gets the inputs. He just takes the input on credit, and he doesn't realize that he has to pay a higher price in terms of the produce that he is going to pay to the traded subsequently. So these are the challenges that the FPO faces, but the FPO perhaps is the only way that we can take our agriculture forward. And as you know, NABARD has been mandated for agriculture and rural development. Our CGM was here today morning, he was also there yesterday. You might have also heard our chairman give the keynote address yesterday. So NABARD has been engaged in agriculture and rural development since its inception. And FPO is also a push that NABARD is taking forward pan-India. To assist the FPOs and also to support innovations and startups in agriculture, NABARD has funded around 7 agri incubation centers across the country. I would just, for your information, mention them. The first is Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agriculture University, Hyderabad. Then we have Sardar Kushinagar Dantiwada Agriculture University, Baskatha in Gujarat. Then we have Tamil Nadu Agriculture University in Madurai, Tamil Nadu. Then we have Chaudhary Charan Singh Haryana Agriculture University, Hisar in Haryana. Then we have our own Agri Business Incubation Center for West Bengal in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur. We'll have Dr. Mishra speaking about it after some time. Then we have National Academy of Agriculture Research Management, Hyderabad. And we have Rajmata Vijay Raje Scindia Krishi Vishwavidyalaya, Gwalior in Madhya Pradesh. So these are the 7 incubation centers that NABARD is supporting and facilitating. I would share some of the activities that the incubation center has done. Basically, I'll be sharing the Tamil Nadu Agriculture University, which is one of the first agriculture business incubation centers that we have supported. The Madurai Agri Business Incubation Forum, that is called, it's a Section 8 company. It was registered in May 2018. And in the last 2 years, or rather 3 years, it has assisted around 86 startups, 243 FPOs, and 32 idea stage startups with upscaling. Then MABFI has also facilitated registration of 11 patents, 46 trademarks, 38 plant varieties, 4 GIs, and the like. So these are some of the activities that the Agri Business Incubation Center supported by NABARD is doing. It's basically, as you would agree, that today is the time of innovation. Innovation in terms of processes, innovations in terms of cost reduction, innovation in terms of aggregation, innovation in terms of facilitating the farmers to get a better price, innovation in terms of igniting the minds of the youth so that they go back to agriculture. You might have heard instances of people in the corporate sector leaving highly paid jobs going back to agriculture. You might think that what has driven them or what is driving them back to the villages. there could be 2-3 things in my mind that I've ignited them to go back to their villages. One of the foremost thing could be the stress, the stressful life that they have in the corporate world. It is a dog eats dog world. I am in a Chamber of Commerce institution. I think people who are associated with business So, stress is one of the challenges that corporates are facing. The quality of life that we have in the cities, if you compare it with the villages, we have polluted air, we need to drink bottled water, and there are other challenges. So these are the things that the youth, they need to think and search for opportunities. I am sure that if we are able to provide the youth with the opportunities in their villages, in their towns, so that they can earn a decent living, I think we'll be able to arrest a lot of migration to our cities and maybe develop agriculture in a way that it will be beneficial to all the stakeholders in the villages. I hope that the deliberations or the information that Dr. Mishra will share regarding our incubation center in Kharagpur, it is in the nascent stage. It's just taking baby steps, and hopefully in a year's time it will stabilize, and we will be able to take a lot of incubators who have ideas, who want to test their ideas and take the ideas forward in terms of a business proposition or helping the farmers to use those technologies to increase production, to add value to the production process, and also source inputs and outputs and other activities. So looking forward to a good interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we request Shri H.N. Mishra, IIT Kharagpur, to kindly to deliver his speech. Sir, please.
Okay, thank you. I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible. You are audible.
So, thank you for giving me this opportunity and inviting me over this forum to share my thoughts on this important topic. The session is already late, almost by 1 hour. So I have an subsequent meeting to attend at around 5:15. So I will be just quick. So anyway, I have designed my presentation in 3 subheads. One, initially, I will just like to give an overview or summary from an academician's perspective, that what are the various issues and challenges in the agriculture and food processing sector. And then as what one should do to convert agriculture into business if someone wants to take up a startup activity, and then how should they proceed. And finally, as Mr. Kamlesh Kumar told, that we are having here on Agribusiness Incubation Center. So I will briefly narrate some of the activities, major activities of the ABIC. So give me 2 minutes time to share my presentation. Okay. I think host has disabled to, can you enable me to share my presentation. Hello. Host. Hello.
From our end to enable you to share your presentation. Just give us a few seconds. We are trying to enable you.
Please.
Yeah, now sir, I think we have enabled you to share your presentation. Please, sir.
Yes. Fine. Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
It is visible. All right. So, as I told you, the topic of this discussion is leveraging technology for enhancing productivity, value chain, efficiency, and scalability, and nurturing agri-food tech startups. Okay. So, look at the agri-food ecosystem from farm to fork. That the agriculture or food processing deals with the various stages, starting from crop producers, feed producers, primary food producers, food manufacturers, secondary food manufacturers, wholesalers, retailers, food service operators and creators, and all this. There are different stages, obviously. So all these stakeholders, they have to, on one hand, statutory and regulatory bodies are there to take control, and they have to function, run, govern their things as per their guidelines. On the other hand, they have another challenge to satisfy the consumers. So challenges are big. So if you see the agri-food sector, right, there are, I have categorized into 5 major categories. That is, one is the durable crops, grains, cereals, legumes, oilseeds. Another is the perishable foods like fruits, vegetables, dairy products, meat, fish and poultry. Commercial crops like tea, coffee, cocoa, and unexplored, underutilized crop like non-timber forest produce or millets. And then another very, very important commodity from the commerce point of view is health value crops, spices and condiments, health beneficial fruits and vegetables, etc. And all these sectors, they have different issues, different challenges. Like durable sectors, that is infestation by insects, pests and rodents, lack of storage infrastructure, primitive grain handling mechanism, etc. In the perishable sector, the challenges are, in the case of animal products, like lack of novel packaging solutions, less processing and cold storage facilities, improper warehousing and distribution, poor health and hygiene conditions of the animals. In fruits and vegetable sectors, again the short shelf life and deterioration of nutritional quality, sensory quality, lack of modern harvesting practices and cold storage, inappropriate post-harvest management. In underutilized crop sector, that is unstable harvesting, unavailability of proper markets and transportation facility. In commercial crop sectors, the challenges are climate hazards, prevalence of diseases and pests, difficulties in clearing of dense vegetable cover, soil erosion due to overexploitation. Health value crop sectors, if you see the challenges, there is lack of technical skills, toxicity of residual agrochemicals used for pest management, lack of value addition, quality upgradation, and finally the improper post-harvest practices. So how can these issues be resolved? Ways to overcome the challenges, of course, innovative farm management system and climate resilient agricultural practices, design and development of cost-effective and farmer-friendly agricultural tools and implements, creation of adequate storage, supply chain, processing and packaging infrastructure, processing of consumer-driven products and design of products, processes from safety, quality and affordability perspective, creation of affordable or approachable quality testing infrastructure and facilities, linking small and marginal farmers with market through agriculture value chain, And more importantly, now the trend is the training and knowledge empowerment of the farmers. That is very, very important. Entrepreneurship and startup promotion. So in the agri sector, that supply chain, reducing the supply chain losses is a major problem in the agricultural production, post-harvest handling or storage, or whether you talk about packaging and processing or even distribution and consumption. So initially in the production, post-harvest and storage, the losses are huge. Okay. So what is needed to be done? Plant food processing infrastructural facilities in the production, post-harvest handling and storage, and then in the downstream efficient processing, storage and distribution. If these are taken, these are the strategies to reduce the supply chain losses. Now, in the agriculture, new age technologies are coming forward, more and more, that is advanced technologies should be used, farmers should be empowered to go for these such type of technologies to boost productivity, like precision or satellite agriculture, blockchain technologies, artificial intelligence, ICT or IoT, one. Also, that is the tech-enabled organic farming should be encouraged, like using data management tools for soil moisture, nutrient irrigation, scheduling, etc. for farm equipment and machineries, smart farming, using even bioagents in the farming sector. Application of data analytics for agriculture, like for quality insights on environmental factors, tools like MyCrop and chatbots like Kisan Sevak helps the farmer with real-time data. Artificial intelligence-based advisory services can be given to the farmers, which help them manage their crops. Even other disruptive technology in agriculture like big data and data science, drone technology, crop forecast technology, online marketplace farms, or chatbots, agribots. So all these are now becoming a reality. So the farmers or startup companies, those who are interested, they should be equipped. Their knowledge should be enhanced in these directions. So these are used. Then technology interventions in food processing, packaging and storage, like that emerging trend, that novel and non-thermal technology like biopreservation technology for electromagnetic wave heating, electric and magnetic heating, or non-thermal technology like high pressure processing, ionization, radiation application, ultrasound, ozonation. So all these technologies there, I will not go into those technical details. Then another very, very important, those who are interested in having a food processing startup, I will come little later, because your product, it should be at least focused, and you should focus some sector, like there are now the trend towards gluten-free products or micronutrient fortified foods for a healthy giving, low glycemic index, low GI food, food for lactose intolerant people, or even nowadays various shapes and texture ready-to-eat products are there, or addition of various flavors in traditional products like snacks, flakes, chicky, etc. So these various combinations and permutations can be tried with. Regarding packaging, obviously that is the intelligent packaging or smart packaging solution, active packaging system, that is which can even tell that is what is the condition of the food inside the package. That is, there are various sensors, nanomaterials in sensors and indicators are now available, which are used on the packages. So they indicate that moisture level, microbial level, other things. Even use of colorants in films as a sensing material, then the packaging film which is used. So some materials are used that it changes the color, or even that use of essential oil, bioactives as antimicrobial packaging. So that is the surface of the contact with the inside of the packaging material and the surface of the food. So that is a preserve, the microorganisms are destroyed on the surface. Then development of wireless sensor network and control atmosphere storage, warehousing, cold storage, like where that in storage chambers that is using internet and wireless technology, to maintain even temperature, relative humidity, and they indicate that even in the storage as well as even the transport and the supply chain, like using the smart cold chain management system, starting from the harvest or manufacture till the material reaches to the supermarket or to the consumer. It should be used that RFID and such other advanced technologies are available. Now I will come towards the second part of my lecture, that is what a startup needs. Like to have any startup, one needs some capital, all right, one should have sector knowledge, all right, and legislation and regulatory requirements are there. Of course, a startup, one should know that what is the customer for which that this product is focused, location is very important, and then infrastructure or resources, right? For opening or having a startup, one should do that as identify a problem, study the sector and the industry, explore solution and existing competition if there is any, perform market research, get ideas reviewed and improve solution, acquire seed grant for the initial development if necessary, and then develop prototype or product, decide upon the revenue model, pilot your solution and improve if the requirement there, and then plan marketing and communication strategy, and finally raise funds and scale up your business. So these are the steps in the startup. Like first you should have a good attractive business plan, one should have a good source of funding, then what are your products, the producers and operational staffs, licensing requirement one should fulfill, and then finally go for the marketing. Okay, so a business plan, basically expectations from a good business plan include that it is a document which is well thought out and it can be visualized, that it articulates the strength and vision of your business. That is, one who reads, he clearly gets that idea that yes, the one who has prepared this business plan is clear about what he wants to deliver. Okay, and yes, also a good business plan should clearly outline the risk associated with it. Okay, it should present clear evidence of the viability of the venture, and finally, it should compel action and get investors excited to invest in that venture. So these are expectations from a good business plan. Regarding the licenses that which are required, like food license, trade license, company registration, GST registration, establishment registrations, and fire department NOCs. These are some of the licenses that one should take. Then very, very important, of course, this is the Chamber of Commerce, so the attendees, they are well versed with, but I just wanted particularly for FPOs, etc. That is, yes, marketing strategies for small business. First is the target your market. There is no, decide your target population and some divisions, like whether population is 13 to 19 years, school student, college student, diabetic people, gluten intolerant people, or lactose intolerant people, overage, or whatever. That is the segment for whom you are doing particularly the food products and all those things. Similarly in the sectors. Then create your brand identity, like website, logo, brand name, and what your business stands for, like healthy food provider, comfort food, etc. And you can see that the LOM, if you see anywhere LOM, that people know that it is the McDonald's, and people tend to go. So that is the power of the brand identity that one must do. Then have a social media presence. Create accounts in social media. Nowadays, the social media is very, very important role playing in the daily life. So create social media platforms for your business. Use it for promotion and customer services. And finally, promotion via discounts and offers, free samples, test samples, discounted rates to attract consumers, and ultimately one has to go for the genuine care for customer. That is the key. Okay. So agri-tech emerging trends, I think you all know that disruption of market due to the lockdown, mandis and market were shut. down, causing disruption across the supply chain. And of course, this has also given the opportunity, and so many companies, B2B platforms and marketplaces have emerged. Labor scarcity, even consumer demand for safe food, government reforms, etc., are leading towards the emergence of farmer to consumer brands, precision agriculture, creation of e-markets, and so these are the emerging trends in agriculture. So major startup trends in agricultural production center, if you look in the offering sectors, that is upstream input marketplace, downstream farm to fork supply chain model, farming as a service, or IoT or big data led innovation. In the end benefits, regulated agri supply chains, parameters, cold chain, animal insurance, farmer payments, predictable production, real-time implementation, optimized production, etc. Similarly, technological solutions required are price forecast system, dissemination of information for the last mile, yield estimation modeling at village or farm level, alternate use of paddy straw or DIY technologies to boost productivity. Similarly, in the food processing sectors, in the offering private labels, IoT-based data monitoring, smart packaging solutions, personalized nutrition. In the consumption, that is, startups are coming ready-to-eat products, health-conscious confectionery products, nutrition-rich baked items, natural, organic, fresh produce, cold-pressed beverages, low sugar and less carb, high-protein foods, multigrain flours. In the delivery sectors, e-grocery, food delivery, food kits, e-FMGC foods, semi-prepared food, etc. These are the startup trends. Okay,
sir,
now,
I apologize to interrupt you a little bit, sir. Actually, many of the participants need to go, need to return faraway places. So just request you to be slightly brief, sir. Please continue, sir.
yes,
Please.
Thank you. Okay, now this is Agri-Business Incubation Center, which Mr. Kamlesh Kumar was telling. We have also established one with the NABARD funding. It is a Section 8 company, Agri-Business Incubation Foundation, IIT Kharagpur. These are the various focus sectors we are offering, like product development and certification, trainings, connect with the investors, networking and outreach. We have organized various panel discussions which has given some directions to this. These are the incubation plan because of the time constraints. In fact, I am not going to detail. We had Agri-Food Techathon, and now 26 startups we have already shortlisted. Another, that is the call we have given for the application. And then we are also having some program like Krishi Udyam Success Source of Successful Entrepreneurs, where that our students who have opened business ventures in agri-business ventures, their experiences we are giving to the people, and so that they can get into also various tech-enabled. We organized training programs, online training program for farmers. Even almost more than 1,500 farmers have been trained so far in the last 1 year. Lastly, we have taken an activity, major activity on online interactive meeting for FPOs, director and professional experts. Again, this session is going on. Our business managers are there. Okay, various specialized training for FPOs directors we are conducting. Okay, and our aim is to identify potential FPOs in every block of eastern region of the country and transform them into successful ventures, startup in agriculture and food processing domain by technological interventions and incubation support. And this Agri-Business Incubation Foundation, IIT Kharagpur, invites all the esteemed FPOs to associate with ABIF Kharagpur to avail mentoring, networking, and a plethora of other benefits and excel in their entrepreneurial journey. Thank you very much. I think you can follow us on these various social media platforms to have the update. Thank you very much. And I apologize if I have taken little more time.
No, thank you, sir. Thank you for your deliberation. Thank you a lot. And we will also collect the presentation from you, sir, later on. Now we have a presentation from GIS University, and that presentation will be headed by Mr. Deborshi De. So I request Mr. Deborshi De to, head the presentation which will be made from GIS University. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was really nice to hear from Dr. H.N. Mishra. He is our idol, and he is also the chairman of AFSTI. A very good evening to all ladies and gentlemen here, my dear students and my colleague Shoykot. He has been here since morning. I listened to most of the speakers today. I think we are talking about making a value chain here. I think when you talk about the power of aggregation. So when you talk about the power of aggregation, basically you are talking about creating a value chain. So when you talk about making a value chain, there are three things which are very important. One, access to market, access to market maybe. Two, access to technology. And three, access to fund. So our आगे जो sessions गुलो होचुलो, it was mostly on access to funds as to how you gather the money for the business. I will principally talk about, I think Professor Mishra has also spoken about access to technology, and I will also be doing the same thing very quickly. I am representing the Department of Food Technology from GNIT. I am representing our HOD, Professor Dr. Kakuli Bandyopadhyay. She unfortunately is not here, but she is definitely there online. So I'd like to take you quickly through this concept of Food Technology School Partner, what we are and what we do. Okay? And I'll just quickly try to present. Is my presentation online?
Yeah, just give us some time.
Yep, okay. Super, thank you. This is my department, and I'm with this college as an associate professor for some time now. What we actually do as an institute is we are basically a college with an approach towards both research and industry. So heading from the front is our HOD, Dr. Kakuli Bandyopadhyay. We have been working under her guidance and immense mentorship for the last, I think, 5 or 6 years, and she's been with the organization for almost over a decade, which gives us a lot of stability. Today, when we talk about a department, and I'm really proud to present this this little summary of what we have done since 2003. 10 national journals, 48 seminars, 36 international journals, almost 37 conferences, and we have student publication of roughly around 15, and we are looking for more, and most of these publications are research based. And I'm also proud to share that today I'm going to represent, our college is going to be represented by 2 of our brilliant teams, who have gone and made us proud. They have won prizes. They are now planning for their startups, and we are looking to, incubate them also. I'm also processing their incubation process. So hopefully you would also enjoy, and if there is something that you want to add to their presentation, if you want to ask them something, you are most welcome. Please encourage them, and I would request them to come up. Can I have the first team coming up, please, quickly? Yeah, I think everybody is a little impatient now. Thank you so much. Enjoy the presentations. If you have any questions, jodi kono question thake Hindi, Bangla, English, no problem. Please ask us. Thank you. Yes, please come. Sure.
Change for me. Yeah. So, is it visible?
Yes, it's
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay.
Stand here, please.
A very good evening to all dignitaries as well as audiences present over here. So we are here to give a presentation on our project Agronova, so which is basically an automated unmanned inspection and varied irrigation system for agricultural fields. So it would be presented by myself, Joyita Khan, along with my teammates Srishti Mondal and Purnasha Paul from Guru Nanak Institute of Technology. So we are here to discuss our initiative that we have taken for smart inspection and automation of agricultural field by our project. By detecting various parameters like the height of the plant, nature of the flower, moisture content of soil, and the fertilizer content of soil. So it will maintain the irrigation accurately and will display them over a visualizing platform like a smartphone or desktop. So moving to the next slide. Yeah, so we are very well aware of the major problems in the agricultural fields in India, like especially when there is unchecked water supply, overlooked use of fertilizers and pesticides in the fields, which leads to misuse of natural resources and causes soil erosion and degradation of water bodies. So we are working towards to solve such issues. Like it is mainly designed for large scale as well as small scale farmers to improve their irrigation. So moving on to the next slide. Yeah, in this regard, we prosper a ecologically efficient and self-automated system which will regularly inspect crop data and will visualize them on a cloud domain and maintain the irrigation accurately by depending solely on the purpose of the farmers and on the types of the plants in the field. So, it is self-sustainable as well as self-automated. A varied irrigation system is programmed so that it supplies optimum amount of water to the field at various intervals of time throughout the day. AgroNova can ease large-scale crop cultivation by eliminating excess manpower. So, So in our project AgroNova, we focus on the growth of the biomass of the plant for its own personalized water supply. So here we are checking the moisture content of the soil, pH of the soil, nitrate content of the soil, keeping fertilizer overuse in check. All these data will be visualized over a cloud domain or can be seen in visual monitor all time. Yeah, moving on to the next slide. So this is the main circuit of work. It is like in this manner, the crop data will be visualized on a platform. It can be seen anywhere from any time with just an internet access. So from here onwards, my teammate Srishti will continue. Over to you, Srishti.
Thank you and good afternoon, everyone. I will be taking over from here. So this is the simple mechanism that we have created for making this electronic based system which will help us in sensing various parameters which are important for crops in the field, like we are measuring the chemical content of the soil moisture values and various other parameters which are required so that the farmers can understand what is needed in the fields and what is not required, and we will be checking it all the time. A type of irrigation system which is totally automated and varied, which is depending upon the type of the plant, is also being made, which will help us give out water in a precise manner. So we are managing the water supply as well. This is a graphical description of our project that we have made for easy understanding of the people. This is the working of our system which I would like to show you. We can see that the water supply is being given out and it is depending on the sensors data that is being taken off from the field, and from that data we are calibrating and understanding what type of water supply we are using, how much water we are using, and the data can be shown in the form of a digital data diagram, anything on a computer screen or any laptop in any other places that a farmer wants to access it. This is another glimpse where we are seeing the data on the visual screen. However, if the farmers and the owners want to visualize in a laptop on a distance position, in a smartphone, we can also make it available to be seen from anywhere in the world. This is a simple cloud layout from where the plant parameters can be visualized on a daily basis or even in a special variety of time, in variation of time, and the farmers and the owners will keep the plant data in check and they will be informed at all the time as per their requirement. So the main thing that we want to focus by using AgroNova is that we are providing a solution which is self-reliant and self-sustaining, where major agricultural practices are carried out in an automated way and less manpower or human involvement is required for daily inspection, all-time involvement in the field for a longer period of time, which hinders other activities in the prime life of a people. And then we are also trying to conserve energy and resources like water, electricity and all that. We know that best management practices of soil and water resources are very important, so we are real-time checking data from the field and we are always noting it. With the help of this, we are maintaining the nutrition value of the soil by the soil moisture sensors and the pH and the chemical content of the field. We are also mapping it. So we have made a graph where we can show that by using our project for AgroNova, we have saved a huge amount of water while irrigating some plant of our choice with or without our irrigation system, and we can see that we have saved a lot amount of water, whereas in case of traditional based irrigation, a lot more amount of water is being used up. So it will only be beneficial for the farmers and the owners who are trying to save their resources and save electricity and other fuels. The next part of the presentation will be taken up by Purnasha. I will request you to take it up.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. So I am going to take over the presentation from here. So throughout until now we have got an idea that it's a self-sustaining and reliable smart system. It counts on proper irrigation process for a precise water supply, and also it is a plant monitoring process that will help to provide an adequate amount of fertilizer, which in turn will help to save water and will stop the plants to get overnourished. And it also eco-friendly and easy to operate. So it is an automated system and can be applied on larger scale in both traditional and in-house, then vertical farming, hydroponics, and also in greenhouse agriculture. Moving on. So here is the financial implications. So as we are focusing on a regulated water supply, depending on the stage of growth and the type of plant, then the chemical properties and the humidity checking and temperature checking, initially it will not exceed more than rupees 5,000, whereas it will save thousands of rupees that goes flooded on improvised cultivation on larger scale. However, when to be implemented for a larger scale cultivation over acres of land suppose, then we need better sensors and far more efficient equipments are needed so that we can get better results. Different types of irrigation systems should be initiated depending upon the type of plant type of crop under cultivation, and long range the transmission of data is required. All this will make the cost of AgroNova a little bit more, but however it will be beneficial for the farmers. Moving on. Okay. Talking about the award we received from AICT New Delhi, we are given third position in AICT Chhatra Vishwakarma Awards 2020 held this year under the category of promoted agriculture and product category. Next. Okay. So we have received enormous support and recognition from the Department of Dairy Chemistry, West Bengal, University of Animal Science and Fishery. We are collaborating with Smart Management Consultancy for initiating our project, and we also have been recognized from Go With Green organization from AgroNova. So now here we like to conclude that AgroNova will be beneficial both in larger scale and as well as in small scale. As you can see the pictures, we have done it in our society houses and it worked very successfully. So here we end our presentation. Thank you so much.
So guys, it's 18% of the world population in India with 4% of the water reserve. 18% population world India te 4% water. Tar moddhe 80% water is being used in agriculture. So unfortunately, like South Africa, chances are that the taps will run dry by 2030. So AgroNova, and if you really want to understand more about this, jodi eta sombondhe aro jante chan, amader college bio incubator plus স্টার্টআপ ডিভিশনটাকে হেড করছে আমাদের ডিভিশনের জন্য প্রফেসর সৈকত মজুমদার। স্যার, ইফ ইউ ক্যান প্লিজ স্ট্যান্ড আপ। সো যদি আপনাদের অ্যাগ্রোনোভা নিয়ে আরো কোনো ইনফরমেশন দরকার হয়, আপনারা ডেফিনেটলি স্যারের সাথে কন্ট্যাক্ট করতে পারেন। উই উড লাইক টু লেভারেজ উইথ ইউ অ্যান্ড ওয়ার্ক উইথ ইউ। My students will be more than benefited. Thank you so much. Can we have the next team coming up quickly? Yes. Thank you, guys. What is it?
Is our slide visible? A very good afternoon to all dignitaries and one and all present over here. I'm Shurjani Biswas. Today I'm here along with my teammates Sandeep Kumar Karmakar, Devorima Bera and Ishan Mullik to give our presentation. Well, we can't survive without food. And when that food starts hampering our health, it becomes our concern, isn't it? Like, since our childhood, even till now, we all heard this from our guardians and even from everyone that don't eat street foods, junk food, they're bad for your health, and instead of that, do have your homemade food. But is our homemade food really safe, or is there really healthy for us nowadays? Well, with this concern, we have come up with this project that is on food adulteration. First, what is food adulteration? Adulteration of food occurs when some substances are added or deducted from a food product in order to make profit. It lowers its nutritional quality and affects human health. It can result in cancer, liver damage, heart failure, and even to death. To overcome this problem, we have come up with an IT-based food adulteration detection system and food quality measurement system. It has been observed that if we add or deduct any substance from any food product, its pH varies with its actual or adulterated one. Similarly, there are many chemical compounds which are present in many food products, and with the help of other chemical reagents, we can identify the presence of them. In this slide, you can see how with the help of color detection, we can identify the presence of adulterants, বা যেটাকে আমরা বাংলায় বলি ভেজাল. From first we have turmeric powder, then we have red chili powder. সবার বাড়িতে হলুদ গুঁড়ো লঙ্কার গুঁড়ো ছাড়া ঠিক রান্নাঘরের সব রান্না হয় না, কিন্তু সেই হলুদ গুঁড়ো লঙ্কার গুঁড়োতে এমন জিনিসপত্র মেশানো হয় মাঝে মাঝে যেগুলো দীর্ঘদিন খেলে আমাদের ক্যান্সার অবধি হতে পারে। ফার্স্ট উই হ্যাভ টার্মারিক পাউডার। টার্মারিক পাউডারের মধ্যে মেটানিল ইয়েলো, ইটস আ কার্সিনোজেনিক ডাই, দীর্ঘদিন খেলে আমাদের ক্যান্সার হতে পারে। এই অ্যাডাল্টারেন্ট মেশানো হয়। To identify its presence, we need to add some certain amount, 2 to 3 drops of hydrochloric acid, and if its color changes from its initial, that is orange or yellow color to purple, then we can say that this turmeric powder is adulterated with metanil yellow. Similarly, for red chili powder, you can see that Congo red. এটিও একটি কার্সিনোজেনিক ডাই যেটি অ্যাজ আ ভেজাল মেশানো হয়। To identify its presence, if we add 2 to 3 drops of hydrochloric acid and if it changes color from its red to blue, we can say that it is also adulterated with Congo red. Next, milk. এটা তো আমাদের বাড়িতে রোজই সবাই খায়, কিন্তু সেই মিল্কের মধ্যে স্টার্চ, ডিটারজেন্ট and অনেক ভেজাল মেশানো হয়। তার মধ্যে to detect the presence of starch, if we add iodine in it, it will change its color to purple from its initial color, that is white. Next, butter. Basically, Vanashpati is used as an adulterant in butter, and to detect its presence, we need to add 2 to 3 drops of sulfuric acid in it, and if it changes color from it to purple from its initial color, we can say that it is adulterated with Vanashpati. Lastly, vinegar. It is basically adulterated with mineral acid, and if we add metanyl yellow solution, and if it changes its color to deep pink from its transparent color, we can say that it is contaminated with adulterant, that is mineral acid. Well, now I would request Deborima Bera to carry on the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Shurjaini, and hello and good evening everyone. I am Deborima Bera and I will take over the next few slides. So, Shurjaini has already discussed that pH and color of experimental reagents varies with the adulterated ones. So we are using this pH and color variation and plotted 2 graphs. So the first graph shows that the pH versus concentrate of adulterate, which we can see that the pH is gradually increasing. Sorry. So the pH is gradually increasing when Congo red is added as adulterant. We can see that when there is no or zero adulterant, means there is pure like red chili powder, the pH is 6.7, but when we add like 0.5 gram of Congo red, the pH becomes 8.7, which is huge. Now coming to the second graph, we can see that color absorbance versus concentrate of adulterant. Similarly, we can see that when there is like no or zero adulterant, the absorbance shows to be 4.5, and when 0.5 gram of Congo red is added, the absorbance gives is 5.5. So to make it more transparent, we have used a pH sensor to determine the pH and color sensor TCS3200 to determine the absorbance or the wavelength of the red chili powder. Okay, so now we can see our project prototype. These are the different parts of our So these are the different parts of our proposed system. First we can see is water dispensing system. So ekhane diye amader water ebong HCl, iodine, different reagents pass out kore. Then we have reagent dispensing button like HCl. Then we have water, iodine, through which we will dispense the HCl or iodine pen and as required. Then we have dispensing pipe jekhane diye berobe. Then we have mixing beaker যেখান দিয়ে আমরা স্যাম্পলটা water and reagent এর সাথে mix করে বুঝতে পারবো, and then we have magnetic stirrer through which beaker এর মধ্যে ভালো করে mix হবে. Then we have on the top we have OLED screen যেখানে সব experimental data এবং results দেখাবে. And then we have on the top thermostat controller যেখানে কিছু warm up বা heat up করার জন্য ওটা আমাদের লাগছে. Then we have power on off switch, then thermostat controller on off switch, push button. Then I have discussed already that we have water and iodine dispensing button, and at the last we have pH sensor and color sensor. And color sensor ta amra black box e rakchi karon ki we all know that black color absorbs all colors from the visible spectrum, so it does not allow us to penetrate inside the box. So color sensor take bhetore kono affect kore na, so we are using this black box. On to the next slide. Okay, so a very interesting thing happened. So amra college during test আমরা একদিন বিরিয়ানি কিনেছিলাম, and it was unusually yellow and orange colored. So আমরা ওটাকে টেস্ট আউট করেছিলাম, and the color changed to purple, which means metanyl yellow was present. So আমরা এই টেস্টটাকে একটু চট করে দেখিয়ে দেব.
It's not audible. Our video is not audible.
না স্যার অডিবল হচ্ছে না, চলছেও তো না।
User will click on the connect to
video.
This is our web page. First, user will click on the connect button and system will be connected. Here we are checking vinegar is pure or not. Here it's displayed that add 5-drop methanoyl yellow solution manually. After that we have to add the magnetic stirrer into the mixing beaker. Then we have to add the solution into the petri dish. Here you can see that the adulterated vinegar solution is totally different from the pure one. After that we have to place the solution in the black box. Here you can see user will click the wavelength button to check the solution is pure or not. After that you can see the RGB value is displayed in the web page and the experimental result is the solution is adulterated vinegar and adulterant is mineral acid. And here you can also see that the experimental result is displayed in the OLED screen. Last Sunday when we were working on our prototype model in the college campus and we ordered biryani for us, and out of curiosity we just tested that our biryani is pure or not. Then we added some rice of the biryani into the petri dish and diluted it with distilled water and added some HCl into it. After shaking the petri dish, if you zoom the video, you can see that some of the yellow rices has turned dark purple and some of the white rices are as it is. This happens because generally kesar is added as the source of yellow color, but in this case methanoyl yellow was added instead of it. So if we add biryani option in our system will also detect that the biryani is pure or not. This is our web page. First, user will click on the connect button and system will.
Okay, so that's all for my part. Now I would request Ishan to continue the rest. Thank you. Shondeep.
Okay, before going to flowchart যাওয়ার আগে আমি প্রথমে কিছু বলতে চাই যে আমরা 80 টাকার বিরিয়ানিও খাই, 150 টাকার বিরিয়ানিও খাই, 250 টাকার বিরিয়ানিও খাই। 80 টাকার বিরিয়ানি দেখলে আমাদের মনে হয় বাহ কত সস্তা, বাট সেটা যে আমাদের কতটা ক্ষতি করছে সেটা এই ভিডিও দেখেই বুঝতে পারলাম। একজন সাধারণ মানুষের জন্য এটা কখনোই পসিবল না যে তার ভেতরে কি মেশানো রয়েছে সেটা কিভাবে ডিটেক্ট করবে বা কি আছে সেটা বুঝতে পারবে, কিন্তু আমাদের এই মেশিনটা দিয়ে কোনো সাধারণ মানুষ চেক করতে যায় আমি যে বিরিয়ানিটা খাচ্ছি বা আমি যে মাছ খাচ্ছি বা আমাদের যে বাড়িতে যে মিল্ক আছে সেটা পিওর কি পিওর না, এই জন্য কোনো এক্সপার্টের দরকার নেই, আমাদের মেশিন নিজে থেকেই করতে পারবে। অ্যান্ড কামিং টু দ্য ফ্লো চার্ট, তো প্রথমেই ফ্লো চার্টে আমরা বলতে চাই যে প্রথমে ইউজার কি করবে, সেটা বিরিয়ানি হোক, সেটা রেড চিলি পাউডার হোক, সেটা টার্মারিক পাউডার হোক, সে সিলেক্ট করবে, দেন সেটা ওয়েব সার্ভারে যাবে, ওয়েব সার্ভার থেকে নোড এমসিউ রিসিভ করবে যে হ্যাঁ এই লোকটা রেড চিলির জন্য টেস্ট করতে চায়। দেন রেড চিলি কি করবে, কালার সেন্সার অ্যান্ড পিএইচ সেন্সারকে বলবে যে আমাকে আউটপুট দাও, যে আমরা টেস্ট রেজাল্টটা করছি এক্সপেরিমেন্টটা তার আউটপুট কি হচ্ছে। তো প্রথমে রিসিভ করার পর চেক করবে যে পিএইচ সেন্সার অ্যান্ড কালার সেন্সার ওই ডেটাটা পাচ্ছে কিনা, যদি না পায় দেন আবার সিগন্যাল পাঠাবে নোড এমসিউ, দেন নোড এমসিউ সেই সিগন্যালটাকে পাওয়ার পর আবার আমাদের সার্ভারে প্রোভাইড করবে। অলরেডি আমাদের সার্ভারে সেই রেড চিলি হোক, সেটা বিরিয়ানি হোক, সেটা হলুদ হোক, সকলের অ্যাকচুয়াল যেটা ডেটা অলরেডি প্রিডিফাইন করা আছে। তো দেন যদি সেটা প্রিডিফাইন ডেটার সাথে যদি ম্যাচ না করে কত পার্সেন্ট মেশানো রয়েছে অ্যাডাল্টারেন্টটা, সেটাও আমাদের এই প্রোডাক্টটা ডিসপ্লে করতে হবে। সেকেন্ড স্লাইড সেম আইওটি ডেটা কমিউনিকেশন মডেল, আইওটি দিয়ে কী করে আমাদের এই ডেটাটা পাস হচ্ছে মোবাইল থেকে ক্লাউড থেকে বিভিন্ন কম্পোনেন্টের ভেতরে, সেটাই এটা দেখানো হয়েছে। দেন কামিং টু আওয়ার বিজনেস মডেল, সো আওয়ার বিজনেস স্ট্র্যাটেজি ইজ ডিভাইডেড ইন্টু টু পার্ট, লাইক B2B বিজনেস প্ল্যান অ্যান্ড B2C, মানে আমরা এটা কাস্টমারকেও বিক্রি করতে পারি, আমরা এবার বিজনেসকেও বিক্রি করতে পারি। সো এই আমাদের নিজেদের প্রোডাক্ট আমরা নিজেরাই তৈরি করব এবং 24/7 মানে অল টাইম আমরা সার্ভার প্রোভাইড করছি, লাইক যে কেউ যখন তখন এটা ইউজ করতে পারবে। নাও ইন B2B বিজনেস প্ল্যান লাইক ফুড সেফটি অডিটার্স, যারা এই কিছুদিন আগে যেরকম বিরিয়ানির দোকানে চিকেন একদম বাজে পচা চিকেন দেওয়া হচ্ছে ভাগাটের, সেটা ডিটেক্ট করতে পারবে গভর্নমেন্ট ফুড সেফটি অফিসার, অডিটার্স, ফুড ল্যাবরেটরি, এরা ইউজ করতে পারবে, কোনো ফুড এক্সপার্টের দরকার পড়বে না। অ্যান্ড ইন B2C বিজনেস প্ল্যান লাইক হেলথ কনসিয়াস পিপল, বেবি কেয়ার ইউনিট, যারা নতুন বাচ্চা হয়েছে তাদের যে দুধ খাওয়ানো হয় সেই দুধটা পিওর কি পিওর না সেটা ডিটেক্ট করার জন্য আমরা এই প্রোডাক্টটা ইউজ করতে পারবো। নাও দ্য নেক্সট স্লাইড উইল বি ডেসক্রাইব বাই ঈশান মল্লিক।
ওকে, সো গুড ইভিনিং অল অফ ইউ। যেটা বলতে চাইছি এখানে ফার্স্টেই আমাদের প্রোডাক্টটা, যে প্রপোজ প্রোডাক্টটা, সেটা এক্সিস্টিং যে যা প্রোডাক্টস রয়েছে মার্কেটে, যে মেশিনস রয়েছে এই সমস্ত ডিটেকশনের জন্য, তার থেকে কী করে আলাদা, তো সেই ভিত্তিতেই কথাটা বলা। সো যেটা আমাদের প্রোটোটাইপ সিস্টেম যেটা, সেটা লং রেঞ্জ ডিস্টেন্সেও রান করবে, যেহেতু আইওটি ক্লাউড সিস্টেমের মধ্যে দিয়ে এটা কভার করছে। তার সাথে মোবাইল ল্যাবরেটরি আর নো এক্সপার্ট ইজ রিকোয়ার্ড, যে কেউ যখন তখন, এটাও বলা হয়েছে, এবং লেস টাইম এবং লেসার কস্ট অ্যান্ড অটোমেটেড, সো লেস হিউম্যান এফোর্ট। এবং যা আমাদের আছে এক্সিস্টিং সিস্টেম যেগুলো রয়েছে, তার মধ্যে ল্যাক মাল্টি কম্বো অ্যাক্টিভিটিস, যেমন হায়ার পাওয়ার কনজাম্পশন, এই জিনিসগুলো আমাদের বোঝাই যাচ্ছে। আমি তারপরের স্লাইডে যাব। ফিউচার স্কোপ যেটা আমাদের আছে, সেখানে আমরা আপাতত আজকে যে আমরা টপিকটা নিয়ে পড়লাম, দ্যাট ইজ অ্যাগ্রিকালচার টু অ্যাগ্রি বিজনেস। তো এইখানে আমরা ধরুন গাছে যে ফার্টিলাইজার দেওয়া হচ্ছে, সার দেওয়া হচ্ছে, সেই সমস্ত কিছু কিন্তু গাছের ফলের মধ্যে গিয়েই পৌঁছচ্ছে, শেষমেশ আমাদের পেটেই আসছে। তো সেই দিক থেকে দেখতে গেলে গাছের ফলের মধ্যে যে ব্যাড কেমিক্যালসটা আসছে ওই ফার্টিলাইজারগুলো থেকে, সেইটা আমরা কি করে ডিটেক্ট করতে পারি সেই মেশিনের মাধ্যমে। এইটাই কিন্তু এই মেশিনের ফিউচার স্কোপ, যে কীভাবে এই মেশিনটাকে মডিফাই করা যাবে এবং কীভাবে আমরা এটাকে একটা বিজনেসের কিভাবে কনভার্ট করতে পারবো এবং কিভাবে এটা সাকসেসফুলি রান করবে, সেটা নিয়ে আমাদের এই প্রজেক্টটা। এবং আমাদের এই প্রজেক্টটা স্মার্ট ইন্ডিয়া হ্যাকাথন, যেটা আমাদের MHRDর AICTর তরফ থেকে যেটা স্মার্ট ইন্ডিয়া হ্যাকাথন হয় হার্ডওয়্যার এডিশন, সেটাতে আমরা ফার্স্ট প্রাইজ পেয়েছিলাম 2020-তে। তো এটাই আমাদের ওভারঅল প্রেজেন্টেশনটা ছিল। আশা করি সবার আপনাদের ভালো লেগেছে। থ্যাংক ইউ।
So we are done. So you can come.
Let's go.
The Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry congratulates all the students of JNIT for their successful prototypes. We are really delighted to see this. But before we end this session, we would like to hand over our mementos to our speakers and the students also. So I request our chairperson, Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty, to kindly come on the dais and hand over the memento to Mr. Kamlesh Kumar, GM NABARD, Kolkata. Okay. The next memento, Dr. Deborshi De. Now I request the students, like the first group, to come up on the dais. Sir, we'd like to hand over a photograph of the first group. Please come on the dais. Okay. Please come, sir, please come. Professor, please come. Now I request the second group to come on the dais to take their memento. These 2 days program, without whom we could not have done this. Our mentor and whose brainchild is this program is our chairperson, Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty. So I hand over a small token of memento to Mr. Chakraborty. We thank you all for participating at the event for 2 days, and we are really looking forward to have to successfully implement the recommendation those have come from the sessions from 2 days. Thank you and good night all of you.